Chapter 41. It was chaos trying to get Mustang and his troops under control at first, but then when the Briggs soldiers came in, all of their focus went to them. Where Mustang and his men mocked Kremen's central forces by refusing to kill, Briggs soldiers had no such mercy, and they were losing people by the dozens as time went on. Mustang's strategy whittled them down to take men off the field, but Briggs was the axe that would try to bring down the tree that was the central government. And to make matters worse, another soldier informed him that Radio Capital had likely become Mustang's hiding place. Considering the broadcast they had going on was a very long interview regarding Mrs. Bradley. He sent out soldiers to the building at once the moment they knew the colonel's hostage was there, and he was fuming as he heard the broadcast go on. "Do I understand you correctly, Mrs. Bradley?" "That's right, our own military, they attempted to have me killed." "You mean someone gave out that order? They actually pointed their guns at you?" "They did. They specifically said to shoot me and Colonel Mustang's men. It was awful." Fura Bradley went east to preside over a military exercise and has yet to return to Central. "That's correct." So then, it would seem that an official took advantage of his absence in order to stage a coup. "That I do not know." "Regardless of the conspirator's identity, I imagine you must be relieved that your son is traveling with his father." "I haven't been able to contact my son," Mrs. Bradley suddenly sobbed over the airways. "You haven't?" She wasn't able to respond as she kept sobbing, and Kremen listened to it with gritted teeth as he knew how the public had to be taking this, muttering statements like, "That poor woman," and "I hope Selim's all right," without knowing what they were doing. They were stopping Mustang's coup, but as far as the public was concerned, they were the ones doing the stopping. It was madness. But the worst part was after all of her sniveling and crying, she uttered that damning phrase. If Colonel Mustang hadn't saved me, I'm certain they would have killed me." "I see, it sounds as though Colonel Mustang was expecting this coup d'etat. If it's not too difficult, do you think you could describe the exact details of your rescue for us?" He didn't need to hear another word. Seething with rage, he stomped over and went straight to the phones, demanding a connection to Radio Capital immediately. It was a public station. They had a direct line to it through their system. It didn't take long before he managed to speak with someone, though in the meantime he could hear them passing out dangerous intelligence, specifically that the Fura was missing since his train had been blown up on his way back from the exercises. The public was going to go into a panic if they kept this up. The last thing they needed was people getting out into the fringes of the borders on today of all days. "Listen, you fool," he snarled into the phone. "I want that broadcast shut down. Do you have any idea the damage this is causing?" "I only wish it was that easy, sir," the man on the other end said, his voice trembling, "but I can't. They've taken the whole studio hostage. We're sitting here with guns pointed at our heads. We're lucky that we're still alive." Even as he made this statement, Kremen could almost swear he heard snickering laughter in the background. "The only reason they haven't shot any of us is because we're following their orders." "Put Mustang on the phone. I want to speak with that traitor directly," Kremen demanded. Mustang, he's There was a brief pause and then a sudden scream, don't shoot." He heard something thud heavily. "Nuo, don't shoot me, I'm sore." His voice suddenly cut off and heard the busy signal that showed the call had been disconnected. He gripped the phone in his fist and threw it down onto the receiver. As frustrating as it was, at least it couldn't get too much worse. The Briggs soldiers were difficult, but manageable. They could at least hold them off until the eclipse had passed. He suddenly felt the building shaking, a shockwave passing through, and his eyes widened. What the hell was that? He demanded, looking over at the other men in charge of the radios. "Find out what that was." "Yes, sir," they all replied. He only had to wait a moment longer before one soldier managed to find out for him. General Kremen, sir. Report from the gate garrison." The general glared over at the soldier. "The Briggs soldiers have a tank and they're attempting to take the main gate." "What?" It just kept getting worse. There was a heavy silence following the destruction of the dummies, and Amelia could feel Edward keeping in the words he wanted to say. Edward had likely seen these dummies, monstrous as they were, as people somehow. They had all been given souls from philosopher's stones, and to him that was all someone needed to be considered human. And looking around at the soot and ash that surrounded them on the floor, it was like looking at the death of hundreds of people. It was a terrifying power, and Amelia could understand why it frightened Edward so much to see it. It frightened her, too. "We should keep moving," Amelia said softly, reminding Edward why they had come here, and for better or worse, Mustang was on their side to help them through it. So far, he was the only alchemist they knew of that had successfully killed a homunculus. His help today was extremely necessary. Before them stood the doors that Edward had struggled to open, leading into the underground tunnels that no doubt led to Father and his lair that had been opened by the army of white dummies. They were open now and leading further into the bowels of the underground that the fearsome homunculus occupied. Edward clearly wasn't thrilled about it, but he knew she was right. They had to move forward and continue with their mission. However, just as they tried to take those first steps, they heard a strange rumbling from above. Looking up and watching as the pipes that covered the high ceilings burst apart, Edward thrusting his hand out and pushing Amelia back as the metal remains clattered to the ground in a pile of dust that mixed with the ashes, and two bodies fell down with them. One little body landed just on top of one of the doors, and it wasn't hard to recognize the clothes she wore as she tried to recover from that sudden explosion. "Is that May?" Jerso asked, eyes wide to see the Zinji's girl again, especially after they had sent her away to go home to Zing. The other body that had fallen was already recovering, Amelia taking in a sharp breath as she recognized the form of Envy as he coughed out the dust and ash in the air and stood up from where he had fallen. "Envy," Edward called out, shocked. Wasn't he supposed to be whittled down to a worm somewhere? How did he get back into his normal body? Envy looked up at the sound of his name, seeing Edward, Amelia, and Scar glaring at them. "Not you guys," he exasperatedly exclaimed, watching as May slid down from the door, rushing over to Scar's side without really saying anything, the homunculus reaching out, but hesitating when he realized he was outnumbered, growling in frustration. Scar, looking down at the smaller girl, couldn't help but grow a bit frustrated himself. She wasn't supposed to be here. Part of the reason he had sent her back to Zing with Envy was so that she could stay safe and help her people like she had intended to when she first came. "You damn fool! Why didn't you go back to Zing?" he snapped. She jumped, looking up at him with wide eyes that started to slowly fill with tears at being yelled at, stammering as she tried to give him a reason but couldn't. "But I thought. I just wanted to." "Forget it, don't cry," Scar sighed, knowing there wasn't much he could do now that she was here. They would just have to do what they could. "Please forgive me," May sobbed, wiping at her eyes. "I'm sorry." Envy watched the exchange with a disgusted face, turning away from the sight of it. "Bleh, typical whiny humans, you're making my stomach turn." He grumbled, then sighed. He took a look around the room, meeting the eyes of everyone there before looking around the room itself, seeing the mess left behind from the destroyed pipes, as well as the ashes that surrounded the group. "I gotta admit, you guys really made a serious mess down here." He looked back at the others, a malicious smirk growing on his face as he took a head count. "So, we've got the Full Metal Alchemist and the Flame Alchemist, and there's even Scar. And I've got a serious grudge with you filthy chimera." His eyes fell on Amelia last, remembering their last meeting in North City where he had nearly killed her, that smirk growing a little more. "And Amy, it's been too long." The girl gulped nervously, though she tried not to let her fear show on her face. "So then, who gets the pleasure of being the first to die?" "You're Envy, right?" Mustang asked, interrupting his dramatic dare for someone to attack. He glanced over at the alchemist as he spoke. "You're the homunculus that can change his appearance at will," Mustang continued. "Wow, you've heard of me," Envy said, grinning at Mustang's description of him, clearly thrilled to be the center of attention. "I'm flattered. Nice to meet you, Colonel." His grin fell as he looked over at the rest of their companions. "Hold on, you're teaming up with him, Scar? You do know that he helped reduce Ishval to a hell on Earth." "I'm aware of that," Scar stoically replied. Envy blinked as he heard his point-blank response, looking back over at Mustang with wide eyes. "What? You're friends now?" He sighed disappointedly, pouting a little. "You guys are no fun at all. What happened to trying to crush each other's windpipes?" He put his hand to his forehead, dragging it down his face before looking back at the others. "Look at the two of you. You obviously want to kill each other, so do it." Amelia was a little surprised to see him acting like this. Envy had always given the impression of being in control and a sadistic, malicious creature that liked to cause pain and misery wherever he could. He had to know this was a horrible tactic to sow mistrust and dissension among them, especially now that they were all here together despite their past differences in the name of a greater cause. Maybe his usual handle for words was tapped out due to stress. He and May had clearly been together up until now. She might have worn him out to where he might not be able to think as clearly as he would have when fully rested. Roy sighed, picking up on the same thing she did. We aren't going to be the pawns in your sick little game anymore. Really? Envy asked, disbelieving it as he grinned. And what about your sick games? Don't kid yourself, Mustang. You know humans love to watch other people suffer while making fools of themselves. I mean, why else would you constantly be at war with each other? Amelia's brow furrowed. Envy was definitely reaching a bit here, trying to provoke them into something, using what ammunition he could. He clearly looked down on humans, that was no secret, but his reasoning seemed off. At least to her, it seemed that way. Envy was clearly trying to get under their skin through this method or that, which would have definitely worked on the anger-prone Edward or anyone that didn't have proper control of their emotional regulation, but was that the smartest move? Even if someone was agitated and prone to mistakes, you still don't want to fight someone stronger than you. The Colonel definitely had that kind of power over the homunculi. There really is nothing quite like watching fools dig their own graves, Mustang said, a smirk on his face as he said it. Envy's eyes widened, letting out an impressed whistle at his words, especially when that fool is an arrogant homunculus who's too stupid to see what he's doing. Envy's smile quickly fell, his expression turning to one of disgust again. Mustang was right, though, she could see it plainly. Envy's poor attempts at getting them to fight each other was his way of showing that he wasn't prepared to take them all at once, even if he did challenge them. He was bluffing. His strength might be limited for one reason or another. She reached for Edward's hand, the one he still kept in front of her to keep her behind him and have that much more space between her and Envy, silently telling him to put it down. It didn't seem like they were in danger here, at least nothing imminent. He glanced up at her, confused and concerned, but she gently shook her head, and he lowered his arm. I've humored you long enough, so how about you answer a question of mine? Mustang began, Envy still keeping his narrowed gaze on Mustang as he spoke. I want you to tell me who killed Ms. Hughes. The phrase got both Edward and Amelia to turn to him with wide eyes, shocked that the first question he asked had to do with something that happened so long ago. And I want the truth, homunculus. Envy was quiet for a moment, probably one of the longest times he'd been silent, before he spoke again. Maria Ross did. Isn't that why you burned her to death? Envy answered. Shut up, his cold tone surprised them all, Envy included. I know that she didn't kill him. Huh? A sudden, gleeful smile grew on Envy's face at the news. You mean to tell me that you scorched an innocent girl to a pile of ashes? Nicely done, you monster. He said it with genuine praise, clearly thrilled to hear about such a horrible act that Edward and Amelia knew was falsified for Lieutenant Ross's protection. But Envy kept taking this news at face value and ran with it. Wow, must have been fun telling her family. Did you cry when you told them? Or did you sit back and silently endure their outrage? Quit running your mouth, you idiot. Mustang spoke again in that cold tone, and Envy's glee vanished as he realized that his method was still not working. Mustang wasn't letting him get under his skin like he wanted. I'm sick of you homunculi giving me the runaround when I ask this question. He glared up at Envy. Tell me the truth, or I'll burn it out of you, you worthless scum. Envy's expression shifted to anger, clearly bristling at the comment from the Colonel. Tell me who's responsible for his murder. There was another moment of silence, one where Envy was clearly contemplating what he should say, but Amelia had thoughts of her own. All this time, had the Colonel been looking into Hughes's death? She wasn't even aware they knew each other well, but she had recalled hearing from Major Armstrong once that they had been friends since the beginning of their training and had always been rather close. Envy grinned, laughing aloud for a few seconds before he looked at the Colonel with that same malicious smile. Congratulations, Colonel Mustang. You've finally hunted down your culprit. He announced before breaking into another round of sadistic giggles, Amelia's eyes widening as she heard Envy confess to being the murderer. She couldn't remember seeing anyone leaving that day. She had always thought the murderer had run away, but looking at Envy. It wouldn't have been hard for him to make an escape. With his ability to shapeshift, he could have turned into an animal and run away easily. Still, at the same time, it didn't seem likely that General Hughes would have been easily duped by envy. He was smart enough to see through quite a lot of things, catching patterns and noticing plans before they had managed to figure them out. And as she recalled, Lust did the first attack in the archive room. Barely remembering how she spoke into the air about having envy finish everything up. Mustang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the homunculus. "You're saying that you killed Hughes? I doubt a moron like you could pull that off." "Ha, moron?" As he said it, his body slowly began to transform in front of them, watching as he slowly changed his body from his usual outfit to something a bit different. "Tell me who the real moron is here, because I don't think it's me." Amelia's eyes widened as she began to recognize the form, and a horrified chill ran down her spine as she saw the face that was usually so sweet and happy in all of the pictures that Hughes had shown her, looking back at them with that malicious, sadistic smile, clearly reveling in their shock. Envy changed into Gracia Hughes before their very eyes. I prefer to use that term for someone who falls for a cheap trick like this. Amelia could feel the blood draining from her face as she could suddenly picture it so clearly. Hughes in the phone booth, ready to make a phone call to Roy Mustang to warn him, ready to face his enemy and take them out, only to find his wife, the person he loved more than anything in the world, standing there with a gun, shooting him in the heart and leaving him a crumpled mess in the phone booth. He wouldn't have been able to fight someone bearing his wife's likeness, not right away. Envy took advantage of that and shot him in his heart, leaving him there to die just before she managed to catch up with him. She felt her hands trembling, the memories all rushing back of that night, the fear as she realized he was dying, the sensation of his blood staining her fingers as she failed to give him CPR, feeling how warm it was, feeling his heartbeat stopping under her palms, the panic as she tried to get him to tell her what to do, all of it came back at once. She felt like her breath had stopped, becoming cold in her throat and frozen as she looked at Envy. The homunculus laughed aloud at the reactions to his transformation. "Ha ha, you should see your face." Envy gleefully continued as he saw the shock and horror on not just Amelia's face, but on Edward's and Riza's and Colonel Mustang's especially. "Ah, you're not gonna believe this, but that was the same look on Hughes' face when I shot him." The utter shock, the dumb confusion, you could see every emotion he felt as his own wife shot him. He spoke about it so excitedly, thrilled to relive the moment and how amazing killing him had been, letting out a sigh of near ecstasy. Ah, it was great. He looked around the room, his eyes falling on Amelia, and he grinned even more, "Though I have to say, I like your face more, Amy." The words got Edward to look at her, seeing the horror in her expression as she looked at the transformed homunculus. "Amelia?" he called out to her worriedly, and that seemed to break the spell of reliving those memories, a shaky breath being sucked in as she felt like she could finally breathe again. "I'm fine," she said, looking over at Edward, starting to recover. She clearly wasn't, trying to push down her feelings and everything that she remembered a way to try and come back to the present. It wasn't that night again, she was here with the others, though her heart was thundering in her chest like it had been that night, afraid for her life and Colonel Hughes's after seeing the homunculus leaving the archive room, following that trail of blood to the place where he died. "That's enough," Roy growled out, his voice getting her attention to see the man was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, seething with rage. "You were stupid enough to confess, and even more stupid to boast. Everything you've said is fuel on your funeral pyre." He pulled up his glove on his hand, pulling it down to make sure it was securely fastened, his eyes losing that cool, collected look that he had kept all this time to see nothing but the pure, unadulterated fury that was boiling underneath the surface. This was a man ready to kill without remorse. "So then, I think I'll begin by burning out your tongue." Envy didn't even seem fazed by the Colonel's anger. In fact, he looked rather smug. It was clearly the exact reaction he wanted, but Amelia wasn't so sure he had thought this through. The Colonel was more than just another angry man. He was an angry man with an immense power that gave him the ability to kill hundreds in less than a minute with a snap of his fingers. "Stand down, all of you. I'm dealing with him on my own. This one is mine and mine alone." She could see in him a rage unlike anything else. Though he wasn't screaming at the top of his lungs, there was a murderous glint in his eyes that made her all the more worried. He seemed ready to do every horrible thing he could think of to the homunculus, and then whatever else he might think of on the fly. She glanced over at Edward, seeing that he had his own concerns about it. Neither of them had ever seen the colonel like this. From what she knew of Edward, he could be obnoxious and annoyingly observant, knowing their secret before they ever had a chance to reveal it to him, and used that against them in their early days in the military. Other than that, he seemed more or less a calm and collected individual who seemed to have a problem with being around too many women at one time. So to see him like this now was worrying for both of them. "Well, you heard him," Gerso said, more than happy to accept this interaction at face value, gesturing for the others to follow him towards the doors that had been opened at the start of this chaos. "Let's keep moving and find this father guy." He jumped back as a massive, green hand suddenly blocked his path, looking down the arm and seeing it belonged to the still-transformed Envy. "I don't remember giving you permission to leave," he began, a sadistic smile forming on his face. "I still owe you some pain and misery for what you did." He was cut off as the colonel snapped his fingers, his tongue exploding in his mouth as he was blown back against the corner of the door with a scream. "Keep your eyes on me, Envy. Our conversation is the only one that should concern you," the colonel said, still glaring down at him with that cold rage. Amelia wasn't sure this was good, but at the same time Colonel Mustang was likely their strongest ally. It's not like Envy would be an issue for him, and he could finish this as quickly as he liked. Still, she wasn't sure it would end with any kind of mercy. He watched as Envy slowly began to push himself up again, transforming back to himself. It's kind of interesting how quickly the tongue can be rendered to a bubbling grease. It's surprising how easy it burns, isn't it? Hearing all of this, Amelia felt a chill going down her spine, turning to Edward worriedly, and he met her eyes. He looked over to Lieutenant Hawkeye. "Lieutenant, you really think the two of you can?" "Edward," she interrupted, "just go. We can handle this one." Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the healing homunculus. Amelia could see that same uncertainty in her that they all felt. "Are you sure? I mean, we could stay and—" "The lieutenant said go, Seymour," Mustang said, never taking his eyes off of Envy as he addressed her. "You've got more important matters to deal with." Darius came over, one hand on Edward's head and the other on Amelia's, palming their skulls like basketballs. "He's right. Now let's go," he said, pulling the two of them along into the now open and cleared corridor. "Hold on," Edward grunted, fighting against him at first, but Darius was stronger than both of them. All of the Chimera, Scar, May, and the two teenagers made their way into the tunnel ahead of them, leaving Envy there to deal with Colonel Mustang and Lieutenant Hawkeye. "The colonel's gonna be fine," Darius assured them as they all walked together, releasing them and letting them walk on their own. "You saw that back there. This won't even be a challenge for him." "That's not exactly what I'm worried about," Edward replied. "Huh, then what's the problem?" Darius looked over at Amelia. Edward's eyes were focused on Scar's back as she looked up at the gorilla chimera. "Well, I'll admit I haven't exactly known the colonel for a long time," Amelia said, "but I've spent a lot of time looking at different faces, seeing the subtleties to see what they were hiding underneath. But he wasn't hiding anything. I've never seen someone so angry." Darius let out a thoughtful hum. The group began to travel through the pipeline tunnels, seeing how it led to a few different places like brick-walled hallways down another path. But as they all slowed in confusion, unfamiliar with where to go, May stepped up to take the lead. And before they knew it, they were all following the youngest among them as they walked along the floors, the concrete covered by the strange pipes that seemed to run through this building like veins underneath skin. Amelia jumped as she heard a sudden, deep roar. They had moved far enough down the halls that they couldn't see Mustang and Envy anymore, but it sounded like Envy was making his move. "Guess Envy took his true form," Edward muttered. "True form?" Amelia turned to him. "You remember back when Gluttony swallowed us, when he was all giant and green?" "That's his true form?" Amelia asked, horrified. She looked back behind them, hearing another roar echo through the halls, though this one wasn't as intimidating as the first one. She could hear the anguish of sudden, intense pain, seeing the light from the explosion briefly flashing along the walls. "I guess it's not much good." They all continued down the hallway, May leading them as she took them down the path. "This way, it's gotta be this way," she said, confident in herself. "This place is creepy," Zampano said, as he climbed over a hill of the pipes that seemed to fall over what were once stairs, now too many of them in place to even see them there anymore. "These tubes are like veins," Darius concurred. And the further we get, the more it feels like I've got a bad case of heartburn. May turned back to look at them as they mentioned these sensations. I'm not surprised. I've got it too. She looked down the hall into the darkness ahead of them. There's a strong mass of rancid kai ahead. Rancid kai, Darius repeated as he came up behind May, not really having a clue what that meant. You know how you can feel a crowd's fear before a disaster? It's like that, but it's far worse. May explained. I don't really understand, but it sure is scarin' the hell out of me, Zampano said, a shiver going up his spine. As they walked, they could hear heavy sounds echoing from what was likely either the Colonel's explosions or Envy's attacks. This is the last place I'd want to run into that father guy, Gerso said as he climbed up the elevated tubes, moving on with the others. Edward glanced over at Amelia, who wasn't sure if she should even say anything as she saw his face. She could see the worry there, and it wasn't for what was ahead of them, but rather the bits and pieces they could hear behind them. That kind of ferocity was so out of character for the flame alchemist, even from what Amelia had seen. She had never recognized that expression he had, that contained, violent desire for rage that clearly spoke of torturing someone as much as possible before they died. Edward looked back at her, and she knew he wasn't comfortable leaving him behind to handle Envy when he was like that. From what he had told her about the Colonel, for all of his smugness, for all his conniving, for all of his obnoxious flirting, he was a good man at his core. He had helped him and Alphonse when they had no other options, giving them the spark of hope for continuing that turned into the powerful, determined flame that burned in Edward now. Seeing him like this, and knowing what he was going to do with that anger, whoever came out of the other side of that battle wasn't going to be the same man. Edward understood this in that moment their eyes met, nodding and turning to Scar as he paused on his way up the elevated tubes, looking back at Edward as he felt his eyes on him, silently questioning why they had stopped. Scar, we need to talk to you. He knew right away what they wanted to speak about. It's about the flame alchemist, isn't it? Edward and Amelia nodded in confirmation. He glanced away from them, his expression unreadable. It wasn't that long ago that I was a monster. I understand the burning desire for revenge all too well, the way he's headed. He will destroy himself in the flames of hatred, and it's doubtful that he will ever recover. It wasn't exactly positive news, and they jumped as they heard another explosion, this one sounding closer than the last ones, meaning Envy was likely trying to run away and not succeeding. As they turned to look down the tunnel, they could easily see the light from the Colonel's flames shining through in the dark before fading away. Edward's teeth grit together as he looked at the fading light. That man plans to be Fura. With that kind of anger? He muttered to himself before he turned to Amelia. You know people better than I do. What can we do? Amelia was a little shocked he would ask her first. Well, she blinked, trying to come up with an answer, flustered as she was suddenly put on the spot. He has to calm down first off, and then, I guess we just have to convince him out of it. She wasn't completely sure. I've never had to de-escalate someone before, and even then, she glanced over at Scar, remembering their encounter. I think the only time I ever tried was with you, back when you were attacking Edward. He nodded, remembering that moment. I think you were just more surprised than anything. And she hadn't succeeded in stopping him, just stalling him long enough before the people coming after him were able to make it. It only took her a moment before she looked over at Edward and then back at Scar. If we're going to stop the Colonel from doing something, you'll need to come with us. Edward's face flashed with distaste. You'd be able to better reach him than I could, and maybe more than Edward. How can you be so sure? Edward asked. Who else would know about what the Colonel's going through better than him? Amelia said, and Edward couldn't really offer any retort to that. She was right. Scar understood that anger and hatred better than anyone, even if now it had been redirected to trying to change Amstras's idea of Ishvalans rather than punishing Amstrians for their crimes. They both looked up at the man, silently asking if he would come back with them, and Scar simply responded with a single nod of the head. Hey, Amelia called out to May and the others. We're going back for the Colonel. You guys go on ahead. Are you sure? Darius called back, looking at the two teens. We'll be fine. We'll catch up with you guys later. Just keep following May. Edward reassured them, and the three of them separated from the group and went back into the halls where they had come from. As they stepped down through the tunnel, Amelia realized just how quiet it was. Before, they could hear the blasts of fire and see the faint glow of it as it went through the tunnel, but now. You don't think he might have already? She looked over at Edward, uneasy. It was very possible that, in the quiet of everything, Envy might have already been destroyed by the vengeful colonel. Edward's face paled, and they all picked up the pace as they made their way back to the mouth of the tube-covered walls from where they had come and back into the brick-walled hallways that the entry doors had led to underground. Were they already too late? Had Colonel Mustang finished off the homunculus? The Philosopher's Stone was made of sturdy stuff, but there was a limit. The idea that it might have already been reached before they had a chance to stop the worst of it from happening sent Amelia's heart down into her stomach. As they rounded a corner, looking for some signs of Colonel Mustang, they could hear the sound of a blast and see light from an explosion. And then another, and another, and another. While it was a relief to know they weren't too late, Amelia could hear the agonized cries of Envy as he was being burned to death over and over again. She couldn't help but feel a bit bad for him. As sadistic and malicious as he had been, he didn't deserve to be completely annihilated like this. She had never had any way to confirm it, but she had always heard stories about how burning to death was one of the most painful ways for a person to die. And now here he was experiencing it a dozen times over to meet the rage of a man who likely didn't care about what he was doing. They turned a corner, and she was able to catch the last of the explosions, wincing at the bright light that filled up the hall before it disappeared. She looked up, blinking away the light that lingered in her eyes, able to make out the figures in front of them. The colonel was standing across from the disintegrating corpse of Envy that started to fall away into dust as embers of burning flesh floated up into the air, with Lieutenant Hawkeye on her knees, disheveled and bleeding from her shoulder, watching everything happen with a pained expression. She could see something small crawling out of Envy's forehead, and from a distance, it looked like a green worm of some kind. It fell to the ground with a loud grunt as the corpse disintegrated away into the air, leaving behind nothing but soot and a black mark on the tile as the worm started to slowly crawl away. "Damn it, this again?" A tiny voice came from the worm, and Amelia realized it was Envy's true form. He had been brought back to his base stage again. He didn't have any souls left to power another change from the Philosopher's Stone in his body. He was on his last legs in this pathetic, helpless form. But even like this, Colonel Mustang held no pity as he marched over to the worm, pinning it down under his boot, nearly crushing him but not quite. "So this is your true form, then? You're ugly." He spoke in a chilling tone. There was no warmth or fire in his voice. His expression was still twisted into that infuriated, hateful glare as he scowled down at the homunculus that was helplessly squirming under his boot. "Envy means jealousy. That's what your name means, right? I get it." He pressed his boot down even harder, while Amelia had at first thought that he wasn't crushing Envy under his shoe out of a need to hold back. It was clear that he was doing it to draw out as much pain as possible. "Please don't," Envy tearfully begged in that tiny voice. She watched as the colonel's hands flexed inside of his ignition gloves. "No, don't." And jealousy is an ugly thing. He ignored his pleas as he looked down at the squirming creature that was trying everything it could to escape him. "No, I don't want to die." Envy sobbed out, begging for his life from a man that clearly had no intention of letting him keep it. "No, no." "I'm not giving you a choice," Colonel Mustang growled out, raising his hand and readying his fingers to snap another flame into existence to end Envy's life. Even though his expression spoke of nothing but a controlled fury, a blatant hatred that wouldn't be sated without a violent death, the sight of it was making Amelia's stomach turn. She had never witnessed any kind of torture before, but it's very clear that's what this was. It wasn't done out of some sadistic pleasure like Envy might have done to someone else, or even for any kind of goal. It was just torture because the colonel genuinely believed he deserved it, though everything about what he was doing seemed to be hungry for more, to pile on the punishment and retribution Envy deserved in greater amounts than what the homunculus could stand. The homunculus screamed. There was nothing else he could do as Colonel Mustang brought his fingers together, the intention of his transmutation sparking along the cloth. "Now burn in hell." Before he had a chance to snap, there was the sound of a gun cocking, and he paused. He glanced over to Lieutenant Hawkeye, who had her weapon pointed directly at his face. "And what do you think you're doing?" he asked coldly. "That's enough, Colonel," Hawkeye declared, Envy's cries quieting as he realized he wasn't about to die in that moment. "I'll deal with him from here." He's as good as finished. Lower your weapon. Mustang ordered, glaring down at the homunculus he had crushed under his boot. I can't obey that. Put your hand down. Hawkeye firmly ordered in turn. Mustang's expression twisted again, gritting his teeth as he raised his hand. Damn it, I won't ask again, he snarled out. His gaze was focused entirely on Envy and where he was trapped underneath him, and Edward took this as a moment he could use. It was a quick transmutation that flowed through the floor underneath that spot, the ground flicking up to push the colonel's boot off and tossing Envy into the air. The small homunculus screamed as he flew into the air, Edward standing in time to catch him with his automail hand, snatching the green homunculus before he could hit anyone or run away. It was then that the colonel seemed to notice them, despite them having been there long enough to see everything that had just occurred. Ah, Full Metal. He extended his hand calmly to Edward, who stood about 5 feet away. I'll be taking that. Even though he was calm, even though the lieutenant had her gun pointed at his head, that hatred was still there as his eyes focused on Envy trapped inside of his fist. That is an order. Give it to me right now. The sight of the fullness of that anger was enough to send a chill down Edward's spine, but it wasn't enough to shake his resolve. His fist still wrapped around Envy as he squirmed up to watch everything that happened. No, I won't. Edward refused in a soft voice. Mustang's glare sharpened as he looked up at Edward's face, Amelia seeing the sparks of his intention flittering along the ignition gloves the colonel wore. That thing, the colonel spat out the term with molten anger, growling out his words, deserves the worst death possible. No, Edward responded again. Envy glanced up at him in shock and then over to Amelia, who looked down at him as he stayed trapped in Edward's metal hand. Was he always this small? This entire time? Give him to me, or I'll burn up your hand along with him, Mustang snarled out. Try it then, Edward snarled back. If it's a fight you want, fine, but first maybe you should take a good look at your face. He pointed directly to the colonel, who looked like he couldn't care less. Is that the face you plan to wear when you're leading this country? Well, is it? Mustang didn't respond, his focus honed in on Edward's hand and the fact that it was the only thing blocking him from doing what he wanted. Is that what you want to be, Colonel? Another monster. Amelia watched as his expression faltered for just a second. It was a little more than an eyebrow twitch, but clearly Edward's words had started something in his mind that was making him hesitate. She put her hand on Edward's back as a sign of support. He was doing something right that was helping the colonel snap out of it, if only for a second. Are you becoming a beast? Scar asked him, Amelia seeing Mustang's eyes going to him for the first time, as if just now noticing him, giving in to its passion. You can if you want to. Mustang scowled at him, and Amelia whirled up to look at Scar with wide eyes. I won't stop you from giving in to revenge. What? She exclaimed. That wasn't why they brought him here at all. They were trying to prevent the colonel's actions, not encourage them. What right do I have to stop someone from taking vengeance? Scar replied, and Amelia's lips pressed together. He knew why they wanted him to come, but to have him encourage the colonel to go forward with his revenge wasn't helping their cause, but she held her tongue. His focus wasn't on her, it was on Mustang. He was speaking to him, if indirectly. But still, I shudder to think what kind of world a man held captive by his own hate would create once he becomes its ruler. Mustang's eyes widened, and Amelia could see those words were striking a chord with him. It wasn't exactly the stopping point they were hoping for, but it was something. Colonel, I can't let you kill him. Hawkeye spoke again. That being said, I have no intention of letting him live. I'll dispose of him. Mustang grit his teeth again, his hand clenching into a fist, still glaring down at Envy's form, though his gaze kept moving between the homunculus and the 3 people there keeping him at bay. But I did it. I finally ran him down. His anger was still there, still holding on, but it was a much weaker hold than before as he tried to justify his actions with his determination in finding Hughes' killer. I know that, Hawkeye said, knowing better than anyone just how much he wanted this moment for all of these months after the death of his best friend, but still. Her hand shook a little as she still held her gun to his back, but still. You're about to do something reckless. This will not help, not your country or your friends. Mustang's expression shifted again, though Amelia couldn't quite read it. She could see his focus was shifting as Lieutenant Hawkeye continued to speak. Her expression hidden, but Amelia could see the pain on her face as she held the gun to her superior. starting to see there was more to their relationship than that of war buddies. "This is pure hatred, and I will not let it take you." Her expression softened, her eyes focused on something else farther away, as if a memory had surfaced in her mind. "You're better." "I know you're better than that." Roy's fist trembled, Amelia watching as he stared down at Envy, the anger in his face twisting his expression into a grimace as if he was trying to hold himself back from something. Though whether that something was killing Envy or hurting the people in his way, Amelia couldn't tell at first. He slowly let out a breath, his hand stilling for a moment, and she could see some of that fury leaving his face as he spoke to her. "If you're going to shoot me, shoot me." Hawkeye's eyes widened in a sort of fearfulness she had never seen on the woman. "But then after you've done that, Lieutenant, what will you do?" Hawkeye took a slow breath in and out as she steadied herself before she answered. "I can tell you I have no intention of carrying on by myself," she answered. "This fight will be my last." She looked up at the colonel's back, her expression stealing with a harsh determination. "Once all of this is over, I'm going to end my life and remove my secrets of flame alchemy from the world." Mustang's expression turned into a pained grimace as she announced her plans to commit suicide following the end of this battle and Colonel Mustang's death. Amelia's eyes widened to see this going on. Just what kind of relationship did these two have? She had so many questions, especially now that she had mentioned a connection to flame alchemy like Mustang had. Hearing her intentions, Roy's hand shook, his fist clenched before he bellowed out in anguish, snapping his fingers again and sending an explosion down the hall beside them. It hurt no one, but it was clearly an expression of the pain he experienced in hearing her say all of this. The fire burned in the air for a few seconds before it finally died out, and Amelia could see all of that anger leaving the colonel's face as his expression relaxed. It was gone, all of his anger, his hatred, gone in just a few moments of hearing her speak, his shoulders sinking down with the weight of his actions at last. "That can't happen," he said softly. I can't afford to lose you." The anger had been replaced with a deep look of pain. What kind of madness is this? Scolded by a child, lectured by a man who has been my enemy. He slowly turned to face Lieutenant Hawkeye. "And you?" Her eyes widened as she could finally see what they did, that the hatred had been released and how much of that was just from a place of hurt now shown on his face. "I've done it again. I've hurt you. How foolish can one man be?" He grimaced, disgusted with himself before he turned to face her completely, a hand slowly reaching up to her gun and slowly pulling it down as he watched her hand. "Please forgive me." It was all he said before he moved down to sit on the floor, defeated as his anger was gone, and there was nothing but the pain left behind. Hawkeye saw all of it, her expression pained in her own way, but there was a great sense of relief that allowed her to let out a shaking breath, falling to her knees with him on the ground. Amelia was starting to see that Hawkeye's loyalty to Mustang was much more than just loyalty because he was a good man. There was so much more bubbling to the surface here, and a part of her was desperate to know more about the depths of their intimacy, but this was not the time or the place to ask. Still, in this moment, the two were alone despite the three of them looking on, and though there was obviously a long history of shared pain and scars between the couple, it was clear it had bonded them together tighter than anything else. It was incredibly romantic, in its own way, and she found herself moved by the sight of them as they sat together in a heavy silence. "Are you a moron?" A sardonic, tiny voice cut through the silence in disgust. "Some nice, flowery words and feigned empathy? You make me sick to my stomach." Amelia looked over at Envy with wide eyes as he spoke. "Are you humans always such pathetic worms?" Amelia glanced up at Edward, as if she couldn't believe he was actually complaining about the colonel not killing him, and Edward looked back at her with a shared look of incredulity. "Why can't you just listen to your gut and do what you want to?" Envy pointed a tiny finger towards his would-be killer. "Colonel Mustang, have you forgot? Your pal Scar here was going to kill you." He turned in Edward's fist to look up at Amelia, "And don't forget, he would have killed you too in that street if those alchemists hadn't come to save you." He turned his gaze to Edward, "And what's more, wasn't he the one that killed the parents of the Pipsqueak's girly friend?" No one answered him, and in the silence he continued, "Oh yeah. And what about that little girl who became a chimera? Scar was the one responsible for her death too." He turned to look at Scar. "And as for you, have you completely forgotten your hatred for what they did to your Ishvalan countrymen? And then this woman," he pointed to Hawkeye accusingly, "she has the arrogance to claim the sight of a hawk. She shot your buddies left and right." He turned back to Edward and Amelia, his gaze moving around the room at all of the people there as he raised a call to arms that no one heard or understood. You'll never get another chance. This is the perfect time. The ultimate opportunity. Hate and weep, kill and be killed, fight each other, grovel in the dirt. Amelia couldn't understand it, but as Envy kept speaking, she was starting to see the desperation forming as he kept egging them to fight each other in his pathetic way, the pieces all starting to come together. He had been doing this since they first saw him, trying to taunt them, holding his place over them, and now that he was doing it in this moment, she was starting to make sense of it all. How could you five hope to team up? You're way beyond the point of kissing and making up. Right, pipsqueak. Edward didn't respond, looking down at Envy with pity. Right, Amy? She was also silent, seeing everything so clearly in the quiet of the brick hall. Right, Hawkeye? The woman was also quiet, listening to Envy's pathetic words. Mustang? The colonel couldn't even look at Envy anymore as he spoke. Scar. The Ishvalan was as stoic as he ever was, looking down at Envy with a stony expression. Envy looked around at them all, his buggy eyes wide in shock as he received none of the responses he was wanting. She could see the panic growing there as he was realizing just how powerless he was here. There's no way. No, you can't. Never, never. He began to speak tearfully as he realized he wasn't manipulating them the way he wanted, but they wouldn't fall just yet. It's impossible. How could you? How could you do it? How? His last words echoed in a howl of pain as he was shaken by the sight of everything that had just happened. I get it now, Amelia said, the homunculus glancing over at her as she spoke. You're jealous of humans, and from what I would guess, you always have been. Envy was stunned into silence as she spoke. It was the first time she had ever seen any emotion from Envy other than a sadistic urge to cause pain and suffering, and now she was seeing the pain behind those actions and where that desire came from. According to you, humans are supposed to be nothing when compared to homunculi. While it's true that we're different in a lot of ways, the biggest difference is just what we have and what you don't. She put her hand on Edward's shoulder, the blonde alchemist looking over at her as she continued to speak. No matter how many challenges we face, no matter how many times we humans are beaten down, or how many times we stray, and we fall, we're able to face it over and over again. Our loved ones are always there to pick us back up and support us, and it carries us the rest of the way. She looked down at the homunculus. And you're jealous, you envy us because of that. It made sense. Jealousy made one always act in anger and disgust, that desire to hurt someone because you're hurting. She had never managed to put the pieces together before now because she had never seen Envy in a place where he was brought to his weakest point like this. Before she had just labeled him your average malicious sociopath, someone who enjoyed the entertainment of controlling others without a care for how they ended up. But this was something very different. Sociopaths, as capable of harm as they were, still had feelings of their own and could still be hurt, which could cause them to lash out like Envy had his entire life. The homunculus was quiet for a long moment, stunned by how well she had managed to pin down his feelings and his motives in just that singular instance. As he started to come back to himself, he glared at her, growling as he pulled himself out of Edward's metallic grasp. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Edward snapped, watching as Envy forced himself out of his hand, tiny arms and tiny legs pulling themselves out of his tightening grip. Hold on a second. Idiot, where are you going? He reached with his flesh hand to try and stop him as it was clear Envy had no desire to stay trapped with him, only for the homunculus to bite down on his finger. Ow! In that sudden shock of pain, his grip loosened just enough that Envy could fly forward, falling to the ground and landing on his side. There was a look in him that Amelia had never seen before, something despondent and hopeless, yet still somehow. There was a need to keep going, a determination she hadn't really seen in him before. As soon as he was free, of course, Lieutenant Hawkeye brought out her gun, ready to fire. Wait, Scar's voice made her pause. Amelia looked up at the stoic man. He won't last long. He spoke from experience. Whatever Envy was experiencing was something he had seen in others before, and knew they were still safe, so he wasn't acting. She wasn't sure what was to come, but she looked down at the small body of the homunculus as he righted himself on the floor, coming to stand on all six of his tiny legs as he glared at their shoes. Humiliating, ending up so pathetic like this. He muttered, taking slow steps, making Amelia wonder if the fall had hurt him somehow, seeing him stopping after a moment, trampled on by humans, those loathsome beings, weak, useless people. Even as he spoke on the weaknesses of humans, he struggled to lift his head to look up at Amelia, who looked back down at him. "What's worse, out of all the scum out there, you just had to be the one, didn't you, Amy?" He spat out the name with all the venom he could muster, but it was pathetic in comparison to how he used to say it, just sounding like the bitter words of a dying man. She didn't say anything in response, unsure of what could be said at all to this creature as he looked up at her, and she watched as he shrunk back slightly, tears pouring out of his big, bug eyes, starting to softly sob at first, and then let out a loud, anguished wail. She and Edward both looked down at the creature with wide eyes, never having heard anything like this before from anyone, a vocalization of such massive pain. Scar looked on with a calm, stony expression. Roy watched him with a sneer, as if hearing him cry out was so disgusting and annoying, his hatred still very much present for the homunculus, even to see him brought so far down. Lieutenant Hawkeye looked at the creature with her own sympathy as she heard him, though no one made any move to comfort him or help him, knowing he would only reject it. Damn it, he cursed again and again as he fell to his side, tears streaming down his face. "I've been humiliated. Humiliated." He wailed as he lay there, still looking up at the girl that had spoken his deepest thoughts. "Me? Envy? Jealous of you? Of you humans?" He pushed himself to stand again, his tears still flowing as he looked up at Amelia, who only looked back down at him in pity and sympathy. She wasn't sure what she could do for him, there wasn't much she could do for him, but any care that she had for him couldn't be enough to help him, not after he had tried to kill her more than anyone else or her friends. Still, she never expected such a strong reaction from him like this. "I'm a homunculus. How can this worthless girl see through me?" No one answered his question, his tiny voice echoing in the hall as his tears kept flowing. "It's the ultimate humiliation." He pushed himself to sit back, his tail as long as he was flowing out in front of him as his bottom legs kept himself stable, everything else dangling in front of his tiny body. Quietly, his sobs turned into laughter, his gaze focusing on Edward. "I guess we'll see how long this adorable little alliance of yours can hold up," he said, finding the strength to mock them again as he looked up at Amelia and Edward, his 4 hands beginning to reach into his mouth. "Ah, well. Best of luck with that, pipsqueak." Amelia watched in confusion, Edward watching with wide eyes as he reached inside of the mouth that ran as long as his body, struggling to pull something out of him, even gagging around it as he pulled it out. To Amelia's shock, she could see veins attached to the philosopher's stone as he pulled it out of his small body. It was a quarter of his size, but still very much there. She heard him crying as some of them snapped off, his small arms shaking around it. At first, she wasn't sure what he was doing until the stone burst, turning into a liquid that quickly turned from a vibrant, blood red into a pale gray, and she realized what was happening. Envy was ending his life, right in front of them, because she had read him like she did everyone else and spoke those things out loud. A sudden chill went through her as she realized the weight of what she had done by saying those things. They all watched as his body disintegrated into dust, his body falling with one eye glaring up at them still. Goodbye. His final sigh, his last breath leaving him as his body fell away and disintegrated into the air. Left behind in the wake of his suicide was a heavy silence, Amelia feeling a deep weight on her shoulders as she hadn't realized the power her words had carried for the homunculus. "He took the easy way out and killed himself," Roy scoffed, "cowardly bastard." There was still a quiet following those words, Amelia moving her arms around her body as she suddenly felt a deep chill and a heavy weight in her stomach. How many times had she used those skills to insult someone to their face, reading their deepest insecurities and fears and speaking them into the air as if it were the truth? How many people had she said that she never saw again? How many of them did what Envy did? How many people had she done this to without realizing because she never saw it? Edward glanced over at her, his hand going to her shoulder. "Hey," she jumped at the touch initially, Edward's concern only growing. "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," she said, looking back down at the little gray mark on the floor where Envy's body had disappeared. I will be." She took a deep breath in and out. She had to focus. They weren't here to think about this, they were here to stop the circle from being activated. She could think about this later when the world wasn't ending. She forced a smile on her face to reassure him that she was okay. "We can deal with it later, we should keep moving." Right," Edward said, looking over at Roy, about to ask if he was okay too when the man stood up from his place on the floor, dusting himself off, Lieutenant Hawkeye doing the same as she holstered her gun. "All right, let's keep moving," Roy said, turning around, seeming to be back to his usual self as he looked over at Edward. Amelia and Scar, Full Metal, lead the way. "Yeah, okay," Edward said, turning around, and the group headed back the way they came. Amelia took a small breath in and out as she still felt that sensation of a weight in her stomach, but she tried to ignore it as she focused on the path ahead of them, walking with Edward through the tunnels, following him as she tried to remember the way from which they came. She watched as they walked into different tunnels, but none of them seemed to resemble the two Britain walls that they had originally turned back from. "Ed, I think we were supposed to turn left at some point," she said to him, gently trying to correct him as they walked together. "Huh?" He looked at her and then at the other tunnels. It was like an endless hall of openings, one after another. They all looked the same. It was hard to tell where they came from. "That's strange." He was getting a little flustered, and Amelia could see on his face that, even though he was calm, he was definitely a bit lost. "I thought it was this way." He glanced down at the other tunnels in the hall, or maybe that way. "Are you lost, Full Metal?" Roy asked, picking up the pace to walk alongside the younger alchemist, who visibly jolted at the fact that he was being called out for being lost. "Hey, give it a rest," he snapped. "If I hadn't had to come back to keep a certain moron out of trouble, I wouldn't have gotten turned around." "I don't recall anyone asking you to come back," Roy said coolly, looking ahead as he walked with Edward, seeing the path ahead of them and moving with it. "You have got to be kidding." Edward could hardly believe he was reacting this way after everything that had just happened. "You'd probably be halfway to Psycho Town if me, Amelia, and Scar hadn't stopped you when we did." "Don't patronize me, please." Roy rolled his eyes at Edward's claim, Amelia stepping back a little to let the two of them lead the way as they continued bickering. "The lieutenant had already talked me down by the time you even showed up." "What?" Amelia smiled a little, seeing Edward being his usual, angry, energetic self. It was a bit refreshing after so much serious business from last night until now. It made that weight she had been carrying these last few minutes feel a bit lighter as they all walked together. "You two should keep quiet before the enemy hears us," Scar said. Edward still looked like he had more to say, but stopped. He crossed his arms, grumbling to himself as he continued on, picking up the pace so he could still lead the group ahead of Roy, suddenly much more confident in his steps than he had been a moment ago. Amelia still stayed behind a little, smiling a bit as she watched him walk just that much more briskly in the hopes of leading them, and putting aside what had happened for the moment to deal with later. Even if he didn't realize it, he had gotten a bit better at managing his anger and learning to put some outbursts aside in the name of something more important. "Listen, even if he won't, I'd like to say thank you." Amelia caught Lieutenant Hawkeye's voice, quietly speaking to Scar as they kept walking. "I couldn't have snapped him out of it by myself." Scar didn't reply as the two of them kept walking, bringing up the rear of their party. "I don't know if that means anything to you. I'm sure the last thing any Ishvalan wants to hear is that they've done a kindness for someone like me." She could hear the weight in her words, reminded of the history lesson she had given her and Edward so long ago, of her exploits in Ishval, her work as a sniper gunning down one enemy after another with ease. She had to imagine Scar had his own mixed feelings hearing her bring it up, considering they used to be enemies themselves only a few months ago. "But you did. It was you who brought him back to himself." Her steps paused, and Scar's did a moment later. Amelia's did when she heard the two of them stop walking, glancing back to see Scar looking to the lieutenant, the woman looking him in the eyes as she said, sincerely, "So, thank you." Scar's eyes widened a bit, clearly the words moving something in him that he hadn't been expecting, turning forward as he said, "Your gratitude is unnecessary." He brushed it off as if it was nothing, and when he saw Amelia looking at them, he marched onward. "Keep moving." He put his hand on her shoulder to push her forward. "Okay, you don't have to shove me," Amelia said, walking again as she continued down the tunnel. She took in another breath, letting it out as she looked at the brick pathway ahead of them. There was still so much to be done to help Amestrians, and even though envy mocked their alliance in his final moments, it seemed that there was a surprising strength to be found there in uniting against a common enemy. It made her a bit hopeful that they could bring in even more allies, continuing down the hall with Edward and the others to the inevitable hiding place of Father, the leader of the homunculi, and hopefully ending the tragedy before it could begin. Alex watched as the stone spike he had made to push the homunculus back was finally crushed under his massive hands, the other central soldiers watching in awe as he stumbled back, jaw slack and disgustingly loose, as they watched his wounds alchemically mend before their eyes, pushing back the rest of the stone that had made its way through his skull. "Whoa, his wounds are healing," one exclaimed, watching as Sloth pushed his jaw back into place, red sparks flying around his skin as it took advantage of the painful shift to finish correcting his head. They shot at him once, and he barely moved as a result, remaining still as he waited for his body to finish healing. Above them, soldiers were making their way through the opening of the floor above, rappelling down with their weapons armed and ready. "Monster," one of the soldiers gasped as he saw the homunculus, no one entirely sure what to make of this new beast as they came down. "What is that thing?" another asked as he looked down at it, hesitant to continue his trip to the floor as long as he was there, as well as the dummies slowly making their way through the doors. "Come on, get over here," Lieutenant Eric said to the repelling soldiers. "Give us a hand." "Give you a hand? No, we can't do that. We're under orders to kill General Armstrong." The other soldier, Lieutenant Casper, replied. As he looked around the room, he would see the general in question standing calmly to the side, the man jumping and going for his gun, pointing it at her. "General?" He glanced to her side and saw Major Armstrong standing next to her, the two clearly fighting together. "Major." "You're here just in time," General Armstrong said as she looked to Lieutenant Casper as the other soldiers from his platoon came down. "From this point on, I'll be running the show." The other soldiers were very confused, even as she turned her back to point them in the direction of the white dummies making their way in. "Help us out, or we all die." "What the hell are those?" Casper gasped as he looked at the creatures. As soon as they saw there was fresh meat to be found, the dummies began to run in, mouths open, moaning wordlessly with their insatiable hunger towards the others. Major Armstrong, reaching for one of the broken chains from Sloth's wrist, picked up one end with his uninjured arm, pulling it back and readying it as the dummies charged in closer. "Everybody, get down now," he ordered as he swung his arm forward, the chains swinging out with it, taking out 5 of the dummies and pushing them away, though not all got hit. One managed to get past, heading straight for a soldier that pulled out his gun to shoot, making 2 clean shots onto the dummy's body. But it didn't stop the creature from tackling him and trying to eat him. As the man struggled with him, General Armstrong pulled out her sword, watching as the creature's jaw went flying off of its face in a splash of its green blood. "Bullets have no effect on them," she told the man as the dummy fell over to the side. "Go for their upper jaws. If we can get rid of those, at least we won't be eaten." They could hear the groaning, seeing soldiers standing fast with their guns as they looked out over the growing army of white dummies slowly walking towards them. "Attack in pairs and take out at least one." She pointed her sword to the dummies. "Get ready to fight, Central soldiers. Show me your courage, men." Her rallying cry did the trick, soldiers arming themselves, following her orders to work together to save as many of their own as they could, all while Sloth was making his recovery from that last attack. The large homunculus scratched at his head, his mind having been lost in the clouds as he healed and had lost track of time. "Let's see. Where was I?" He looked back at the soldiers fighting the dummies, seeing the blonde head of hair he had been aiming at for the last few minutes, watching her slice open as many dummies as she could that charged at her. "Ah, I remember. I kill the woman general." As he stepped forward to start on that mission, he felt something holding him back, refusing to let him move. He looked down, seeing the chain and cuff that had fallen off of him was wrapped around his ankle, holding him in place. He turned to see who had done it, finding Major Armstrong holding tight to the other end, his muscles straining to hold him back with a single arm and a determined glare in his eyes. "Oh no, you don't," he grunted out, keeping his position low to the ground, his injured arm hanging by his side, knowing he was at a disadvantage, but he couldn't let the homunculus go after his sister at such a crucial time. "Let go," the homunculus ordered, raising the other chained cuff he had into the air, bringing the heavy chain down on Armstrong's body, hitting him with it. He lifted it again, and it hit right at his injured shoulder. the Major grimacing as the sudden intense rush of pain moved through his body and his hands shook, but he still kept a firm grip as he kept his position. He gritted his teeth, everything in his body screaming at him to stop, but this was not the time to give in to that pain. "This would be so much easier if I could use both arms," he muttered, looking up as he saw a massive fist flying towards him, feeling it come down hard on his head, another punch coming to hit him from below, a sharp uppercut. Then another, and another, and another. For a homunculus named Sloth, he certainly didn't live up to the name, hitting the Major too hard and too fast for him to have a moment to react. "Major," a soldier noticed the fighting, and just the position the Major had been put in. "General," another soldier called out to Olivier to get her attention to the situation. "He's gonna kill him," the leader of the repelling soldiers cried out as he saw the fight. "Someone should help," another man called out. "Leave him," Olivier ordered, much to their shock. "That's my brother. He's trained better than to be killed like this." She made sure to say her words loud enough that Alex could hear, the man still enduring the onslaught of hits from Sloth, not going down but certainly not standing as tall as he would like. Thankfully, no hit was harder than the last, and as blood rushed down from his scalp, he was able to piece together something of a quick-minute plan. He watched carefully as Sloth made another move to hit him again. "This is it," Sloth said, raising his hand once more for the final blow. "This is the end." He watched as the homunculus's hand came rushing down, putting his plan into motion and moving his body so that his injured shoulder took the brunt of the blow, pushing his body back from the sheer force of it, but pushing something else too. He felt his shoulder popping back into place, just as he had hoped, and a renewed surge of energy took over his body. With a victorious roar, he brought his fist up to hit under Sloth's chin, returning the favor of the uppercut he had been given, watching the homunculus fall back from that single blow as he maintained his perfect form. "My shoulder is back," he said, feeling like a new man now that the fight was reaching its zenith. It was the second wave he needed, and he was ready and raring to go. Olivier saw it, smiling proudly as she knew she was right. Nice. She was glad to see him back in action, just the man she needed in a fight like now. As Sloth started to push himself up, Major Armstrong rushed in, punching his face, his jaw, his chest, and his stomach over and over again, refusing to give him a chance to react as he landed perfectly formed blow after blow with his boxing technique. His spiked gloves giving him a much-needed extra hit to give what he needed to put Sloth into a more painful place. He went at it with all of his strength, knowing very well that any hit he did at this level would undoubtedly hurt and maybe even kill an ordinary man from the damage done inside. Though there was no outward sign of it, he could feel his muscles tensing, hurting from every strike he lay on the homunculus's massive body. He watched in satisfaction as he could see the red sparks that spoke of regeneration as he kept laying in blow after blow, uppercut, stomach, chest, hitting all of these areas over and over again as he kept the homunculus on his toes, unable to predict his next strike as he continued on, relentless. As Sloth took a step back, grunting and holding his healing stomach, Armstrong knew what he had to do to really give him that final blow. He brought up his gloved hands, sparks flying in preparation of the transmutation he was conducting, before he slammed his fists into the ground, watching spikes of concrete rapidly shoot up from the floor all the way to the homunculus, going straight through his body and skull as he pinned him there, hearing him gagging and struggling as he stood up. "My incredible strength and the art of my alchemy work beautifully together," he declared, striking a pose as he looked to the homunculus. "You'll find the two to be an unconquerable combination." He was far from finished and ready to end this properly. He refused to allow this monster and his companions to do what they pleased with his beloved nation. It would be a stain on the Armstrong name to do so. Kremen listened as he received another update in operations, hearing the explosions and feeling the vibrations as the main gate was attacked. "Sir, the party sent to the Armstrong estate report that it's completely empty, and it looks like they found where they assembled the Briggs tank on the property." His arms were crossed, glaring out at the plume of smoke he could see at the main gate, his teeth grinding together as his stress only grew. Time was starting to run out. He needed to finish this as soon as possible. "Sir," a call from the main gate. He glanced over at his subordinate as he brought the phone closer to him, holding it away from his ear as he heard the commander on the other line. "This is the gate commander, calling operations. We're taking fire from what we believe is a Briggs tank. Come in, operations." "Stop shouting, I can see." Kremen snapped at the voice on the other end, glaring out at the smoke. There was no time. If these people interfered, it would only make things worse and he couldn't deal with it now. He could handle the fallout of his decision later. No matter, return fire. The soldier holding the phone looked at him with wide eyes. "But sir, the civilians haven't left yet. And if we wait, we're guaranteed to lose the main gate." Kremen barked, turning to the others to order them more towards this plan of action. "Get a move on. Tell the main batteries." He was cut off as an explosion burst through the wall, filling the room in smoke and leaving him on shaky ground. He pulled out his gun, coughing as he tried to get himself back to normal, holding it as he looked through the clouds of dust and plaster from the shocking explosion. Damn, what was that? Before he had a chance to even see it coming, a massive metal chainsaw reached out, grabbing him by his neck and forcing him back so that his head was held out the broken window of operations. His hand caught in it, dropping his gun in shock as it flew out the window. "So you plan to open fire on a populated area?" He looked up, following the metal device to an arm, and up to a large man with a mohawk and a satisfied smile on his face to see General Kremen standing there, pale-faced and frightened. "You want that info to go out over the radio, too." "Where did you?" Kremen gasped out, looking up at the man as he trembled in the grasp of his automail arm. "This equipment is from Briggs. How did you get it here?" He looked around the room, seeing his men on their knees, surrendering to other Briggs soldiers holding them at gunpoint. "Ah, a man formerly from Command Center, one who has a rather sharp memory," another soldier said, pointing to Lieutenant Falman. "He helped us out and pointed us to the exact location. And after that, getting in was a piece of cake, really," Buccaneer said with a smirk. "We just had someone dig us a tunnel ahead of time." "Who could pull off something like that?" Kremen demanded. "Would you like me to introduce you to her?" Buccaneer asked, looking over his shoulder. "Wait, who in the—" "When people ask, I say I'm a housewife. It does make sense," Izumi said, making her way into the room with a confident stance, arms crossed over her chest. "But today, I've shed that particular disguise. I am an alchemist." She proudly declared her title to the room, much to the shared satisfaction of the Briggs soldiers. Buccaneer turned to another soldier. "Communications Officer Carly, if you would." "Right." One soldier stepped around, the others capturing the soldiers they had and putting them together, keeping guns trained on them as they made them proper hostages, using Izumi's alchemy to make plenty of last-minute ropes, tying them to chairs and making sure they had nowhere to go. Once it was all safe and settled, Communications Officer Carly took to the main communications hub, he and a few others settling in to relay as needed, making an announcement to all of Central Command. "Attention Central Soldiers, attention Central Soldiers. Briggs forces have taken the operations center. We have 13 men in custody, including General Kremen." He knew this message was going out over all military lines, as well as the announcement equipment at Central Command, reaching all of those soldiers at the main gate, as well as any others that happened to be tapped in. "Repeat, Briggs forces have taken the operations center. Central soldiers, cease all hostility immediately. I repeat, we have your general in custody." Kremen growled from his place where he was tied up. "You were using the tank as a distraction to hide your true purpose, using your alchemy to make that tunnel." "Ha ha," Izumi smiled at him, much like a mischievous child would as someone laughed at their prank. "Now you're catching on." As all of this continued, the fight went on for General Olivier and Major Armstrong, fighting off the homunculus and the man-eating dummies as another man heard the call go out and listened to it on his receiver, his face going pale as he heard the news. "What was that?" "I didn't copy, repeat," he ordered, hearing it once more as his partner came around, bringing a piece of steel coil and concrete down on a dummy's head before it could attack him, watching the green blood splatter everywhere as its skull was flattened. "What? Are you sure?" "What is it?" the other asked. "The operations center. It's been overrun by Briggs forces, and they've captured General Kremen," he said, his voice loud enough to carry over to General Armstrong, hearing everything, and she marched her way over to the receiver, pulling it out of his hands. much to his surprise. "Connect me with operations. Now," she ordered, and the man obliged, getting her to the right frequency so she could speak with them and not the central forces. "Operations, is Buccaneer there?" "Sir," she heard Carly's voice call out on the other end, and the shifting of equipment that told her someone else had taken it. "Yes, General," Buccaneer's voice came through clearly. "It's getting bad out here. We have a large number of pale, humanoid monsters on the loose." She knew now that they had control of operations, they were one step closer to finishing this fight. They're hard to kill, and worse, they're man-eaters. "No matter what happens, do not open any gates, you hear me? We can't allow a single one out into the city. We need to destroy them, right here, right now." "Yes, General." The stoic, heavy voice of Buccaneer answered her, telling her not only would they follow her orders, but he was going to join in the fight alongside her, along with whoever he could bring. She smirked to herself, putting the receiver back in the hands of the soldier who gave it to her before turning around and cutting off the head of a charging dummy. As Major Armstrong took in his surroundings, he could see more dummies coming in through the halls. Feeling exhaustion starting to settle back in the moor, he saw the endlessly coming army of man-eating mannequins and the homunculus that still had yet to go down, struggling as it kept moving off of the spikes that he had him pinned on. More. Will they never stop coming? Still, he did what he could to help, watching central soldiers coming in pairs and taking them down as quickly as they could, his eyes moving between them and the struggling homunculus. As General Armstrong fought alongside the soldiers, she found herself against the back of one as he armed himself with some of the fallen concrete rubble from their battle. Sorry, General, but what in the hell are these damn things?" He couldn't help asking. "The Immortal Legion, as promised," Olivier answered, "created by placing human souls inside of mannequin bodies, soldiers with no fear of death. Heck, just think, this is what your masters wanted for all of you men." She smirked a little at the sheer hubris of it, knowing that had to shake the central man behind her to his core. Meanwhile, Sloth was making his way up from the spikes that kept him pinned, other soldiers gasping at the sight. "That monster can still move." "How many times do we have to kill that thing?" another soldier asked. "As many times as it takes," Major Armstrong answered, his gloved hands tightening into fists as he watched Sloth pushing himself up, his body rapidly healing from the damage done to it. Sloth bellowed out once he stood, and the Major could barely react as the homunculus darted forward with his immense speed, heading into the corner of the room and destroying it with the sheer force and mass of his body, just missing them in his attack. The general came to stand by her brother as they saw it happen, the Major's brow furrowing as he knew this battle was far from over. He really is a tenacious one, isn't he? He watched as the smoke began to clear as Sloth started to charge again with his intense speed. No. He brought his fists down to the ground, producing a concrete spike as quickly as he could in the hopes of impeding his movement, but he barreled right through it, the wind from his body pushing him and Olivier into the air, crying out as he could feel the weight from the hit Sloth had tried to land, but thankfully didn't succeed as he was suddenly all the way on the other side of the room, knocking them on their backs. "Major, no." "General Armstrong, sir." The central soldiers came to rally towards them, but he knew this would be too much for them to handle. "Stay back," he ordered them as he and Olivier pushed themselves to stand, as much as they could manage anyway. He still managed to give them a fierce glare as he barked out, "She and I are the ones he's after. Keep your distance." They didn't seem to like that order, but complied nonetheless. Even hearing this, some officers looked to see what they could use at their disposal to help as much as possible. One eyeing the fallen chains and cuffs of Sloth that had come off of his body in his many attacks, making a gesture for the other men to follow him as he began to hatch a plan as Sloth started to recover from moving so quickly and crashing so hard. "Must kill her," his deep voice echoed through the hall as he looked over the battlefield they'd made there. Such a stubborn woman, that general. He sounded aggravated, and clearly was growing tired of the seemingly endless battle they shared. Major Armstrong stood protectively in front of his sister as she still struggled to stand, hearing Sloth roar out as he started to charge at full speed again. "Now pull," a voice shouted, and Major Armstrong's eyes widened as he saw 12 central soldiers working to keep Sloth contained, his chains tied together as a rope that caught on his head. the group of them working from both sides to keep him held back as long as possible. "Dig into it, men." They dug in their heels, struggling to contain the beast, but significantly slowing him down even as he forced one step after another, much to the shock of the Armstrong siblings. "Both of you, run now while you can." One of the soldiers called out to them, all of them using all of their strength to keep the homunculus back. "What?" Olivier gasped. "This way, please, quickly." Another soldier called, directing them to an open door that led out into the halls and the safety of the building around them, hopefully away from the homunculus. "Major, go, now." Another man urged the man, whose eyes had gone wide as his memory came back to the most shameful moment of his military career, running away when he couldn't stand the fighting instead of protesting the actions he had been forced to take in Ishval. "You would have me run away from this." He could feel his resolve burning in his gut, knowing he couldn't let that pattern repeat and keep his head held high, feeling anger and determination burning inside of him all the more. The mere thought of fleeing, of leaving the battlefield in disgrace. He stood up taller, loudly declaring, "I swear on my life such a thing will never happen again." He shot his fist down into the ground, pushing himself to stand on shaking legs. Even if his resolve burned bright, his body was exhausted and wouldn't last for much longer. His second wind rapidly fading, and a part of him realized that swearing on his life may be the last thing he ever does as he readied himself for another blow from the homunculus. Seeing the chains holding him back snapping apart, the soldiers all tumbling back as Sloth barreled onwards towards them. Before he could even think to pull his fist back and interrupt his path, or create a transmutation to pin him again, someone else beat him to it, the wall jutting out from just in front of them, quickly knocking Sloth off of his path and out of the way. The Major and General looked on in shock as they saw a giant fist standing where Sloth had been, the arm connecting to the wall. They watched as a transmutative light shone and a door was made, the bodies of 3 dead dummies being tossed out onto the floor. "You refuse to run," a woman's voice came out, a woman with dark hair braided along her head stepping out of the fist presumably she had made. "That's impressive. You're a fine man." She chuckled as she cracked her knuckles with a confident smile. "But then, I've already got a man 100 times finer than you." "And who are you?" Olivier asked, unsure of what to make of this stranger. Izumi looked her up and down. A female officer? You must be the indomitable General Armstrong then." "That subordinate of yours, the one with the mohawk, he asked me to come and help you," she said with a friendly smile, and Olivier wasn't sure what to make of it, looking away as she felt grateful for the relief of having backup, and grateful for such a loyal man that he would ask someone to help them, though she was too proud to admit it aloud. "That man, who asked him," she muttered, looking away from Izumi. "Such a pain." The deep voice of the homunculus caught their attention, seeing Sloth coming out of the crater he had made in the wall from Izumi's hit. He roared again as he charged towards them, Izumi reacting faster than they could as she took his outstretched hand that planned to clobber them and used it to take his body and flip him into the air. Again, much to the shock of Olivier and Alex. "Honey, comin' at ya," she shouted out. "Right," a voice called back, and they watched as a tall, burly man they hadn't seen before came to meet Sloth at his landing, bringing his arm up to easily clothesline the massive beast and throw him all the way back to the other side of the room. Major Armstrong and General Armstrong were stunned, jaws hanging open in shock, and the Major looked between the crater where Sloth had landed, then back to the man that had successfully thrown him that far after being launched by the slim woman before them. He looked back to her and asked, "Extraordinary, who is he?" "He's my husband," Izumi answered with a proud smile. Armstrong looked to the man, the two looking back and seeing each other's muscular bodies, and Major Armstrong knew this was not a man he could ever think to ignore. His form was muscular perfection, the body of a working man that had the strength of 5 more. The two men looked to one another, Armstrong watching as the man was quick to flex his muscles, striking a pose to show how deft and carved his body was to the Major, who happily returned the gesture. In the twitching muscles and popping veins along the other's skin, each man could see the story of his companion, the lives they had lived, the determination they shared, the admiration for strength, and how all of it was fueled by the love of their families. Incredible valor, respectable muscles. He stepped forward, the two men gladly shaking hands, having found equal parts a rival and friend in their shared muscular forms. As the two men came to know one another, they heard the pounding feet of an angry homunculus charging toward them, and the two immediately knew what to do. Moving in perfect sync, they both uppercut the homunculus before he could reach them, and as he toppled back, they slammed down their fists onto his shoulders, and each landed a blow on his stomach together. Both grabbed one of Sloth's massive arms, pulling with all their might to bring him off of the floor and into the air, flying up high and hitting the ceiling only to fall on a spike made from a leftover transmutation that went right through his stomach. Once it was finished, the two men knocked their fists against one another and finished their handshake. The bond made between them was now unbreakable, and this fight proved it. Sloth groaned as his body shot off red sparks, still trying to heal from the damage done as he lay there with a spike through his stomach. Ow, hurt. His hand shook as he reached for the spike, gripping it to try and crush it. Will that monster never stay down? Armstrong gasped, amazed how he could keep going in all of this. But just as he was preparing himself for another attack, he watched as Sloth's hand suddenly burst apart into a cloud of black dust, and all of his body started to slowly disintegrate before their eyes. Sloth looked at his arm as he realized his hand was gone and not returning, his legs and arms starting to disintegrate into the air. Am I dying now? For real? He asked into the air, his body starting to come apart as if he was made of dirt flowing into the air. What is dying like? Such a pain? To think about it. He sighed, his body relaxing as if he was finally finished, accepting his end, but such a pain. Living, too. His voice faded as his body all came apart, his last words accepting his rest and the end of their battle. The relief in knowing it was finally over hit the Major all at once, grimacing as he could feel the adrenaline leaving his body and making him all the more aware of his injuries as he fell to his knees. Major, soldiers called out to him, making sure he was all right. He felt a hand on his back, looking up to see Sig had come over to him, kneeling by his side and giving him an encouraging, knowing smirk. One that he returned as he knew this wasn't the end, but he deserved a moment of rest for now. Olivier, relieved the worst of it was over, took charge again and looked back to the soldiers, barking out, "All that's left are scrawny mannequins. Get a move on and eliminate them." Right. The soldiers all filed out, other than a few staying behind to assess the damage done, and she felt the adrenaline leaving her too, and felt the intense pain of a splitting headache that left her lightheaded, moving to sit down. "I think I'm going to need a moment." "Right, we can handle the rest from here, sir." A soldier saluted her before going to join the others, hearing the sounds of dummies being shot, beaten, and killed as the men got to work eliminating them. She looked up at the woman that had come to their aid. "I don't know who you are, but I'm grateful for the help." In this moment, it would behoove her not to show at least some gratitude. She hadn't realized just how much she and her brother had been on their last legs until she came to help them and finally take out that monster. "It was my pleasure," the woman replied. "With skills like yours, I'm surprised I haven't heard of you," Olivier said. "My skills," the woman repeated, waving it off with a modest but flattered smile. "I'm a housewife and an alchemist, nothing more." She looked down at where she sat resting. "You have met the Elric brothers, haven't you? They're like family to me." The name struck a chord with her. "Wait, does that mean you're Izumi Curtis?" She was a closely related individual to the Elric brothers, and a noted target of the generals in Bradley's inner circle, knowing her name from that alone. She was their alchemy teacher. That's me," she answered, Major Armstrong's eyes going wide as he realized what her presence here likely implied. "So I assume the Elrics are here too." "Yeah, I imagine they are," Izumi answered. Major Armstrong looked to his sister, the two making silent eye contact that knew exactly what that meant. With Edward Elric and Alphonse Elric here, it was likely the most they could do to prevent the endgame of the generals and their promised day plans. And Amelia, Major Armstrong's beloved student that had stayed with their family and was practically a member of it, was likely traveling and fighting along with them. The Major refused to let her be hurt in this, and Olivier agreed they wouldn't be outdone by children on this day of all days. Major Armstrong pushed himself to stand up with a grunt. "Well now, perhaps we should take care of the rest of these dummies." He had his moment to breathe, he was ready to fight again. "Tell me the truth, can you stand?" "Don't ask stupid questions," Olivier said, pushing herself to stand up. Izumi looked at her worriedly. Hold on a second, you're severely injured. You should take it easy. Major Armstrong couldn't stop himself from chuckling at her insistence on his sister's rest. Now that's rich. We adults can't very well be caught lounging about while the youngsters do our fighting for us. We carry the burden of this world now, Olivier began, but none of us are going to be around here forever. We have to show the next generation how it's done. Izumi looked between the siblings, seeing a mirrored determination and fire between them that was ready for another round of battle, smirking a little to herself as she looked to her husband, seeing him nodding his head in silent agreement with her own thoughts. You make a good point, we'd like to help, she told them. We'd appreciate it, Major Armstrong smiled at them. Together, the two of you seem almost invincible. Izumi let out a small, nervous laugh. Yes, well, I wouldn't try to build us up too much, she said sheepishly, one hand going behind her head. Apparently, I'm one of the ones they've marked as a sacrifice. She relaxed a bit, turning to the general. I'll lend you all a quick hand and then I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I won't give him a chance to catch me. Olivier nodded. Then we'll keep moving as long as we can. Let's go, Alex, she said, leading the way into the onslaught of mannequin men. Right behind you, Major Armstrong replied, stepping forward, Izumi and Sig following behind them to finish off the last of this threat. They would do this and make this day all the easier for those fighting elsewhere, the people they cared about that were putting their lives on the line alongside them for the betterment of the nation. The promised day continued on. Chapter 42. Brother and Amelia are dating, Alphonse asked in shock. Yeah, it hasn't been for too long, but they've been almost obnoxiously in love, Heinkel replied as he drove on with Alphonse, Marco, and Yoki, heading down the streets of Central as they started to head further towards the command center, where, as far as they could tell, everything was going down. Unfortunately, there were a lot of roads blocked off for civilian safety, so it didn't make navigation easy, and Yoki was struggling a little redirecting them. But the time it took in their new drive gave Heinkel time to catch Alphonse up on things a little bit regarding Edward and Amelia. Really, I never really thought brother would be the type to be obnoxious about it, Alphonse replied. Heinkel shrugged. Yeah, I didn't think he would either, but he's head over heels for that girl and you can tell. Alphonse chuckled a little. I had an inkling brother liked her a little, but I didn't expect him to act on it. He didn't. Amelia made the first move, Heinkel said. She had apparently been feeling that way for a while and just didn't want to act on it. It happened about a week or so before we got here. They were stuck together for months, and teacher put them alone on an island together, and it still took them that long. Before Alphonse could get his answer, the car jolted unexpectedly and suddenly stopped. They could hear the wheels spinning in place as everyone recovered from the sudden stop of the car. What happened? Marco asked, looking over at Yoki. Damn, I must have hit a pothole or something, Yoki cursed, Alphonse and Marco starting to make their way out of the car and looking at the damage. The car itself seemed mostly fine, but the back wheel was caught in a storm drain. You moron, I said that you were driving too close to the edge of the road. You got it in a storm drain, Heinkel berated him. Oh, shut up. It's not my fault they make them perfectly tire-sized. I didn't see it. Alphonse sighed as the man started defending actions that were clearly his fault all over again. I can get it out, just let me hit the gas harder, he grumbled, doing just that, only for the others to watch the wheels spinning in place against the edges of the drain he had fallen into and subsequently broken the grating off of. They were still driving around and trying to find a way into Central Command, but with so many roads blocked off, and with them taking new backways that Yoki swore he knew like the back of his own hand, they trusted him to keep driving after they had escaped Pride and Kimberly. Still, that wasn't proving to be the best decision. Heinkel peered over the edge as he watched everything happen, still wrapped up in bandages from his fight. Though significantly better than he had been before Dr. Marco had come by, he still wasn't exactly in his best shape. But that didn't stop him from scowling at the sight of their situation. Give it up, it's no use. The tire is definitely stuck, Marco sighed, knowing they'd have to pick up the car to move it. What are you doing, idiot? If we don't hurry, the eclipse is going to start, Heinkel berated him again. Shut your mouth, Yoki snapped back at him. Come on, just take care of the car already. Well, since you asked nicely, Marco muttered as he went to the corner of the car, Alphonse reaching for the back bumper as Heinkel hopped out of the roofless vehicle to come around the side to help. Dr. Marco, please stand back. Mr. Heinkel and I can handle this on our own, Alphonse said. Marco wasn't in the best shape, and the last thing they needed was a medicinal alchemist throwing his back out and taking himself out of the running in their upcoming battle. Well, I'm sure you can, but still. We're fine, Heinkel interrupted him. Let us take care of it. Marco, getting the hint, stepped back as Alphonse and Heinkel crouched down. Right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. The two grunted at the effort it took to lift up the car, carefully moving it forward until it was on the road and drivable again. The two got back into the car quickly, Marco following as they started their journey again through the city to try and find their way underground to join Edward and the others. All of them failing to notice that a man with an eye patch had walked right past them, with his sword drawn, heading straight down the road that led to the front gate of Central Command. As the dummies still continued their onslaught, with the Armstrongs refusing to take a break and rest while the rest of the troops were fighting them off, they continued on through Central Command to take out as many as they could alongside the Central soldiers they had convinced into fighting with them. However, despite the men being well-armed and fortified, they could hardly match the stamina of Izumi and her husband. Their martial arts were easily taking them out, breaking their jaws to make it impossible for them to eat another person, incapacitating them in just a few moments. As they led their group of soldiers, they managed to leave a trail of dummies behind them, with the soldiers all carrying fully loaded magazines that went unused. As another trio of dummies were tossed to the ground before them, one of them couldn't help muttering, "No fair, at least give us a chance." They were starting to feel pretty useless with these newcomers making their way around the halls. However, shots were heard nearby, Izumi turning to see a man up on a higher observation balcony firing off every round in his pistol at a group of groaning dummies, barely able to keep them back as he kept shooting with his shaking hand, shouting at them, "Stop this! You beasts! How dare you? How can you attack me? You were supposedly created to obey every order we gave you, no matter what." These words caught Izumi's attention, finding the stairs to where the man, clearly a high-ranking older general with gray hair, was cornered. "This must mean the good gentleman lied. He lied to us about you." The dummies wordlessly roared at the man, uncaring that his entire plan for them was falling apart as they refused to obey anything but their own instincts. "Get back! Stay away from me." He fired off another round, and then tried again only to realize his gun was empty. "I'm not one of the targets, it's the other ones you're after. I'm not supposed to die." He shrunk away as the dummies charged him once they realized he had stopped firing, cowering against the railing as Izumi rushed in, grabbing one dummy's leg and using them as a battering ram to knock all the others over the edge to where any bones they had would definitely break. And taking off the rest of their jaws would be easy work from there. As Izumi stood there, and the general before her realized he wasn't being eaten alive, he looked up at the imposing figure of the alchemist that had saved him, his hands trembling and his eyes filling with relieved tears, slowly coming to his feet as he spoke to her in a trembling voice. "I don't know who you are, but you have my sincere thanks. Please, join my security detail. I'll see to it that you're taken care of." As he reached out his hand to shake hers to make that deal, Izumi delivered a quick and solid punch to his stomach, forcing him to bend forward as she came closer to him. "This good gentleman you were speaking of earlier, I wonder if you'd be so kind as to tell me a bit more about him," she said, making it clear that he wasn't going anywhere until he spilled his guts, or else she'd destroy his guts with another hit. General Edison was terrified, quaking in place, but what choice did he have at this point? Meanwhile, Olivier and Alex Armstrong were making their way through the halls and found themselves in the Führer's office. Their wounds had been tended to as well as they could on a battlefield, Alex with a few bandages over the open wounds he had along his arms, and Olivier with her right arm in a makeshift sling as the injury Sloth gave her was still bothersome. As they walked in, the room was empty save for a group of bloodied corpses, one of which she recognized as another general from the senior staff's inner circle. Or what was left of him, rather. The dummies had feasted fairly well on most of his body, enough to kill the man and leave a disgusting corpse behind along with his other underlings, if the bloodied footprints indicated anything of who was responsible for their deaths. "This place is a mess," she said as she walked further into the office to come in front of the Fura's desk and his chair sitting still behind it. It had somehow remained without any stain during the attack that had happened in this room. It was a bit surprising to see. One of the brig's soldiers turned to her with a small smirk, asking, "Will you be taking over the command here, sir?" Olivier already knew her answer before he asked, looking around at the office itself. How many windows were posted in this room, all behind the veritable throne that Fura Bradley had made himself so comfortable in. "I don't know why anyone would sit there and make themselves such an easy target," she said, dismissing the option immediately. "Let's go," she turned, thinking it might be better to continue their hunt for the dummies and see if they can't find the potential source of them, and where the Elrics might be heading to take the battle. On such a big day, they couldn't afford to waste their time here when the real battle was going on somewhere else. But if they happened to take out some more of the Immortal Legion before then, who would complain? Right. The soldier followed her as she started to walk out. "Olivier, look," Alex called to his sister, bringing her attention to an open door that led to a staircase she hadn't seen before. As she came to the threshold, she looked down to see that the stairs spiraled ever downward along the dark walls, unable to see the bottom of where they were heading. A few of her men were already making their way down the stairs to see what could be found. "Where does this lead?" she called out to Sergeant Bribby. "Looks like it goes quite a ways down," he called back. Their voices echoed off the concrete walls, and Olivier was certain they had found a very necessary entrance underground. "Is that where the mannequin soldiers came from?" Alex asked. "If that's the case, the passageway might link up underground," Olivier said. The Immortal Legion had been kept underground, and if she had to guess whenever they were released and brought to life, they must have found their way up these stairs and into the Fura's office. Given Bradley's true identity, it would make sense that he would have a means to go back underground where Father and the other remaining homunculi likely laid in wait for this very day. It seemed clear as far as they could tell, and Olivier was certain if they continued down far enough, they would find Father and his hiding place under Central. "Yes, right, copy that," one soldier spoke into the communicator, turning to the Armstrong siblings. "General?" The two turned to him. "Buccaneer squad has just taken the main gate. There was little resistance and few were injured. We also control the main entrance. They've secured tanks and are currently taking up positions." Olivier wordlessly reached her hand out for the communicator to hear the rest of the status. Taking the main gate was one thing, but if they didn't have control over all of Central Command, then it wasn't going to do them much good. She brought it to her ear to listen as Carly relayed different messages from the different squads as he spoke with them from the operations center. "Buccaneer squad, maintain your position and be absolutely sure not to open the gates until every last one of those mannequin soldiers has been done away with," Carly ordered. "Copy that," came Buccaneer's reply. More reports came in for the checkpoint after that. "This is the West Gate. Briggs' White Squad has taken control. North Gate, Black Squad in control. Blue Squad has the East Gate. Yellow Squad has taken the Armory." "General Armstrong, you know what this means," Carly said as she continued to listen. "We are now in control of most of the Central Command Center. We've done it. We've beaten them." She could hear the barely there distant cheers of victory from her men from the windows and felt a bit of pride in her chest at knowing her soldiers had succeeded. She wasn't surprised, of course. She knew her men were the best Aimstress had to offer, so it shouldn't come as a shock that they could outdo the soldiers stationed at Central Command. Still, to know that they truly succeeded was comforting, and they were a step closer to making it that much easier to stop the plans of the senior staff. Alex looked over at his sister as they could hear the chants of "Victor Y, Victor Y," coming from outside. Though she was as stoic as ever, there was a light in her eyes that he had not seen in some time. She was hiding her emotions not to show too much in front of her men. And perhaps he was the only one who could tell that his sister was proud of her men and their work in taking over the command center. The siblings feeling a bit of relief washing over them now as they had taken out one homunculus, and were now seeing the fruits of their labor in the form of the command center taken over. She felt like she could finally take a moment to breathe after everything that had happened, lowering her arms slightly to return the receiver back to its rightful place. "Greetings, I'm back." That single line brought a chill down Olivier's spine as she recognized the voice on the other end of the line, apparently speaking on all lines in the building as she could hear his voice echoing over the central command speakers along the halls. "And judging by the mess I see, it would appear that things have gotten rather out of hand in my absence, now wouldn't it? As of now, I am personally taking command. We will get rid of the rebels. All available central forces, it's time to fight." As he kept speaking, Olivier's grip on the receiver tightened, her teeth grinding together angrily as she realized their moment of victory was extremely temporary, and their biggest problem was now making his way back to them. "He's back, King Bradley," she growled out, pulling it back to her ear. "Carly, do everything you can to keep that bastard out. All gates stay alert and ready for combat." "Yes, General," Carly responded, and Olivier handed the receiver back to her subordinate, hating everything about this moment. She wasn't in the operations center, she wasn't at the gate where he would likely be storming in, and she could imagine they were about to hear more of that firepower that would take place from the central soldiers undoubtedly getting their second wind with the return of their leader. Their situation just went from celebrating victory to a second wave in a matter of seconds. It was the way of the battlefield, but it was undoubtedly frustrating considering it seemed they had finally managed to do away with most of the dummy soldiers, though she was sure there were still some running around wreaking havoc where they could. "What will you do, Olivier?" Alex asked, curious of his sister's next moves. He could easily see how she would want to go out and fight with her men, but at the same time, they weren't exactly in a position to make a run for the main gate. She didn't seem to answer for a moment, taking a second to breathe as they could hear the rumbling of firearms in the far distance. "General Armstrong?" A voice called out to them, interrupting her thoughts, and she watched as Izumi Curtis came into the room with her husband, as well as the other central soldiers who had been fighting with them, dragging General Edison in by his collar, the older man stumbling to keep up with her as she yanked him on, throwing him down onto the ground as he got onto his knees. He was trembling, clearly a flustered and fearful mess, hardly befitting the title of general that had been bestowed upon him. "Tell her everything you told me," she demanded of the man. "And now look here, it's not what you think." He tried to stumble into an excuse, but Izumi's glowering scowl was enough to convince him to do otherwise, shutting up quickly. "Tell her about the good gentleman and the plan he told you would happen today," Izumi ordered in a firmer tone of voice. The general looked over to General Armstrong, as if seeking support from someone else who held another chair at the same table he had, but she only glared back at him with ice in her blue eyes. He sighed resignedly and began to tell them. General Armstrong already knows of the plan to gain immortality, that it would require a great sacrifice for those of us chosen by the good gentleman who created this plan. Edison began, "Today is the promised day, the day we come together on centuries of work to see it to fruition. Since the country's inception, we have slowly been planting the seeds to create a massive transmutation circle, and creating a land that would be welcoming enough to people that we would gain enough to create the philosopher's stone necessary to give immortality to all of us here behind. With the power of the stone behind us, we would become invincible and impossible to destroy, living forever with the rest of the world after everyone would ascend into the new life as a part of the stone." He spoke of everything without shame, though the fear of the two women in front of him was very clear, but he bore no shame for taking part of this plan or having it spoken aloud in front of the Briggs and Central soldiers. "With that new power, we would expand Amstress over the continent, no, the entire world. Once every nation was united under a single flag, the hardships of war would end as there would be no one to fight with." With his conviction in everything he said, it only drove a deeper hatred for him in Izumi and Olivier's bodies as they glared down at him. "Is that so?" Izumi asked, clearly holding back her rage. "You sacrifice our country just so you officials can gain immortality and enslave the world as your own." General Edison shied away from the combined glares of Izumi and Olivier as he realized that, as much as he thought this was a good plan, hearing it from the side of the people to be sacrificed would be understandably bad for his image. "And I take it that Fura Bradley is also aware of these plans?" Major Armstrong asked. He was created to lead this country for that purpose, Edison answered, his words shocking the Central soldiers there, wondering just what he meant by created, and making it clear that this had been a long-running plan that fully intended to put them at the bad end of the deal regardless of their loyalty to their superiors, whispering amongst each other. "Why shouldn't we do it?" Edison interrupted them. "We're creating a world without war." "And you just have to murder the world first," Izumi growled out. Edison sighed, looking back down at his lap, his convictions for his own goals still there, seeming certain that he could convince them. His fingers on his knees started to pull on the fabric of his clothes as his muscles tensed. It wouldn't die, it would be reborn. What you alchemists refer to as reconstruction. We wouldn't be murdering the population like you said. He lifted his eyes, glaring up at Izumi as he continued. They would be given eternal life while dwelling inside us. Don't you see we would bring the world together as one? All as one and one as all. Izumi's eye twitched, and it was that much harder to listen to him, though it was clear she wasn't going to be holding back much longer as she listened to this man defend his convictions and his defenses for sacrificing their entire nation for his immortality. As the few chosen ones of Amstress, we will bring unity to the entire country. He was very quickly interrupted as Izumi's slipper came up from her foot to smack him across his face, watching as he fell to the floor, holding his cheek as it started to redden and swell. As he whimpered and held that new injury, Izumi turned to face the Central soldiers who had been listening to all of this. "So there you have it," she said simply. "You still on their side? The only thing these guys care about is themselves. Will you help them?" They seemed to understand that she was right, but they still had conflict brewing in their expressions as their entire view of their superiors, their country, and their military careers was turned on its head. "Now wait, listen men," Edison said, looking over at the other soldiers. "You need to follow orders. That's the only way I can put in a good word for you to join." He was once again cut off by Izumi, but this time General Armstrong joined her, Izumi smacking him with her sandal as the general kicked him with her boot to knock him down again. After a beat of silence, one soldier spoke up. "I've spent my entire life as a soldier, and it just feels wrong to disobey my superiors." He confessed, sighing, "But I don't even know what to believe after hearing all of this." "You can't make up your own mind after hearing their plans," Olivier asked with incredulousness undertoning her words. "How can you follow a superior you have no faith in? That is not loyalty. That's mindless self-deception." Her words were, as ever, cold and quick to cut to the point, and it showed on the soldiers' faces as they were rightfully called out for having their inner conflict of morals after being presented with this news. Izumi knew that they had to be struggling, even in the face of such obviously reprehensible words from their superiors. They simply needed a new direction rather than the faces they had been told to follow all their lives. "Believe in yourselves," she said in a tone she would often take with the Elrics, firm but gentle, enough to make it clear they should burn the words into their mind, but know that she said it from a place of good intention, and choose life over death, otherwise you've led a shameful existence. The soldiers all shared a glance with one another before looking back at Edison, cheeks slowly swelling from the shared hits he had received from Izumi and Armstrong together. Truthfully, she pitied the man, so afraid of his own mortality that he was blind to the consequences of his actions or what he was truly supporting and participating in. Edison was clearly not made to be a fighter, a soldier who rose through the ranks from a pencil pusher station and had done everything possible to avoid combat. He had likely been afraid of dying his entire life, especially after joining the military. It would be no surprise that a man as cowardly as that would jump at the chance for immortality, even if it was a farce just to get him to cooperate. The soldiers looked down at their superior officer, a man who they had followed so willingly only to be brought to this moment where everything they had been told was a lie, all to feed a goal for their personal gain at the expense of their own lives and everyone they knew. One soldier glanced out the window of the Führer's office, looking out over the buildings as he thought of his loved ones. "I have a family right here in Central." "So do I," another soldier said. "Yeah, we all do," a third agreed. All of their families would have been sacrificed towards this greater end goal of the immortality of a handful of officers over everyone else. That wasn't right, and the entire squad knew it. They looked among each other, all coming to the same agreement, silently nodding their heads as they reached onto their uniforms, yanking out the pins that marked their rank and putting aside the berets that marked them as the specialists they were. The pins and hats all clattered to the ground in front of Edison, who only looked pale as he realized he hadn't convinced them. "Well, sir," one soldier began, a new conviction in them as they came to the right choice. "Consider this our retirement." Edison said nothing, only hanging his head in defeat as it was made clear that his morals were not the ones that needed to be held high. With that settled, Olivier turned to the officer in charge of the communications, the man turning around so she could use their radio, picking up the receiver to reach out. It had been long enough now that they would be able to predict the outcome of the battle as it was heading either way. "Come in, operations. What's the status?" "It's not exactly favorable, sir." Communications Officer Carly answered. "The Central soldiers are getting their second wind. What's your current location?" "We're in the Führer's office." "Any survivors?" he asked, and she wasn't sure if it was her she was speaking to or someone else. "We've been unable to contact any of our allies near the office, General. I've got a bad feeling they've been surrounded by Central troops." "Understood, get out of there if it gets too dangerous," she ordered. "Get out and leave me behind." She could hear him gritting his teeth in his hesitation before he calmly replied with, "Yes, sir." And that was that. She put the receiver back in place as she looked back to the others who had likely heard everything. "Well, this place is crawling with the enemy again," she told them. "It won't take much time for their soldiers to fully regroup and seize the building. They had the element of surprise when they made their way here the first time, now that it was lost, and the soldiers were rallying around the surprise return of their leader. It seemed defeat was likely close at hand, and they would need to be ready for that." "Then we should hurry," Alex said, looking to the open door that led underground to who knows where exactly. But it was their only option for escape if they wanted to make it out alive and not be caught as traitors in the aftermath. The stairs leading down into darkness were only dimly lit by lights on the walls, but it was far from perfect lighting. It was clearly not heading to anywhere outside of the building. Heading down far enough would likely lead them straight to Father and whatever homunculi remained. "We get down far enough, I can easily dig us an escape tunnel to the streets," Izumi said. "Escape, huh?" Olivier repeated the word with a touch of disdain, hating the idea of leaving the battlefield and her men behind to fight against the monsters they had worked so hard to slay. She had no doubt they could, but what kind of leader would she be if she just left them to it while she sat on the sidelines instead of taking charge? "That's right, I don't mean to sound rude, but you look like you could use a breather at this point," Izumi said, in that same gentle tone she had used when addressing the soldiers. As much as Olivier didn't want to admit it, she had a point. Her dominant hand was in a sling, she wasn't going to be much of a fighter, and she could do with a bit more time to heal. Still, the idea of abandoning everything just to take a moment to breathe felt wrong. But left with little choice on their options, they all started to head down the stairs as General Armstrong took the first steps without any other words, the others all starting to follow her down into the dimly lit darkness of the stairs and wherever it was they led. Amelia continued to walk down the halls with Edward, Mustang, Hawkeye, and Scar. They were quiet as they went deeper into the brick halls, and all the while she couldn't help this growing feeling inside of her body. It was hard to describe, it was something like dread, but there was a very real discomfort in it too. She remembered Darius had described it like a bad case of heartburn, but that wasn't quite how she would put it. It was very much the sensation of knowing something bad was coming, but it was more than just anticipation for their upcoming battle. It wasn't the quiet before the storm, it was a weight that grew on her body with every step that went deeper into the tunnels, feeling it clinging to her insides and weighing them down, making it feel like it was almost suffocating despite how she was breathing just fine. Still, as they walked, she couldn't resist the desire to hold onto Edward's hand for comfort, and his flesh fingers squeezed her hand back. Though he had a determined expression on his face, she could tell he was feeling the same thing, and having her here was just as much of a comfort for him as it was for her. The sensation grew stronger, and it became almost unbearable as the tunnels all seemed to merge on one wall that led to another room, Amelia stopping in her steps at the same time Edward and Scar did. "We're getting close," Scar said, looking at the entrance ahead of them. She had to agree, Everything felt like it was pointing them in this direction. Whatever was beyond the archway before them had to be the source of what they were feeling. "So you can feel it too, huh?" Edward asked. "You mean you can sense his presence or something?" Hawkeye asked. "No, it's not quite that," Amelia answered. "It's more just, kind of a bad feeling. The best way I can explain it is that my old wounds are starting to ache," Edward said, looking down at the archway in front of them. It felt like the end game was standing in front of them. Amelia couldn't help likening it to a video game where you go to face down the biggest, baddest boss to try and win. The only part that was different was they didn't have anything extra to help them heal that they would have found lying around, like one would have found just before the entrance in a dungeon crawl. She squeezed Edward's hand a little tighter, as she could feel that anticipation growing inside of her. And Edward took a deep breath in and out before he continued on through the archway. All of them watching as the warm light of the bricked tunnels fading away as they came into the darker room of a new area where all of the tubes and pipes seemed to lead. As they came into the large room, there were a few things Amelia noticed right away. Firstly, that there was no ceiling in the room. The only thing it had that could be considered a ceiling was a collection of the pipes and tubes they had seen lining the halls, all strung up high somewhere they couldn't see. Secondly, she noticed the room was in the shape of a pentagon. And thirdly, she noticed a man in a white coat in the middle of that room, creating a circle made from chalk. The man looked up at the five of them as they came into the room, the light glinting against his glasses so she couldn't quite see his eyes. The man stood up from his squatting position as he went to greet them, and she could see that the man was extremely wall-eyed, with each one looking in the opposite direction of the other. "Well now, I wasn't exactly expecting to have an audience," he said as he looked at them. "You're gonna give me performance anxiety," he joked, smiling and showing a single golden tooth in his grin. Everyone was immediately on their guard as they looked at the man. Edward transmuted his automail into his favorite arm blade before he demanded, "Who the hell are you?" "How should I answer that?" the man asked aloud, reaching up to stroke his chin as he looked up to the ceiling in thought, completely nonchalant about their presence here. You might know me as the man who created King Bradley. That is my most proud accomplishment." That immediately got their attention, and Amelia readied herself for a fight. A man involved in the creation of a homunculus had to be a skilled alchemist, and she readied a weapon for herself as she clapped her hands to the wall to transmute a short sword for herself. Meanwhile, Mustang pulled up his hands to tighten his ignition gloves. "You created the Fura, so it's safe to say you're obviously working with them," he said, glaring at the man whose grin only seemed to grow as he realized who was speaking. "I didn't realize that was you. And here I thought you were at the radio station when in fact you've come here to meet me in person." He lifted his hand up slowly as he continued to speak. "I can't tell you how much trouble you've saved me, Colonel Mustang." Once his hand was all the way up, men started to fall from the ceiling armed with swords and serious scowls that landed effortlessly and started to charge towards them as the doctor spoke again. "Why don't you boys keep them out of my hair for just a few minutes?" They were quick, and everyone scattered as they charged forward, but they were just as fast to catch up with them. Edward and Amelia ended up together, Edward barely defending himself in time from a quickly slicing blade, as another one came towards Amelia, and she managed to push him back for just a moment only for him to come right back in, and the two started clashing blades against one another. "Who are these guys?" Edward demanded as they were attacked. They were quick, moving well with their swords and holding intense gazes that spoke of how ready they were for this fight. "More dummy soldiers," Mustang asked as he and Hawkeye were pinned to one another as the men moved around them. "No, they moved too deliberately. It's not just on instinct," Scar said, and Amelia had to agree. The dummy soldiers were just mindless zombies that feasted on whatever they could. The man that was cutting at her sword was doing it with precision and clearly aiming for any weak spot he could that she was just managing to avoid the worst of, but only barely. "These men were at one time the other candidates to become King Bradley," the doctor answered, as he calmly went back to finishing his transmutation circle. Amelia's eyes widened at the news, knowing a bit about the story of how King Bradley was chosen to become a homunculus from news exchanged over that time. She and Edward were on the run through secret messages. Originally, a group of boys were gathered at birth, raised on all the education they would need to become world leaders alongside a strict physical education where they learned sword fighting. Before the one they knew that would become Wrath, there were 11 unsuccessful attempts, which meant that the men in front of her now. You could call them the leftovers, I guess. But one thing's certain, after years of training, they're skilled warriors in their own right. Amelia could see it as she looked at them. These men were fairly old, all around the same age as Fura Bradley, but it was only skin deep. They moved with that same swiftness, that same power. They had been training since day one, and it showed with their bodies moving as easily as her own despite being several decades younger. They were essentially fighting a platoon of Bradley clones, the only difference being they didn't have that homunculus invulnerability, not that she was managing to land a scratch on the guy coming at her. He jumped back suddenly, and she only had the sound of a shoe scuffing behind her as a warning to quickly sidestep. A chill running down her spine as she realized a sword would have pierced her right through her middle if she hadn't moved just then. She jumped back to face the two men, remembering her lessons with Edward and keeping her cool as she looked at them, both hands on her sword and ready for a fight as they stared her down. Glancing around at the others, she could see everyone was fighting off the ones surrounding them, none of them really giving anyone a chance to land a strong enough hit. Even as Hawkeye shot at one man, he was dodging her bullets with a practiced ease she had never seen before. They may not be as powerful as Bradley himself, but they are strong, the doctor announced in an amused tone of voice, clearly thrilled that these men were doing the jobs he wanted. The two men in front of her took their charge, and she barely had time to block the blows of their swords as they came crashing down. She grunted as she pushed off their swords and tried to dash back to put some space between her and them. She wasn't a very skilled fighter, but she knew where to focus her efforts. As one came after her, she brought up her sword, the two clashing again and again, seeing the flash of metal in the dim light of the room as she kept moving, never stopping. She made sure to keep her movements fluid enough that she couldn't be backed into a corner, hearing Edward's voice in her mind as she kept fighting them off. All his critiques from their sparring, advising her on everything she needed to do. But it was intense, and as much as Edward claimed he hadn't been holding back his strength with her, she was starting to wonder if he had been pulling his punches somewhat, because the way these guys hit was so much harder than what she was used to. She could already feel her hand getting sore from how she gripped her weapon, feeling how intensely the vibrations from every hit moved through the metal and up through her arm. As one charged with his blade out, the other came at her side. She jabbed him with her elbow, feeling the satisfying crack of something underneath her skin as she made contact with his face and pushed off the other one. Adrenaline was pumping through her veins and fueling every action she had, keeping up her footwork, carefully circling away from the men as they continued to pursue her, barely hearing the sounds of the others fighting around her as she focused on the fight in front of her. As they charged again, she noticed an opening and seized it, dodging the blade again as hers reached low and stabbed through the flesh of one of their legs. She heard a grunt of pain, but it didn't deter much as the two continued on through it, still going at it just as hard. She doubted she would have this much of a chance against the real Bradley, but at least these guys were human and could be incapacitated with enough time and effort. She had no idea how long this fight could last, but she hoped they could end it quickly and stop whatever this doctor was planning on doing. Arg! Alphonse couldn't help crying out at the sudden jolt the car made as he heard the sound of crushed metal on metal. For a terrifying moment, he thought his armor might have broken through something on the car, or might have bent from the force of that sudden stop. But as he looked up, he realized Yoki had driven straight into a lamppost, shaking from shock as he realized what had just happened. He could see smoke coming from the engine. There was no way they would be able to repair the car in time to get to where they needed to go. "What happened?" Heinkel demanded, pushing himself up after the crash, seeing what was in front of them. He sighed, "Oh, hell." He pushed open the car door. "Come on, we gotta keep moving. Central headquarters is down the street from here." "Right," Alphonse said, following him out on his side, as did Marco and Yoki after he gathered himself again. The four of them starting to dash down the road to hurry towards their intended destination, leaving behind the wrecked and crumpled car. "Geez, first a ditch, and then you run into a lamppost. Have you ever even driven a car before?" Heinkel couldn't help ripping into Yoki a bit again, frustrated that they were delayed again because of his driving. "Will you shut up?" Yoki snapped, It's not my fault that worthless piece of junk was impossible to control. Calm down, this is no time for us to fight. Alphonse chided them as they kept running to the streets. We've just got to hurry up and find a way to get underground. As they rounded the street corner, Alphonse noticed something definitely out of the norm and had to stop, the others joining him to see what it was that he was looking at. Is that? A long, black plume of smoke was rising up from Central Command, a sign that something much more serious was going on from wherever its source was. That must be from Colonel Mustang's men, Marco noted as he looked it over. The insurrection attempt had to be ongoing, and this was a sign they still had to watch their step and be careful about what they did next. Central headquarters wouldn't be easy to walk into, and would undoubtedly be crawling with soldiers looking to stop them from getting too far in, especially in the mayhem of it all. Let's just hope that everyone's okay, Heinkel said, already feeling a sense of unease from all of this. It was hard enough being on his own with these men he barely knew. He hoped Darius was still fighting hard and alive, not to mention those kids Amelia and Edward. They'd probably be having a hell of a time if they were fighting any of the homunculi. He didn't like thinking that something might have happened to them, and so he refused to. There wasn't anything he could do now if something had. All he could do was work to prevent anything worse from happening. Alphonse was having similar thoughts as he looked to the rising tower of smoke. He thought of his brother, the one he had admired most of all throughout his life. He had no doubt Edward was fighting on as hard as he could, probably swearing up a storm all the while, but fighting on until there was nothing left to fight. He doubted he would allow himself to be killed by the homunculi or any of the potential soldiers inside. Next, he thought of Amelia. She had her own unique way of focusing in battle, but she would focus too much on a singular opponent, and it left her open. He hoped she was well, too. She had a unique kindness to her once you got past that bristly exterior. He had seen it well before Edward had, and he hoped they wouldn't end up losing it somehow today. The two of them fighting together, he was sure they could cover for each other's faults. Edward could watch her back, and she could watch his. That's what he had to believe if he was going to keep moving forward. And he silently sent his wishes into the world that they were still alive and fighting, and that he would see them soon when they celebrated their victory. More determined than ever to catch up to his brother and friend, he turned back to the others. "Let's move," he ordered, hoping they could find a way to get underground and into the tunnels below to help stop this madness before it started. Before they got farther than a few steps, Heinkel suddenly gasped and jumped back from where he had been standing, getting all of their attention as he glared down at the ground. "What's wrong?" Alphonse asked concernedly. "Are you okay?" As he looked over the man, nothing seemed to be wrong physically, but it was clear something was bothering him as he glared down at the ground, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck standing up straight as something felt wrong with the way the ground had moved just then. But he had been the only one to notice among the four of them. As Olivier walked down the stairs with Izumi, the central soldiers leading the way with a captive General Edison in tow, her brig's soldiers covering the back end as they headed down to the lair below, hoping to find the enemy down there. She glanced over at Izumi Curtis. The woman had come in like a whirlwind with alchemy skills unlike anything she had seen herself. Even when her father had her learn the Armstrong family alchemy, it wasn't the same as anything she had known. "I can't help but be curious," she said, getting Izumi's attention, "but you said yourself you were one of their sacrifices. That means you've opened the portal, though I don't know exactly what that entails or what that means." Izumi nodded solemnly, speaking as they continued to walk down the stairs together. "The portal of truth, I'm sure you're all familiar with the alchemist's ultimate sin. Human transmutation, of course." She began, "If they commit this taboo, they open the portal and they pay the equivalent price for it." "The equivalent price?" Olivier repeated. "I take it you're referring to how the Elric brothers lost their bodies. Tell me, what price was it you paid?" She could see Izumi's expression shifting, and she came to a stop on the stairs, the rest of the platoon halting as well as they waited to hear her answer. Izumi rested her hand over her stomach. "I lost part of my insides." Olivier's eyes widened as she heard this, wondering just how many of her organs were taken, if not in pieces. "And then after sacrificing a part of myself, I learned the truth." Her eyes narrowed. "Human transmutation? It can't even be performed." There was a beat of heavy silence following that. Olivier glancing at the woman and wondering how she had managed to live in that way, missing parts of her internal organs, if not her organs entirely, only to discover that the very thing she had been so desperate to try wasn't even possible. Izumi's expression shifted to a neutral smile as she turned to Olivier. God, I'm sorry. You must find this dull, being a soldier and all. Quite the contrary, Major Armstrong answered before she could, the dark-haired woman turning to him as he spoke. The homunculi refer to those unfortunate enough to have opened the portal of truth as sacrifices. That could very likely be a clue as to what the enemy has in store. The part that worried him the most, and the reason he wanted to get underground quickly, was to see if there was a way he could keep them from being sacrificed in the first place. Amelia was one of them. He didn't think there was anything good for her in these plans, and this was the most he could do from his position. So then, I take it there was somebody that you lost, and you wanted to see them again so badly that you risked opening the portal and losing your own body? Olivier asked. She could see how Izumi and her husband Sig's faces both shifted into a sorrowful expression, giving her enough of a clue of who it could have been. Most likely a child of theirs, lost for some reason or another. How cruel that this portal, in showing her the knowledge of the truth, took away the very thing that would allow her to have another child. And what about you? Izumi turned the question back to her. Don't you have someone that you'd risk anything to see one last time? Olivier couldn't help the small laugh that slipped out of her. That's not really the kind of thing we soldiers think about. She said, we don't see any point in clinging to those who have died. We only know how to fight to keep more from dying. Izumi's expression mirrored her own as a small laugh came from her too. I suppose that makes sense. She couldn't really expect a soldier to relate to the desperate mourning and denial of losing a child, not when they already accepted death as part of their constant reality. However, I do have some experience with what you've described. Olivier said, getting her attention again, my first encounter with Edward Elric. When a homunculus invaded Fort Briggs, Edward blatantly refused my orders to tell me what he knew about it. At the time, I had not yet been made aware that the enemy had been holding the life of his childhood friend hostage. He just kept repeating, I can't answer that. It was quite clear that any further threat from me would be wasted. In that moment, he was acting neither as a soldier. She turned to face her brother, nor as a dog of the military state alchemist. Alex nodded in agreement to his older sister at the use of the phrase, showing he wasn't offended. She turned back to Izumi. The look in his eyes was desperate. A boy willing to pay any price to protect the things he loved. Izumi smiled affectionately at the image she described of Edward, picturing his expression rather perfectly from all the time she had known him. Ed always did have a knack for being stubborn. Olivier smiled, laughing gently in agreement. I'd be lying if we're to tell you that I wasn't moved when I looked into his eyes. But still, her expression shifted back to its icy visage. That doesn't change the fact that he is a naive child. I only hope that he can help lead us out of this fight without his naivete burying us. In the quiet of the stairwell, it was easy to hear how their voices echoed. So when they all heard the sound of a deep rumbling, something from down within the depths of the darkness below them, echoing up through and reaching their ears, it caught their attention. It wasn't something one could excuse as a loud pipe or anything else, and something in the air seemed to shift and everyone was on their guard. The enemy was making a move, and that sound had something to do with it. Izumi, Sig Curtis only spoke a single word, but it was enough for his wife to understand completely. Yeah, she looked up at her husband. That's our cue to get the hell out of here. She turned to the concrete wall beside them, placing her hand on it to make sure she knew the material she was working with, warning the others. We're far enough down to dig an escape tunnel, stand back a few steps. Then it's time to part ways, Olivier said, watching the confusion forming on Izumi's face as she announced they had no intention of joining her escape. We're staying. We can't turn our backs on this fight now. We're on a path leading directly to the heart of the enemy, Alex agreed. We didn't come all this way just to pass up the chance to storm in there and pump some ventricles, he said, flexing his arm proudly, showing his eagerness to go to war with these true demons instead of the ones that he had faced and been haunted by since Ishval. Are you sure about this? Izumi asked. She looked up to the Briggs soldiers, seeing the conviction on their faces as they had no intention to run away, and then to the central soldiers that held General Edison and seeing the same expression. No one here was passing up the chance to fight real monsters and work to save their nation. They were all seeing this through to the end. Once it had been settled that no one was going anywhere once Izumi left, Olivier lifted her uninjured hand to Izumi. "You saved our lives." Izumi smiled and reached for her hand, the two women having forged a very real bond together in their time battling and talking. There was a deep mutual respect for the strength each of them wielded, and there was a sadness in separating, but knowledge that this wouldn't be the last time they'd speak. "Thanks for your help, Izumi Curtis." "Don't mention it," Izumi replied. "Good luck, General Armstrong." Fighting against these Bradley wannabes was a difficult battle, and Amelia could tell this would get strenuous after enough time. Swordplay didn't do her much good. They were much more experienced in it than her, and her blade more served to block theirs than to use as a weapon, though she did manage to beat them back enough. Whenever she glanced around the room, she would see Edward in a similar state like she was, or Mustang and Hawkeye. In comparison to fighting the dummies that couldn't be killed, the sniper was a godsend. She was managing to seriously injure and even kill some of these men from how often she was hitting her mark, though they still managed to miss just from whatever skill it was that allowed them to dodge bullets. Amelia grunted as she stuck her hand under the chin of one man as he got close enough, forcing his head up before she quickly turned and cut at his belly while her leg kicked at another man. She didn't leave more than a scratch, unfortunately, but it was enough to get her a space for a second to reevaluate her stance and get her footing again. No matter what she did, it seemed like they were completely relentless. "I get it. These guys are all superhuman, but come on." Edward's voice reached her as she knocked back another man by elbowing him in his eye, seeing another man going flying as Edward flipped him, only for him to somersault midair and land perfectly on his feet. "This is just ridiculous." "They just don't." Amelia brought her sword up to block another blade, parrying it back before she reached her leg up to kick him in his stomach. "Quit." There was almost something admirable in it if it wasn't the fact that it was their side they were attacking. It was a never-ending onslaught, and they were all fighting their own battles, hearing the sound of swishing blades, punching flesh, and gunshots from Riza. "You keep leaving your back wide open, sir," she heard the lieutenant speak. "Well, I've gotta give you something to do," Roy responded before they went back into the fray. Amelia stepped back from the men in front of her, jumping as her back met someone else's. She jumped back, turning around ready to swing, and her blade met Edward's automail. "Amelia!" He cried out in shock and a little offended that she would attack him. "Oh, sorry," she quickly apologized. She looked behind Edward and saw a man coming towards him, and Edward saw two coming at her back. "Look out!" The couple shouted at the same time as Amelia charged at the man behind Edward, managing to block his blade with her own again before she delivered a hard punch into his eye. As he staggered back from the hit, she hit him again, but he quickly parried her sword. Meanwhile, Edward brought up his automail arm to block their swords from Amelia's body as he punched one back and grabbed the arm of the other to throw him out of the way and try to put some distance between him and her. Once they had that space back, they were back to back again, glancing over each other's shoulders to see their faces. Edward grinned widely at her. "You've got great form." He couldn't help complimenting her, seeing how she smiled. "Thanks, I had a good teacher," she said, giving it right back before the two of them jumped right back into it. She could feel her knuckles bruising as she kept hitting these guys between swipes of her swords and theirs, and she knew she wasn't going to be able to keep this up forever. She had to be careful, pace herself, but these men were experts in combat and were taking every opening they could get. She was using everything she had learned from Edward, but as they kept fighting, she knew there was no way they could keep this up indefinitely. There had to be some kind of sign for this to stop that wasn't killing them. They still couldn't kill Edward and herself after all, but that didn't give Scar, Hawkeye, or Mustang any kind of guarantee that they would live. "Ah, fuck!" She cried out in pain as felt a sharp sting along her left leg, turning and hitting the first thing she could and watching with satisfaction as her elbow went straight into the face of one of the Bradley wannabes. "Fuck you!" She looked down at her leg, seeing the red staining the fabric from the cut he had given her. It was deep, it might even need stitches, but for now she didn't feel the pain because of the adrenaline rushing through her, and there wasn't any bone exposed, she was just bleeding. She could deal with that and keep fighting. She had been two in her own head, and she gave them an opening to take her out. She stayed in place, still keeping her guard up as the two men she was facing came back, tightening her grip on her sword. "I've still got fight in me, you sons of bitches, come on." They picked up their blades and readied another attack, digging her feet in as she brought her sword up to block them, her hand coming in swinging for the stomach of the man in front of her. Pushing him to bend forward, and her elbow came down on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious for a moment as she pulled her blade back and tried to go through the second one, who parried it away from her. "That should do fine," she heard the doctor speak, glancing over at him as she watched him standing up from what he had been doing all this time, realizing that two of the Bradley wannabes were standing as his guards. "I suppose it's about time we got started." The man smiled, showing off his gold tooth again. His announcement caught Hawkeye's attention, turning from where she was to fire off 2 rounds at the man, only for one of his wannabe guards to jump into the line of fire. Amelia's expression paled at the sight of it. Were these men really made to be so blindly loyal that they would die for this man? The doctor continued to speak. "Now number 16, number 17, number 21, number 23, and number 26. She could see the men's heads turning as different numbers were addressed, seeing it as their names. "Come join me." The men whose numbers were called all went without a word to join him around the transmutation circle he had been drawing out over the last few minutes, watching as they stood in a pentagonal-like pattern much like the one he had drawn. "What's he doing?" Edward demanded as he knocked back the sword of one of the men holding him back to see the transmutation circle the doctor was standing in the middle of. "Shit," Amelia watched as the man raised his hand high with a wide smile, showing off that single golden tooth. "Now then, here goes," he announced before slamming his hand down onto the floor, the circle lighting up, and they watched as the men around them seemed to guard them away from it, and the men around the circle grew connected to the light coming from it, the 5 of them acting as points to extend the circle, the dimly lit room growing brighter from the energy of the transmutation. Amelia's eyes squinted as she saw it happening, feeling the energy surging around the room, seeing the lightning strikes of it moving through the air around them and creating a powerful wind. Whatever it was he was doing, it was powerful, and that was never good on today of all days. "What have you done?" Edward shouted at the man. "This," the man glanced up at Edward, "this right here is just the beginning. You seem like a smart boy. Do you know how many military-operated alchemy laboratories there are here in Central?" "The last I heard, they've only got 4 labs left in the city," Edward answered, but immediately he remembered that wasn't true. There were only 4 active labs in the city, but more than 4 were built, remembering his night in that singular lab that gave him so many clues to what was happening now that he hadn't been able to understand at the time. "No, the 5th laboratory. They've got 5. Knowing that number and seeing the pentagon in front of them, Amelia and Edward realized what was happening. It's a transmutation circle, the entire city. They made a circle within a circle. Amelia couldn't help being a little annoyed they hadn't seen that coming somehow, but transmutation circleception just had to be added to all of the things they couldn't see coming about today. "You mean, it's connecting all the laboratories into a circle?" Riza asked. "Don't tell me they're making the stone now?" Amelia couldn't help but worry that they were jump-starting the process of the countrywide transmutation circle. But as she looked at the circle beneath the doctor, the symbols didn't quite match up, and Edward caught onto that as she did. "No, it's something else," he said, readying himself for the worst. They couldn't stop the transmutation. The energy surging through the room was too strong, and the barrier of Bradley wannabes acted as points to extend that energy around the doctor performing it. They wouldn't know what it was until it was finished, but if they weren't starting the process of making the philosopher's stone, then what were they trying to do? She could feel the ground rumbling beneath them as the energy kept flowing, working to connect all the labs in the city as quickly as possible until the circle was completed. And they could see it had once it was finished. The lightning surges ended, and the lighting changed from the traditional blue to an eerie red, and she watched as the extended circle that connected the 5 men around the doctor turned into a circle outlining the space for black, tentacle-like hands to slowly ooze their way out from the floor and to the men around them. She watched with wide-eyed horror as the hands started to deconstruct those 5 men until there was nothing left of them. 5 men used as transmutation materials for whatever this circle, was for all while the doctor in the middle chuckled gleefully at his success. Edward and Amelia both felt a surge beneath their feet, the two looking down and watching as the floor opened up underneath them to reveal a massive gray eye. The sight of it sent a chill down her spine, recognizing it as the same eye from the portal of truth. She looked up as she realized Edward had one of his own, and neither of them could move. They could only watch as those same tentacled hands made their way out of the floor to them and started to deconstruct them like they had done to the men. Amelia cried out in horror as she watched the hands taking apart her legs, her hands, her arms, watching her skin come apart in paper-like fragments. She could hear Edward grunting and screaming on his own, trying to fight whatever was happening to them. As her body became more and more deconstructed, she could feel them taking apart her face and her jaw, her eyes looking up at Edward as she watched him reaching out for her. Amelia. She did the same, watching as her arm was deconstructed as soon as she had reached out far enough, the same happening to Edward. She was terrified. She didn't know why this was happening to them, and she couldn't even have the comfort of holding on to him as they were both broken down into nothing. Ed, she cried out his name helplessly as she could feel her body being broken away. Her vision the last to go as she watched Edward's body disappearing before she lost sight of him completely as she was taken out of the room. Only a second after Izumi had reached out to shake General Armstrong's hand, the group watched as a giant eye suddenly appeared below Izumi's feet, black tentacles reaching up from around it to start breaking down her body as if she was made of ribbons. It happened quicker than anyone expected, and all were frozen in place from not knowing what to do or how to stop it. The only one who tried was Sig Curtis, who reached out for his wife, crying out her name, Izumi. Only to watch in horror as she was taken apart and disappeared from where she had been, General Armstrong's hand still extended into the air. Her eyes were wide in shock, glancing down at her hand, one Izumi had gone. She had felt her hand coming undone, felt her skin brushing against her own as it was deconstructed and broke away from her gasp. What was that? What had just happened? Sig moved to the edge of the stairway railing, bellowing out his wife's name. Izumi, where are you? He shouted out into the darkness, but received no response, and he continued down the stairs, still desperately shouting for her, Izumi. The soldiers all remained where they were as they watched him walk down the stairs, trying to find his wife and where she had gone, unsure of what to do themselves. Alex, do you know what's happening? Olivia asked her brother, the only alchemist among them. She could at least recognize a transmutation when she saw it, though she had no idea what could have happened to that woman. One soldier was listening in on the communications link, trying to see if there was word of anything else happening after that sudden event that made the ground shake below them as Izumi disappeared. The major put his hand to his chin as he thought, perhaps, I believe the Elric boys once told me about this. After their transgression, Edward described how numerous strange hands dragged him through the portal of truth. And what is this portal? Olivia asked. That I do not know, Alex answered solemnly, clearly not thrilled that his ignorance couldn't give them any hint as to what was happening or what had just occurred, but only that it might be related to the portal of truth. What? Repeat that. Oliver and Alex turned to the soldier on the comms link. You got through? Olivia asked, the question instantly getting Sig's attention as he hoped for some news about his wife. General, headquarters is safe, Sergeant Bliss reported to her. That's good, so, have they received any intel concerning Ms. Curtis? She asked. He hesitated only a moment, his face clearly not pleased to deliver his news, or lack of it rather. No. Sig's face fell as he realized that bit of hope to find her was gone. I see, Olivia let out her own acknowledgement, clearly not pleased that they didn't have what they wanted, but at least the gate still held strong. She could see on the soldier's face that this wasn't the end of what he had heard. Is there anything else? Yes, Captain Buccaneer and some of his men. They fought Fura Bradley, trying to defend the main gate. His expression shifted to a solemn scowl, and they were all killed. Alex turned to his sister, knowing Captain Buccaneer was one of her more trusted subordinates and one of her most valuable. Though her expression wouldn't visibly change, he could see the other signs of her own reactions to the news, the way her hands gripped just a bit more tightly. Her eyes still focused on him as she kept her face as neutral as she could, something she had trained herself to do in their family in the face of such bad news as they all had, so as not to offend the messenger. But still, it couldn't be easy to hear that someone she considered so valuable, and someone he suspected was a friend of hers, was dead. He was working together with the forces from Xing. He inflicted a mortal wound on Bradley and pushed him into the moat. Impossible. Edison's voice cut through the delivery of the news, Olivier's glare sharpening with a frosty edge as she heard him denying what they had just heard. No, impossible. Impossible. I know King Bradley. He's stronger than that. He can't be killed so easily. He's superhuman. It took all of her restraint to turn around and hit him as hard as she could only once. She watched as Edison was hit and knocked into the concrete wall, feeling a little satisfied to see his mouth bleeding from her hit as he crumbled to the ground. The last thing she needed right now was to hear the voice of an ignorant, selfish fool arguing against his own loss in war. "How's the main gate holding?" she asked Bliss, going back to business so she wasn't tempted to try and beat the worthless general while he was down. "They're still defending it," Bliss reported. "Are you familiar with the homunculus known as Greed? He's come over to our side and he's helping." Alex's eyes widened at that news. "One of them is helping us." "That's ridiculous." Edison's voice came again. "The good gentleman would never be betrayed by the homunculi." "About the captain," Bliss continued, "they say he died smiling." Olivier took a moment to breathe in and out, her fist tightening its grip in her uninjured hand as she heard this news. She could easily picture it. Buccaneer would have fought like hell against Bradley, battered, bruised, and bloody. She could imagine he likely asked the homunculus to help, how he convinced the monster she had no idea, but once there was some security in knowing the gate would hold. He took the opportunity to rest. It infuriated her to think she lost one of her best men, a man who had dedicated his life to his country, and was undoubtedly one of the best soldiers she had ever trained to a cause as ridiculous as the thing that pushed General Edison into his cowardice. Still, there was nothing to be done now. Her own words echoing in her mind about how soldiers can't linger on loss, and all they can do is work to keep more from dying. "I see." She let out a breath before she strengthened her resolve and looked back to her men. "Well, if he indeed died smiling, then he wouldn't want us standing here weeping over him. So, let's go," she ordered, hearing a chorus of "Yes, sir," in response. She looked down to Izumi's husband, who had been listening all this time. "Mr. Sig, come with us. We need to find your wife as well." He seemed surprised when she first ordered him, but that expression turned to relief, and then his own resolve as he nodded in agreement. With that put away, they all started to continue their journey down into the darkness below them to see what it was that was hiding underground and how they might put a stop to it. As Amelia started to come back to herself, she realized she was no longer in the underground room where she had been a moment ago. She saw lights moving around her, and she squinted her eyes as she wasn't able to see, squirming to try and block the lights with her hands but found she couldn't. She looked down, seeing those strange tentacle hands wrapped around her body. She looked up, her vision adjusting to the light, and she realized what was happening. The environment was all too familiar. She had been thrown back into the portal of truth, and only a second later did she realize she was screaming as she was careened through it all. The light suddenly became blinding, and she closed her eyes again as she, still screaming, felt something happening to her body again. It was just like before, where she was being broken down only to be put back together again. Her face was first, then her shoulders, her arms, her torso, all so she could go rushing down onto the cold stone floor below her, landing with a grunt on her backside. She winced in pain, glancing down at her leg that still bled, hearing another shout and thud just to her side, and she looked over to see a familiar redcoat. Ed! Seeing him was something of a relief, considering what had just happened. He sat up, rubbing at his head where he had fallen on his back, looking over at Amelia, about to speak when they heard another thud behind them both, and they turned to see another woman there. Amelia wasn't sure who she was at first until she heard Edward speak. "Teacher." The two teenagers got up, Edward coming to Amelia first, a hand on her back as she stood. As she met his eyes, she could see the concern on his face, and she only nodded, answering his silent question if she was okay before they both went to Izumi. "Are you okay, Miss Izumi?" she asked as they came to her side, knowing her body was still not in the best condition despite how strong she was. She sat up, surprise on her features as she looked at them both. Obviously none of them were planning to be here together. Ed, Amelia. Are you all right? Edward asked. Yeah, more or less, Izumi said, reaching to rub at her neck before she started to look around their surroundings. It was dark and cold, and the floor below them was obviously some kind of concrete, but it was hard to see where they were, especially after that blinding light scene in the Portal of Truth. What are you doing here anyway? Edward asked. Amelia had to wonder the same. Wasn't Izumi supposed to be in Dublith? Wasn't she supposed to have made her way out of the country by now? I'd like to know that too, Izumi replied, looking around their dark surroundings. So, do you have any clue where we are? None, we just ended up here, same as you, Edward said, Amelia looking around, seeing sparks on the ceiling above them for a moment that grew bigger as a familiar set of armor came careening down to the floor with a loud and heavy crash that caught everyone's attention. Al, Edward rushed over to his brother, Amelia doing the same as they realized how still he was. Al, snap out of it. He received no response from the armor and Amelia started to worry. Had something happened to him again to make him lose consciousness, or something worse? Al, hey, wake up already. Despite how urgently Edward tried to wake him, there was no response. The worst part of it was the fact that the four of them were here, her, Ed, Alphonse, and Izumi. She had to wonder if the sacrifices were being brought together for the final plan somehow. The sound of a heavy footstep reached their ears, and she could almost feel the presence behind her before she turned. Her eyes widened at the sight of what stood there. She wasn't sure what she was seeing at first as she looked over the body that nearly blended into the darkness, if it wasn't for the fact that it was covered in eyeballs, and its body seemed to have melded with a familiar face who sat upside down in his stomach, with his hand protruding from his flesh and his leg hanging high above his shoulder. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that makes 5 of you. The creature before them spoke, a satisfied smile on its face as its eyes all looked at them. She felt a disgusted chill running down her spine as she looked at the creature, almost feeling like she'd be sick. It was so gross, so many eyes, and it stood so tall too, not to mention the fact that Hohenheim's face was poking out of his belly, eyes shut and looking like he was completely out of it. Though it does not seem that all of you are present in your bodies, this could present a problem. What is that thing? Izumi demanded as she glared at the creature before them. It's a monster. Hohenheim, Edward called out to his father, and they all watched him stir before his eyes opened, and he was able to see who all was there. Edward, he looked at his eldest son, then his younger son, and it would seem he's caught Alphonse as well. He looked at Amelia and Izumi. Miss Amelia and Miss Curtis, you'll have to excuse my sorry appearance. His voice sounded weak and he looked exhausted. The plan was to split up to try and stop father, but it looked like he had not only gotten here first, but gotten caught by some disgusting creation of his that held him hostage. What is going on here? Izumi asked in a calm, but still shaken voice. It's not complicated. Hohenheim began to answer, but was interrupted by the creature whose body he was contained in. Be careful to mind your place. Amelia felt a shudder go through her as she watched the focus of the eyes shift from their group to Hohenheim as the creature grinned. I plan to take your philosopher's stone at my leisure, but I can speed up the process if you prefer. Amelia's eyes widened, wondering if father had created another homunculus somehow in their time they were gone, one that could steal away Hohenheim's powerful philosopher's stone. Hohenheim, what is that hideous thing? Edward demanded, the creature looking back up at them as his grin disappeared into a scowl. It's a copy of me, Hohenheim answered. You might know him better as the one the homunculi called father. This was father? Amelia looked over the creature in front of them, no part of it at all representing the man he used to be. He might have been a dour and pale version of Hohenheim, but this was nothing like that at all. If anything, he more resembled Hohenheim's description of the dwarf in the flask that he once was, looking a little bit like the manifestation of Pride's shadows. Was this his true form somehow? You're saying this is that bearded bastard? Edward asked, just as shocked as Amelia was to see him like this. Yes, that's right. I destroyed the leather bag he was in, but he was cut off as the darkness that contained him started to move, and Amelia watched as he was brought deeper into the dark flesh, crawling over him like a sphincter almost and sucking him in. Enough, father's voice spoke out over him, sucking in the rest of Hohenheim's body that was protruding from him. I warned you to keep your mouth closed, Hohenheim. She watched as his arm and his leg were sucked into his body, red transmutative light showing the work he was doing as he pulled them in, those massive eyes focused on them with that lipless grin. And now, greetings to the four of you, my pretty sacrifices. Welcome to my castle. Please, everyone, make yourselves at home. As Amelia looked around the room, she started to recognize bits and pieces from the last time she had come here with Alphonse nearly a year ago, but there were a few big differences. The first being Father himself, and that hideous body that stood before them covered in eyes. The second was the giant eye above them in the room, staring down at them, and she felt a chill go down her spine. It was one thing to be stared at, but this felt so incredibly different. A part of her couldn't help but compare her feelings of dread to that of a video game. A long, difficult video game that you had put hundreds of hours into, and you were finally at the threshold before the final boss. And while there was a sense of urgency to fight him, an urgency that told you to finish him quick because that's what the game demanded of you. But at the same time, you hesitated to go through the doors because you didn't feel ready yet. Not that she had the luxury of abandoning where they were to go stock up on healing potions and attack items. Still, she readied herself into a fighting stance, Edward and Izumi doing the same. "Al, time to get up," Edward called to his brother. "Things aren't looking too good for us." Alphonse didn't respond, Amelia glancing back at the suit of armor and feeling like she did in the forest again when Alphonse had lost consciousness after being possessed by pride. "Hey, Al." She looked back at Edward as he called to him again, but once again received no response. She felt as helpless as she did then, with no way to awaken his metal body. "Al, get up." Edward's voice grew more worried as his brother continued to stay silent and motionless. "Alphonse." Amelia reached her hand out to Edward's arm. "He's just unconscious, he'll get up in a minute," she said, hoping that was true. He relaxed for a moment before they looked back to Father as he stared at them, his gaze shifting to the unmoving armored body in front of them and frowning slightly. They had to focus on what was in front of them, and clearly Father didn't like that there was one extra person not there yet. "I suppose it's not quite time yet," he said simply. "Alphonse may take his time arriving." There was a growing tension among the others, Amelia glancing over at Izumi and Edward. They could feel it too. It was really like the final boss fight in a video game, but they all felt still so woefully unprepared. This homunculus had some of the most incredible alchemic power they had ever seen before, and they were on his home turf. She glanced upwards at the ceiling, feeling her heart dropping into her stomach at the sight of a giant eyeball staring down at them, gulping nervously as she glanced back at Father. There wasn't much else to do, was there? "I'm guessing this might be time to fight," Amelia muttered to Edward, though neither of the teenagers made the first move to attack the creature standing before them. Izumi didn't make that move either. There was still an overwhelming presence to him that made them nervous. As she glanced between him and the watchful eye above them, she had to wonder how the others were doing. She could hear the sound of rumbling above them, indicating a fight might be going on. How long had they been in the portal? Looking back, she wasn't sure how much time had passed since they were taken through it again just to land there. Were Mustang and the others okay? Was Scar able to find the center of the alchemy circle they had mapped out? They would have to hope they were able to get through everything without any issue, and that they wouldn't need them for the next steps. She jumped as she saw something moving down from the ceiling, recognizing the small form that came wafting down on the shadows. "I secured the remaining exits. There will be no one to interfere with your sacrifices, Father," Pride said, though he looked different. There were spatters of blood on some of his clothes, but he looked oddly worn. It took her a moment to realize he resembled Envy somewhat in his appearance when they had seen him last. When they had been fighting Mustang and the man, enraged, nearly obliterated them. He looked tired, disheveled, a little scorched, and she had to wonder if the colonel was able to do some damage. Among them, he was the only one who had successfully killed a homunculus, though Envy might also be added to that roster now. His flame alchemy was powerful, but Pride didn't seem bothered by whatever he had experienced. I wish we could say that makes all 5 of the required sacrifices, but Alphonse Elric has not arrived yet," Father said. Pride frowned, looking over the group with a disdainful expression, clearly not pleased that their plan had yet to come to fruition. "Secure the exits?" Amelia asked, glancing around them. The last time she had come to this hideout she had come through a door, but she couldn't really seem to find it now that she was here with them. Then again, That door led out to a hallway full of hungry, vicious chimera guards that would sooner rip them to shreds than let them run. Staying in here with Father was, logically, the safer option, but at the same time she was almost tempted to take her chances with the chimeras. "What, you locked the door or something?" "Not quite," Pride said, a smile on his face, "though I can see why you might think that." She let out a sigh at his frustratingly vague talk. She doubted they would be able to get much out of him in regards to information, so asking him about it was likely pointless. Not that it stopped Edward from shouting out, "What have you done with the others? Don't think I can't see that blood on your clothes." "I don't know what you're talking about," Pride flippantly replied, still smiling as he shrugged off Edward's words. "All we did was make sure that no one could possibly interfere with our plans at all." Edward didn't quite pick up on the coded intention there, but Amelia's eyes widened a little as she started to realize what he was implying. "You did something to the Colonel, didn't you?" Amelia asked, a little horrified at what might have happened. Mustang was likely the only one among them that actually stood a chance against homunculi and might have made a good match for Pride, but if there was something else? If there was something to give him a boost of power, maybe another one of the homunculi, but who was left? She had to think about it carefully. There was no lust, no gluttony, greed was MIA and had been since they came to Central, and all that was left was Fura Bradley. But shouldn't he have been blown up by a train? Then again, it wouldn't be hard for a homunculus to survive that, especially one that had the power to predict everything that he saw before it happened. It's possible he had come in as backup for Pride to help with whatever it was he did to secure the place. Her fear only grew as she saw the satisfied smirk on Pride's face. "You did. How do you secure exits for a place like this?" "You don't need to worry about that," Pride said, though he had a bit of a smirk on his face as he continued to say, "It all worked out in the end. Now Colonel Mustang's meddling and his troublesome flame alchemy will present no more problems for us." Amelia felt a chill go down her spine as she desperately hoped they didn't kill Mustang. He was arguably the best alchemist they had at their disposal. With a homunculus body count higher than any of their other allies, it would make sense to kill him if they could. But he wouldn't have gone down easy. Pride wasn't as sadistic as Envy. He would have taken the quickest, most efficient route to take Mustang down. Did they remove his flame glove somehow? Neutralize his alchemy in some way? She supposed they wouldn't know for sure until they were able to see him again, if they did, that is. They were out of options, but they still had time before the transmutation, otherwise Father would have set things up to do it right then and there. At least while Alphonse was unconscious. She didn't like the limitations set in front of them as it was clearly stacked against them. The only thing preventing Father's transmutation was the fact that Alphonse was unconscious, but he most definitely had them all trapped in this room with him, with no foreseeable way out. And fighting him didn't seem wise. The homunculus next to him was the strongest they knew, and Father was his creator with alchemical capabilities that baffled their minds the first time they had seen it. He could probably kill them all in an instant if he so wanted, and likely would if he got his way and didn't require them anymore. So that, at least, put them at some kind of even playing field. He couldn't kill them, and killing him would probably take a lot more than what they were capable of given that he was as much a living philosopher's stone as Hohenheim is, the man who was currently trapped inside of his body. They couldn't fight him without risking harm to him, leaving them in an uncomfortable stalemate that didn't leave them with many options. So she picked the only one she could think of, putting her hand on the back of Edward's coat, holding onto his hood as a reminder to keep himself from recklessly charging in. "Okay, so you've got us all here. You mind if I ask you some questions while we kill time?" Father didn't seem all that interested, but she continued, "You're a walking, talking philosopher's stone. You're arguably the most powerful being in this country right now. I doubt you care about us enough to tell us your plans, but you're a wealth of alchemical knowledge, right?" Edward gave her an odd glance as she asked that question, and she could see Father putting his attention on her. "I want to know about the portal of truth, and I doubt me knowing about that will interfere with what you're planning." Pride's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she said that aloud, and a part of her winced inwardly. She was usually more careful than that with her words, but she was nervous. What is it? Why was I pulled into it against my will? Why am I one of the only sacrifices that didn't have to pay a toll to go through it? Edward's eyes widened as she spoke the questions that she had been wanting answers to since she discovered the portal. And more importantly, why did the truth accept my friend as payment for myself? I know you know. She appealed to his vanity. Even if he had removed pride from his being, that didn't mean he didn't hold himself higher than other humans. And if she acted like he indeed was her better, it could potentially sway him into at least talking to Stahl until they could come up with a plan. The truth is the unshakable, undeniable force by which we all live. Father answered, the portal to the knowledge it holds is guarded by God, who is itself an extension of that same truth. God and truth are one and the same. That's not answering my questions, Amelia replied. Why did the truth do all of this? Why make people pay tolls with their limbs or organs just to witness it? Why did my friend have to sacrifice herself just so that I could have that experience? How is that fair? The truth can be such a cruel thing, Father replied as a smile grew on his monstrous face. The two brothers who wanted to feel their mother's warmth once more, their attempt to bring the dead back to life, cost one of them the leg on which he stood as well as the only family he had left. She could see Edward's expression changing, gritting his teeth as he undoubtedly remembered that night he had transmuted his mother, or what he thought was his mother, only to lose Alphonse and his own leg in the process. The other lost his entire body to have it replaced by a suit of armor that can feel nothing. Edward's fists tightened, and she let her fingers move over his back, reminding him to be as calm as he could manage so he didn't lose himself. The woman who sought to bring back her only baby was given a body that could never again bear children. And then there's you, the girl that lost everything at the supposed sacrifice of a girl you claimed to love, but was more likely nothing more to you than a pawn. Amelia felt that cutting her to her core, feeling an intense wave of guilt. Kate had sacrificed herself to go on the adventure she had always wanted, but she could have easily done the opposite. She could have so easily sacrificed Amelia in her place, but instead she chose to give herself up so Amelia could do it. And she still didn't understand why she wouldn't have taken that option and instead gave that perfect gift to herself to Amelia. She had no doubt that had the roles been reversed at that point in her life, and she had been offered her dream world in exchange for a body and soul, she might not have followed Katie's example. Humans who would dare to play God must pay a steep price for their arrogance. That is the way of the universe, the natural order imposed by the very thing you claim to worship. That is truth. I don't think so, Edward snapped, silencing the man as he glared at him. It would be one thing if the truth punished us for doing these acts of our own volition, but to punish someone at the whim of someone else. He was angrier than she'd seen him in a long time, his breath shaking as he practically growled out the words while he scowled with intense anger at Father. To think that she deserves everything she's been through just because someone else wanted it. You think that's justified? That isn't a truth I'm willing to accept. Father only grinned madly in response and didn't offer any words as there was something else to draw their attention away. They all gasped as they heard an explosion, everyone looking up to watch the ceiling come apart, debris tumbling down among the smoke as a familiar, tiny body nimbly made her way to the floor. Mei Chang? The small Xinji's alchehestrist had managed to find her way down, looking a little scuffed up, but otherwise fine. She was able to easily dodge the falling debris to make her way over to Edward and Amelia's side, turning to see the dark being in front of them that was staring up at her entry point. Amelia looked up to the ceiling where she had come from, seeing that any light that had come through was quickly snuffed out, which made her wonder if there was something between the stone of the ceiling of this room and the floor of the second that was preventing anyone else from entering. There he is, May gasped as she looked at the man. And now my lovely home has a gaping hole in it, Father said, his many eyes turning to face May with a frown. How dare you, girl? He may look different now, but there's no mistaking it. He's the one who's behind all of this, May said, glaring at him. Amelia looked at the girl, and in the back of her mind she wondered. With the way she had framed that sentence and her grand entrance just now, she had to wonder if May considered her life to be a story where she was the main character at all times. She was certainly young enough for it. Though that heroic attitude of hers quickly changed as she looked to see Alphonse's limp armor on the floor behind them, her determined glare quickly shifting to a concerned expression. Oh, Alphonse, what happened to you? She rushed over to kneel at his side, her hands going to his still helmet. I don't know, I can't get him to wake up, Edward said, and May's anxiety only grew worse. Oh no, she looked down at the empty helmet as she spoke in a desperate plea. Please wake up Alphonse. Come on, you have to. Say something. Come on, Alphonse. Get up. Amelia wished she could tell her it wasn't that easy. Alphonse had to come back on his own. It wasn't like they could revive him like they would a normal person. All they could do now was wait for him to return to them. Unfortunately, begging him to wake up wouldn't make him wake up any sooner. Or so she thought, as Alphonse's body suddenly jolted to life, light flashing in the eyes of his helmet again, much to the joy of May and the surprise of Edward, who went to his brother's side the second he saw him move. "Al!" He called out his name, watching as Alphonse suddenly jumped up with a gasp, sitting up and trying to collect himself. "Al, are you all right?" Edward was more worried about his well-being than anything. He had been through the portal again, and was there longer than the rest of them for some unknown reason. He had every reason to worry. "Jesus Christ, just when I think this girl can't get any luckier." Amelia couldn't help muttering to herself at the sheer bizarre coincidence of it all, that Alphonse had come back to them just as May had been pleading with him to do so. She joined Edward, May, and Izumi as they all rushed to make sure he was okay, all calling his name to see if he would respond. Alphonse looked up at them all, seeing each of them as he slowly realized what was happening: teacher, brother, Amelia, and May. Then we're... He looked past them, gasping at the sight of the changed father and the scowling pride. They all stood up, ready for a fight, seeing father's face shift into an excited grin. "And now, all 5 are here," he said, his gaze looking to Edward to continue their conversation. "So, you mean to tell me that you reject the truth?" "Yeah, exactly," Edward replied. "And listen here, don't go thinking you've won just because you got us here. We aren't just gonna sit back and let you sacrifice us. Your words will do nothing to alter your fate." Father seemed to be in an incredibly better mood than he was a moment ago, now that all 5 of his sacrifices were here where he wanted them to be, which only made Amelia more nervous. She started to glance around for alternate exits. Even if Father had said they were all blocked, she couldn't help but hope they might have missed a spot. He had the clear advantage here, and she didn't like that at all when they had been working so hard to avoid just that. "We can't just stay here with him," she whispered to Edward. "No, none of you will be leaving," Father said. "Escaping is futile. You're already deep within my stomach." "Your stomach?" Amelia repeated, wondering if that thing that had blocked out the light from May's entry was somehow an extension of him. Though her thoughts were pulled away as one of them stepped forward, her eyes widening as she saw who it was: May. "May," Alphonse exclaimed her name in shock. "What do you think you're doing?" Edward snapped at the younger girl. "I've come a long way to talk to him," May said, a determined glare on her face as she looked at Father. "Envy told me that you're immortal?" Father looked at the girl indifferently, just like he did when he had first seen Ling. "So you're not denying it?" He didn't seem to acknowledge her at all, but May continued, "That's all I need. I'll handle this one, Alphonse." Her declaration caused them all to look at her in shock. "Wah, not on your own, he's too powerful," Alphonse protested. "It's fine," May insisted. "He can't control my alchemistry." "Having alchemistry doesn't mean you're his perfect match," Amelia quickly pointed out. "Even if he binds our alchemy, that doesn't mean you have to play hero and do this by yourself. You're going to need help." This girl was still so young, and she was seeing it more with everything she did as she acted like this was her final showdown as the hero of her own story. There was a part of that attitude Amelia could admire, but this was an incredibly reckless endeavor. "I'll be all right, just keep the smaller homunculus out of my way." May insisted again, the trio looking over at Pride as he stood by Father, looking right back at them with an indifferent stare. "She makes it sound like he's the easy one to fight," Edward muttered. As they looked at Pride, Amelia did notice something. She could see small transmutation marks forming at Pride's cheek, just outside of the scorch marks that lined his collar, and she took in a sharp breath. Even if he had done something to incapacitate Colonel Mustang up on the surface, it was clear the flame alchemist put up a hell of a fight, one that had significantly damaged the homunculus's regeneration capabilities. "Edward," she whispered to him, the blonde boy glancing her way, "doesn't he look like Envy when we found him with Mustang?" Edward did notice the similarities, and it was clear that there had been some kind of intense struggle while they were all being flung through the portals for however long. He might have done some serious damage to force his Philosopher's Stone to use itself. He might be closer to where he was outside of Kanama. He had been struggling to fight them in the long term until he had devoured gluttony and taken his stone. It might have put him back in that same spot with no homunculus siblings. He could eat again to regain his strength. Edward let out a slow breath, Then we might have a shot. It was a long shot, but a shot nonetheless. They could see pieces of him falling away, and it was enough to convince them that they might have an opportunity to work well here. He glanced over at Amelia, giving her a pointed glance to their teacher, who was still behind them and clearly not in the best state as she had one hand over her stomach. Last line. Edward asked. Amelia didn't like that he was asking her to be the last line of defense again, but she nodded. Yeah, you got it. She reassured him, stepping back to look after Izumi. Even if she was the one that taught them everything they knew about fighting, she wasn't in the best state to fight like they were. The brothers clapped their hands, the ring of transmutative energy in the air as they all brought them down to the concrete floors, blue sparks flying as they all readied themselves for the fight of their lives. Well, look at that, we can use our alchemy, Edward said, the floor transmuting pillars up towards Pride, and he ran out of the way of the shot, the three of them making their way towards him with haste. He ran, he didn't even try to use his shadows, Alphonse declared, giving them all a boost of hope. That's definitely a good sign, Edward said as he and Alphonse ran towards Pride, creating another wall of spikes to go after him. Yep. This left Amelia, Izumi, and May all to face down Father, who watched them going after his first son as they continued to transmute. Why must you rude children keep destroying my home? He said in a chastising voice. You should behave like proper guests. Seriously? Amelia's voice dryly replied, but then again she shouldn't have been that shocked that Father didn't seem to care about much other than himself. She watched as a knife flew into the side of his skull, the homunculus glancing at it before looking back at the one who had thrown it, May still having that determined glare on her face as she looked at him. He only grinned as the knife was absorbed into his being. Enough talk, now give me your stone, May shouted as she ran towards him, throwing knives in between each of her fingers as she charged at him. May, Amelia called after her, running after the girl as she watched red transmutative sparks coming from Father's body, catching up to her as she ran to a stop, the pair watching as the man transmuted a giant version of May's knife, coming up through his body as if it had just split him in half, only to aim it at them. Amelia was barely able to avoid it, as was May as the girls both shrieked and jumped in opposite directions, hearing and feeling the shockwave of the giant knife carving into the ground where they had both been. She fell to the ground, feeling how it scraped at her skin, and she hissed in pain, but sat up to see that May had fallen on her stomach, looking back at Father to see his next move. He pointed to May as he spoke. I did not request your presence and have no need for it, now leave. He ordered, and as soon as Amelia looked back at May, she saw with wide eyes that the young girl wasn't going to give up, as she had an alchemy circle already drawn on the ground in front of her, that she activated as soon as he had finished speaking. Amelia realizing that she had stuck a similar circle of knives at Father's feet to act as the secondary energy point that she must have thrown before she dodged that attack. Amelia had to admit, the girl was skilled in her own right at fighting and thinking quick on her feet, watching as she transmuted the ground around Father to create long, intense spikes that went straight through his arms to pin him standing up. She watched as the younger girl ran towards him, bellowing a war cry as she prepared to take him down, but something didn't feel right to her. She watched in horror as Hohenheim's face burst from Father's stomach to cry out to her, "No, young lady, he's not actually trapped." Amelia ran up as soon as she heard him speak, going to try and get her out of the way, clapping her hands in a transmutation to try and do something, but as May went to land her blow on his head, an intense pressure was released that destroyed her spikes and threw her back. Amelia feeling the force of it throwing her back as well, debris cutting along her skin, and feeling it cutting open, screaming as she was forced back with May as the two girls fell to the floor. Shit, she cursed as she pushed herself up, seeing May tumbling onto the ground. May, she heard Alphonse's distressed cries, and she pushed herself up. Don't worry about May, I got her, she called back. Focus on Pride, take him out. Alphonse hesitated, but nodded as Amelia came over to May, seeing her create an alchemy circle around herself. She could feel her own injuries aching. She had likely broken a couple of ribs in that explosion just then, but the adrenaline was keeping her moving and she went to May's side. Jesus, you're as reckless as Ed. I didn't ask for your help, May weakly replied. This isn't the time to be proud, Amelia snapped back, She looked up at Father, seeing the man grinning and pointing his finger, the shape instantly changing to a gun. "Shit! Young lady!" Hohenheim cried out to them, only to be pushed back into Father's body by his other hand. "I would rather you not keep squirming about, Hohenheim," Father said to him. Amelia clapped her hands to transmute the ground around them, bringing it up to create a shield just in time to avoid the bullets he was firing at them. She ducked down. The solid rock shield she had created was pure concrete and thick, but she had only managed to transmute it about 25 inches up, so they had to duck down to be safe. She kept one arm on her back to remind her to stay down as they heard the bullets firing and ricocheting off the concrete. She hated how she felt so unprepared for this, she and May huddling behind her last-minute shield to avoid the worst of the bullets, hearing Alphonse and Edward giving their all-into-fighting pride on the other side of their transmuted wall. She looked down at May. "Just stay down, I can figure this out," she said, though she was rapidly losing confidence in herself as time went on. She had to do something to fight back, her mind thinking of 1,000 things at once she couldn't bring herself to transmute. She hadn't been this afraid in a long time, moving based on pure instinct to try and survive. She clapped her hands together. "Fuck! I hope Hohenheim doesn't mind a few bruises." She planted them on the ground, watching the light spark forward as the floor in front of them rose up, shooting forward to crush Father, only to watch them meet the space in front of the homunculus and be redirected away, as if he was pushing away her transmutations with his own. But after a few seconds of this, there was a sudden explosion, pushing them away and breaking them apart to where she lost her concentration and lost the transmutation. She brought up her hands to protect her face from the debris, hearing the spikes she had made fly into the walls around them with heavy thuds. She looked up in time to see a massive spear flying towards Father, one she hadn't made. She turned back in shock to see Izumi had transmuted a massive crossbow behind them. "Miss Izumi." "His hands-free alchemy doesn't make for a fair fight," Izumi replied, and Amelia felt a massive sense of relief to see her backing her up. Okay, between the three of them, and Edward and Alphonse taking on Pride, maybe they had a shot here. Even still, she could see that the second arrow she fired at him disintegrated as soon as it got close enough. She let out her own war cry as she performed another transmutation, bringing up the ground to make projectiles of her own to fire at him, all of which seemed ineffective, as if there was an invincible barrier around him preventing him from being hit. She watched as it went through him, seeing his head splitting apart, and she thought, for a hopeful moment, that they had him. But she saw them splitting apart into tendrils that hovered into the air, and she realized that wasn't the case. "It appears the time is upon us." And with those words spoken, the 4 tendrils shot out, one wrapping around Amelia and pinning her arms to her sides so she couldn't transmute her way out, crying out in shock. She looked up to see the same had happened to Izumi, as well as the Elric brothers, as all 4 of them were pulled into the air above Father before they were all pinned down onto the ground around him in 4 distinct points. They all struggled, but they were all in a firm hold as they looked at what had once been the headless Father that grew another head in its place so he could speak to them. "I'm done with indulging your frivolity. It's time to put you to work, my sacrifices." Father grinned maniacally as he looked up to the ceiling above them, and Amelia realized the eclipse must be happening now if he's getting this worked up. It's finally time. She could feel a sudden shockwave, some kind of energy that moved through her and around her. It reminded her almost of a sudden, excited heartbeat thrumming through the ground as Father lifted his hands upwards, the ground shaking as if it could hardly contain its excitement. "This planet of ours, have you ever considered the possibility that it might, in fact, be a life form?" She lifted her head up, blinking in confusion as he said this. Actually, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a vast nervous system. One that's retained its every memory since its inception and has witnessed the universe unfold. Just think of the massive quantity of information that such a system would hold. But an even better question, how much power could one gain if they opened that system's gateway? Have you ever considered that? He lowered his head down to his sacrifices, expression as serious as it could be with a singular eye over his mouth. Think about it. Amelia could hardly believe what she was hearing. He planned to make the planet itself open the portal of truth, to act as its conduit and gain whatever power he could take from it. What kind of power could be taken from something like that? It was chilling to think about, and she struggled all the more in his grasp but couldn't escape. "And now that I have you gathered, I shall use you as sacrifices to open the planet's gateway." She could feel the energy thrumming through the ground, brimming with Father's anticipation as he announced his intentions. She gasped as she saw a shadow moving behind him, her eyes widening as she recognized the face that came up behind Father. "That is a pretty good plan, Pops." Greed grinned maniacally behind him. "Where'd he come from?" she heard Pride shouting in shock. Greed's clawed hand slashed through Father's body, watching his form melt away from the force of it all as he exclaimed, "Hope you don't mind me using it for myself. This world will finally belong to me." "He got him," Edward gasped. Amelia could hardly believe what she was seeing, watching Father's body disintegrate into a puddle around his feet. He had actually managed this, planned this all out. This was why Greed wanted to return to Central, not to stop Father's plans, but to make them his own and claim that same power in his place. She watched as Father's body spilled around them over the floor, seeing Greed smirk in the silence of his father's death after he delivered that devastating hit. A part of her almost believed he succeeded, but there was still that incredibly tight hold around her body that said otherwise, and it was confirmed as soon as she heard Father's voice again, shocking Greed as well as the others. "I was expecting you to make an appearance," he said, eyes forming on the shadowy puddle around Greed's feet to look up at him, a wide, smiling mouth speaking every word as he looked to him. "I know you too well, my son. Have you forgotten that you were born from my extractive avarice? Anything that you might happen to desire, I can assure you that I desired it first." Father said, his form shifting, looking more like Pride's shadows than his previous form. She could see how Pride really might have come from him, how his first homunculus, the strongest among them, would be made in his image. She saw Greed grimacing, fearful and realizing his plans had already been predicted and accounted for as Father slowly moved in his formless body around him. Suddenly, the puddle moved, running along the ground and dragging his sacrifices with him, leaving Greed behind as he pulled them all, even releasing Hohenheim from where he had been holding him inside his body, along the ground towards a throne and a podium next to it. His form shifted, climbing up above them and arching like a water spout to splash down onto the ground and slowly take that more humanoid form again as they were all laid out, thrown to the ground around him in 5 distinct points. As Hohenheim realized what was happening, he transmuted the ground around them, trying to take out Father's body before it could fully reform again, forcing an explosion around him. As the smoke cleared and they waited for a moment to see if it had worked to stall him, they could only see Father standing there, fully formed with the tendrils holding them attached to his back like the tubes that lined the walls around them, all while he laughed maniacally, and Hohenheim's attempt to destroy him one last time. He lifted his hand, looking down at the podium in front of him. "The very center of this world is right here," he announced, slamming his hand down on the star-shaped transmutation circle drawn onto the podium. They all watched as it lit up with the activation of transmutation, the energy surging out around them in a bright, red light. Amelia squinted as it showed itself, feeling the energy flooding through the earth and through her body as Father used her as a targeted point within the circle he had made around the country. "Evil bastard," Hohenheim shouted out. Amelia could feel something shifting, that energy flowing in her body suddenly focusing in her torso. She looked down, watching with wide, horrified eyes as something too familiar appeared on her body. It was that single eye, the one that had been watching her from inside the portal, with gray irises that intermingled in a dark shadow that formed over her body. She looked at the others, seeing that all 5 of them had one appearing on their bodies. The energy around them surged as their portals made their appearances, closing her eyes as she tried to avoid the bright, blinding energy in front of her, helpless as it continued to grow as the transmutation was activated. She looked down at her body as that energy surged, unable to do anything but cry out as she watched dark tendrils with their small hands reaching out from her stomach, all of them reaching for Father as he stood there, energy surrounding him and protecting him from his own transmutation and the immense power that, had anyone else tried it, might have killed them. Father laughed in an uncontrollable glee as he watched them all reaching for him, trying to get to him. Once again, the energy surged, an explosion of it shooting out in waves that racked Amelia's body as she was forced to endure the shockwaves and intensity of it all, feeling pain shooting through every pore on her skin as it happened. "Fight for me. Let your gateways fight for my soul," Shed your energy for me." Father's voice could somehow be heard booming over the blustering wind that tried to push them back, as that energy only seemed to grow in magnitude to the point she feared she might not survive this transmutation like everyone else, hearing Father laughing in his frenzied way as he only grew more excited. What truly magnificent energy! Its immensity is indescribable. I can barely contain it. And we can barely endure it, Amelia thought. She wanted to scream the words at him, but she couldn't find the strength to shout or open her mouth. Her body was curling up into a fetal position as she was held there, just trying to do what it could to survive. She feared this really might be it. She might really die here, unable to stop this horror from happening to everyone and leaving this world to become part of Father's Philosopher's Stone. "Now that I've obtained enough power, I will open this planet's gateway," Father announced. And suddenly she felt it. That energy that had been surging, building, was suddenly moving. She didn't know how, but it was as if she could feel that energy moving outwards, and she realized the transmutation circle that surrounded the country was now being activated. She could still barely move, paralyzed by the sheer power of the energy that flowed through Father, through her, through the earth itself below them. She could feel that energy flowing, how it pulled and gathered more, and she realized that it was the gathering of souls. She was feeling the power of the thousands upon thousands of souls being pulled away from their bodies to add to Father's Philosopher's Stone he already carried. She wanted to scream, to fight, to struggle, to do something, but the immensity of the energy around them was so intense, it was all she could do just to curl up into a fetal position and try to breathe. She could feel that energy flowing, growing, taking the souls of the people of Amstress and pulling them into the transmutation against their wills. All she could do was lay there and breathe, try to survive. She opened her eyes, looking away from Father to see the person nearest her, seeing Edward meet her eyes. She could see the terror there, the weight of the realization she had about what they were feeling, experiencing, how they were both paralyzed under the weight, and there was nothing they could do but hope now. Hope that somehow Father couldn't control it, that he would lose it, that it could be undone. But they only felt the transmutation flowing and growing and building around them as the Philosopher's Stone he meant to make was finally being made before their very eyes. As the energy grew, she had to close her eyes to the bright, blinding light of the energy itself, and she almost felt as if she were transported to a place of pure darkness. She could still feel the constant energy around her, watching as the darkness slowly fell away as a door opened up, showing the eclipsed sun hiding behind the moon in a mass of stars in the dark sky. She watched as a giant shadow moved up higher, and saw that it began to take the form of a humanoid again, one massive hand the size of Amstress itself reaching for the opening doors and holding onto the side of the gateway as he pulled himself up higher and higher until he was through. Hearing Father's voice letting out a bellowing cry as he was able to take form coming out of the planet's gateway to look at what lay ahead of them. His voice shook the very earth itself, hearing only his thundering cries as everything else faded away to see him taking form through the gateway, shouting out as he looked to the eclipsed sun before him, the massive dark tendrils that had come around him, shooting towards it as he reached his hand towards the celestial bodies and spoke. "Oh, hear me, God, I demand you answer the cry of my soul, come to me." His booming voice demanded, and she watched as a light formed in the center of the moon, seeing it turn into a line of light that became the middle of a gateway, opening to reveal that same gray eye staring down at them as the doors slowly rumbled open, the sound of them completely opening reverberating through the celestial space around them. Watching as impossibly huge tendrils reached out for the ones coming from the gateway Father had opened, the two reaching, grabbing, twisting. And she realized that Father was pulling the gateway of God down closer to them, grabbing at what he could and yanking it down with everything else around him. "Join me? Yes, I will no longer be bound to you or your consequences." As he made this declaration, the gray eye only stared at him, not saying a word, no sign of communication at all, only watching as he pulled it ever closer. "I'll force you down to this earth and into my bowels. You have no choice but to be absorbed." Energy surged as it came closer, and closer, and closer still until the gates finally met to a massive clash of energy that made Amelia question if she even lived. A bright light shining and blinding her even more, feeling as if her very soul was forced to tremble as she witnessed this event that should never have been possible. The energy clashed into something that should have never been made, An explosion that was the size of the planet itself, occurring just on its surface as the gateway was opened, and the toll was paid through the Philosopher's Stone made from Aimstrians. And then, suddenly, the world was silent. Chapter 43. It didn't seem real at first. The intense pressure that had been surrounding her and crushing her body suddenly vanished. There was a split second where she thought she had died, but that wasn't the case. It was simply that quiet. The world felt much darker, and she blinked as she realized she was able to make out shapes again. She was still in that underground lair, right where she had been left on the floor, her ears ringing in the silence to the point she wondered if she had gone deaf from the power of that explosive transmutation. She wasn't sure until she heard something hit the ground behind her, likely some little pebble of debris collapsing off of her hastily made transmutation she had pulled out of the ground. She was able to hear. The world was just so heavily silent. It almost felt like the silence was weighing her down as much as that intense energy had been paralyzing her, but that wasn't the case. She glanced down at her body and saw that the bindings that had once surrounded her were gone. She hesitated, feeling her body already aching from everything she had experienced, but she moved her arms and pushed herself up. She moved her hand down to her stomach where the portal had been seen, but it was gone now. Her energy was more or less as it had been before this all started, and she was back to herself. She looked up as she saw movement, realizing Edward was getting up with her. The two shared a moment, just making sure the other was okay. Edward was a little bloody, but he had seen worse. She could still feel the cut in her leg, and she could feel an ache all over her, but she was alive. They were both alive. There was a relief that came in knowing Edward was okay, and they were able to stand up as well as the others all did as they all tried to gain their bearings again. She looked to see Hohenheim, Alphonse, Izumi, all standing as they all looked to see if the others were all right. "Is everyone okay?" Amelia asked, looking around them to see if May and Greed had survived it too. "You have done well, my faithful sacrifices." Father's voice rang out, though he sounded different than the frenzied, fiendish being he had been a moment ago when he was activating his transmutation circle, all of them looking to see a man sitting on the throne in front of them. It didn't resemble the dark, shadowy, eye-covered body anymore. Now it looked like a young, blonde man with golden irises. Amelia was struck a little by how much he resembled Edward, at least by physical appearance alone. His body was sinewy, and as he sat there with his chin resting on his fist with his legs crossed in front of him, he looked every bit the villain that he was, luxuriating in his victory with an indifferent expression on his face. "You mean you actually did it?" Hohenheim gasped as he looked at him. "Yes, I have done what I set out to do, acquire God," Father replied, Amelia's eyes widening at the reveal. That was what he wanted all this time, to acquire the power of God, to become God. Acquire God, that isn't possible. Edward immediately and angrily dismissed the idea. Unfortunately, it is, given a great enough amount of energy. Hohenheim corrected, and Amelia felt her heart dropping into her stomach as there could only be so many places that energy could come from for a transmutation of that scale. "You mean the Philosopher's Stone?" she asked, and Hohenheim nodded grimly. She felt that deep sense of guilt filling her being as she looked back at Father. They had failed. He had gone through with it and made the stone. They hadn't stopped him like she thought and hoped they would. "It can't be. Does this mean everyone was turned into a Philosopher's Stone?" Alphonse asked. "How many lives were sacrificed for this?" May asked, her voice weak as she was still recovering from that initial attack. "Aimstris is a large and populous nation. At least 50 million people live in its borders," Izumi growled out, glaring fiercely at Father and his new form. May gasped in horror, and Amelia felt the intense weight of guilt in her body. This story was supposed to have a happy ending. They were supposed to have prevented this from happening at all. Did she somehow alter the path? Was she somehow responsible for how they never found an answer to stopping him? She wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. She was the only variable. It was the only explanation. Somehow, someway, she had taken Edward on the wrong path and caused this. She could feel her hands trembling as she began to fully realize the horror of what had happened. 50 million people died, all of them gone and turned into a Philosopher's Stone, something that could have been prevented by Edward and Alphonse, something she could have done. Was she somehow responsible for separating them so many months back? Was that the reason they couldn't work together now? Had she made things worse so they couldn't plan an attack? All of these thoughts rushed through her head in the span of a few seconds, all of it adding to the weight of the guilt in her stomach as she stared at the man sitting on the throne before them. The man who had swallowed God. Edward was not so easily frozen, rushing forward and snarling out, "Bastard!" as he clapped his hands to transmute. Before he could even reach anything, and Amelia wasn't sure anyone else had seen it, but Father only had to tap his finger, and a sudden burst of energy rang out like a shockwave of wind. It wasn't enough to push anyone back, but it was enough for her to look at Edward just as he touched the ground and watched nothing happen. He had cut off their alchemy again. Before he had to move his foot into the right place, and the energy took a few seconds to build properly. This was near instantaneous, and she had no doubt would spread to a much farther location than just Central itself. Edward's hands pounded on the floor as the only way he could vent his anger. "Damn you. Your alchemy will do you no good. Farewell, gentlemen," Father said before he raised his hand, and everyone watched as he began to produce something in his palm. A small orb of yellow light hovered above his palm as he looked to Edward, Amelia, and Hohenheim, their eyes all widening at the sight of it. It was bright, and she could feel a sensation of heat from where she was standing even from 15 feet away. "What are you? What's that?" Hohenheim asked as he looked at Father's indifferent expression. "The power of God is now in my control. With it, I can do anything. For instance, I can create a sun right in the palm of my hand." Amelia's eyes widened as she saw it. He was referencing a kind of divine creation, and she was seeing it right before her eyes. In theory, it was possible to alchemically create a star, but the energy required to do so, not to mention the constant combustions, would be difficult to maintain, and yet he was holding it as if it was barely there at all. Everyone was shocked, Alphonse at Izumi's side as they looked at Father and his creation, bearing witness to the sight of what he had become. A living, breathing god sitting before them on his throne, buried under a city of corpses. Between the 5 of them, they all had their different reactions of awe, guilt, and anger, but none were as furious as Hohenheim as he glared at the arrogant homunculus he had known for so many centuries. "Shall I turn its flame loose in here? What do you think?" Before he could follow through with his taunt, there was a sudden sound, like a heartbeat that ran through him, loud enough that the others could all hear it. His eyes widened, glancing at the sun he had created as if it had somehow caused it. "Your plan for binding God to this world was a flawed one," Hohenheim said. "We've plotted against you since the moment you set it in motion." Father looked at him, and Amelia was glad to see the shock on his face, even as another heartbeat ran through his body. "I know you can hear it, the heartbeats of millions of people." Father's expression soured as he looked at Hohenheim. "The souls of this country's citizens are still connected to their bodies by a string we call the spirit. It's like an umbilical cord for an infant still tied to its mother. They haven't quite let go." He glared at the homunculus. "In other words, they're not completely yours yet." "What have you done, Hohenheim?" Father growled out. "Over the many long years, I have performed calculation after calculation. I have arranged my own philosopher's stones throughout the country, the friends who long resided within me, in preparation for this very day." Hohenheim explained, Amelia looking at him with wide eyes as he still glared down at Father, who glared right back as another heartbeat rushed through his body, shocking him for a moment, but he quickly went back to his anger as he glared at Hohenheim. "So you've planted your philosopher's stones, what of it? They are merely points." He tried to seem calm, but Amelia could see it was an act. He was nervous. It was clear his connection with Hohenheim made him the only human he respected to a degree, and it was all the more worrisome as Hohenheim was the most capable alchemist out of all of them, just as capable as Father himself. "They will not activate without a circle. That's a basic rule of alchemy." "We do have a circle," Hohenheim responded. "It's one of enormous power, and it can be self-activated even if something should happen to incapacitate me." He pointed his finger up to the ceiling above them, the moon's shadow, cast on the world by the eclipse. Another heartbeat ran through Father, and there was suddenly a shift in the energy that they could all feel. Father's hand went to his chest, and she could see the veins bulging in his skin as his body was working against the new energy that was starting to flow. The transmutation circle was being activated as they spoke. Father's anger and fear showed in his glare as he looked right at Hohenheim. "Even now, you still think you can stop me? You're a fool, Hohenheim," he shouted at the man. "That's the very reason I came back. It's time you remembered your place, dwarf in the flask." Hohenheim shouted back, just as defiant as Edward had ever been. Suddenly, the energy shifted, and they all watched as red transmutative light started to spark all around Father's body. Amelia stepped back from the sight initially, watching the homunculus struggle with the transmutation, gritting his teeth as his body shook from the sheer power of it. But unlike the transmutation he used to acquire God, Amelia couldn't feel the energy moving through her like it had before. She had been a point of the transmutation then. This was only affecting Father. She looked up at Hohenheim. "Are you sure this will work?" she asked, wondering just how this was meant to operate. Hohenheim nodded, watching as Father reached to crush the sun he had made and dissipate it so that he wouldn't lose control of it. Removing souls by force and placing it elsewhere takes a considerable amount of energy, but doing the opposite is much easier. It's simply a matter of freeing them. If their original body still exists in a healthy state, their souls will naturally be drawn back to it like a magnet. He was confident as he said it. It was clear he had been planning this for a very long time and knew its success was guaranteed. She looked back at Father, seeing him hunched over on his throne, his hands gripping at the arms of his chair as he tried to hold back the energy of that transmutation. Suddenly, they watched as he shouted out red transmutative lightning shooting from his body, and then an explosion of souls shot from his body. Amelia watched with wide eyes, seeing the souls pouring from him and upwards into the air above them, a vortex of souls, all crying out in a deep anguish that shook her to her core. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight of it all, seeing souls as the pure energy they were before her, twisting and flying and creating a storm of agony that reverberated through the underground lair, traveling ever up higher and higher and higher, through the hole in the ceiling that pointed to the sky above them. She watched as they all swarmed and swirled together like a tornado above them before exploding apart, the souls feeling the draw to their own bodies pulling them away from each other, hearing their wails of sorrow slowly quieting until there was nothing left above them. She looked back down to see Father, his hands still gripping at the arms of his throne, transmutative light sparking off of him, hearing him grunting with effort as veins popped up around his body, showing how hard it was working just to keep him as he was. "Did it work?" Edward asked as he looked at his father. "Yes, the people of Amstress have had their souls returned to their bodies." Hohenheim answered him, sounding a bit proud as he looked to the trembling man before them, "And with nothing more than the souls of the Xerxians he already had, I doubt he can continue to control that which he calls God." They watched as Father grunted in pain, his hand crushing the corner of the throne arm he had been gripping so hard, watching as he lifted his head, taking all the energy he had to do so as he looked at them. His skin covered in a sheen of sweat, drool moving out of the corner of his lips as he began to speak. "I can always create another stone," he said. "I am not through. There are more, 1,000,000,000 humans I can draw energy from." As he made this declaration, a black ball formed above his head, a new transmutation and some kind of equally new dangerous energy that shot towards Hohenheim. The man reached out with his hands, seeming to catch it and throw it up higher and higher until it hit something above them, hopefully where no one could get hurt. Father bellowed out his cry as he sent another transmutation towards them. Amelia stepped back as they had no way to defend against it, but as it reached them, it never hit them. She could see the dark energy of that transmutation moving constantly around them, but they were safe. She looked down to see she was standing in a large alchemistry circle, the points in place by familiar kanai, and she looked to see May kneeling down to keep her hands on the circle and glaring at Father. "May," Alphonse exclaimed, just as surprised at the sudden action she had taken as Amelia was. "Detecting and using the power that flows within the ground is what we alchehistrists do," May explained. "What's more, the greater the power the other side has, the greater the power that I can use becomes." "Fuck yeah, May!" Amelia cheered her on, earning a smile from the younger girl that quickly faded as she noticed something they couldn't see. "Look out, behind you," she said. Hohenheim turning to see Father wasn't done as he was sending another wave of destructive transmutation energy towards them. Hohenheim put up his hands to defend against it, using his own alchemical ability to undo the transmutation before it could reach them, but only barely. Amelia could feel the ground shifting underneath them from the shock of it, but they were still safe if only for the moment. Though he was succeeding at holding him off, it was clear he was struggling as he tried to plant his feet into the cement ground around them. Damn, I don't have what it takes to fight his energy. Hohenheim grunted with effort as he refused to stop. Amelia could hear the sound of metal hitting something, seeing the kunai around the circle were shaking slightly from the power of the energy around them. Try as hard as you can, sir. I can't hold on much longer, May pleaded. Amelia looked back at Hohenheim, seeing his feet scraping on the ground as he still tried to hold it back as best as he could. It's no use, he cried out. Alphonse and Edward came up to his back, putting their hands together to push him forward and give him something to push back against as they tried to help as best they could. Come on, Dad, hang on, Alphonse cried. Can't you even do this? Just stay focused, Edward snapped. Amelia could see Hohenheim looking back in shock for a moment, but turned back in front of him with a small smile on his face as his sons helped him stay standing. I can only do so much, boys. I'm just a decrepit old man, but I'll give it everything these old bones can do, he said, seemingly given a second wind for their support, though it was clear that it wasn't a permanent solution to their problem. They were still only safe inside of May's alchemy circle, which was barely hanging on as it was. They couldn't transmute their own way out until the barrier keeping their alchemy away was gone. But they had little to do but wait for something to change as they were pinned down against Father and his alchemy. This has to end soon, or Dad's philosopher's stone will burn out, Alphonse said, seeing the urgency of their situation. Edward let out a groan of anger and frustration. You done yet, Scar? He shouted out above them, as if the Ishvalan might hear them. Amelia looked up, not able to see much from that single entry point May had made, but there was no sign that Scar was able to successfully transmute from his position. She tried to think of what they had seen before they came down there. That circle in the center of the room under Central had to be the center of the circle they needed to reverse the barrier. She had no doubt Scar knew it too, but that didn't mean there wasn't something keeping him from doing it. She prayed he wasn't dead, that all of this was for nothing. She could see Edward and Alphonse struggling, and she came up behind them, her hands going to each of their backs to add her weight to it, surprising them both. She looked up at Edward, the boy seeing the fire in her eyes as she looked at him. This was their last hope, and she wasn't going to give up. She was going to give it everything she could, and she could see that fire mirrored in his own eyes. He nodded, and they all pushed together against Father's energy, trying to keep it at bay as long as they could to protect May's alchemy circle. If this was all her fault, if they failed because of her involvement, she would do everything she could to fix it, right here, right now. As they stood there, all working together, they could hear a ring in the air, energy flying through and changing their environment like a lightning bolt. The instant she heard it, she felt it. The transmutation of their own making, the opposing transmutation circle created by Scar's brother, based in alchemy, was flowing above their heads and below their feet. It's coming, Hohenheim shouted. Edward was the first to pull away, his hands clapping together as the ring of transmutative energy rang out before he put them to the ground. Alphonse and Amelia both quickly doing the same. She watched as their transmutations worked together, creating a long, sharp arch of stone that shot forward into the ground, building a path and reaching towards Father and Pride together. The energy that was pinning them down dissipating as they avoided the attack. Amelia watched as some of their work destroyed the throne that Father had so happily sat in, the homunculus standing to the side as he looked at the destruction in the aftermath, his face stoic and yet bewildered at the same time. How do you like that? Edward asked with a grin. Your little throne has been reduced to rubble. Father's bewilderment quickly turned to anger as Edward threw off his red coat, standing with Amelia, Alphonse, and Izumi all at his back. 4 accomplished and powerful alchemists ready to fight and take him down. Now I think it's time someone put an end to all your damn posturing, so I am gonna take you down, and the truth along with you. He didn't waste another moment, transmuting again into the ground and creating a battery of cannons that all started to fire off rounds at Father, who glared at them from where he stood in front of his destroyed throne. How do you like this? Huh. None of them hit him, not really. Though each one got close and was aimed right at him, he was able to transmute them away, like alchemy had given him a force field around which nothing could harm him. It was frustrating to watch, but Edward was giving his all as he transmuted shot after shot from the concrete ground underneath them, Father standing there with that scowl that seemed to be directed at Hohenheim. Amelia glanced back at the older man, seeing his hands starting to heal from how they had burned trying to block the energy father had sent to attack them. Is it really true? You made a circle that returned everyone's souls, May asked him hopefully. That's right, and it worked perfectly. Hohenheim reassured her. After that, Scar created a reverse circle. It will correct the corrupted alchemy of this country. It was Scar's brother. Through tireless research, he discovered a secret long kept, the existence of the nationwide transmutation circle. Using that as a base, he applied his knowledge of alchemy and developed what is known as a reverse transmutation circle. This circle would render the Philosopher's Stone of Amstress ineffective, thus enabling the alchemists here to once again harness tectonic energy to its fullest extent. As he spoke all of this, Edward had been relentlessly attacking Father, with Alphonse following suit and transmuting a giant, stone sword that disintegrated once it got close enough, but it was still something. Father wasn't going to be easily destroyed, even if they had gotten rid of the Amstrian Philosopher's Stone he had tried to make only moments ago. It didn't get rid of the stone he already had. He still had immense alchemical power that outweighed all of them individually, but that didn't mean they couldn't force him to use it. Amelia joined the brothers as she created a transmutation of her own, her hands meeting the concrete floor and feeling the energy of alchemy flowing through her again, but this felt so different than before. She was reminded of her first transmutation, how she felt like she had to force the energy through her body, how it had felt like trying to suck mud through a straw. Now it was suddenly much easier to transmute, watching the ground come up into a clawed hand that almost resembled Wolverine's iconic claws from X-Men. She watched as it shot forward to Father faster, and with more ease than she had experienced any time before in Amstress. It felt so effortless. Had the Philosopher's Stone that Father placed under the ground really caused such a massive inhibitor? She could see it coming apart in front of the man, the other attacks they had made starting to come undone along with it, as he seemed to only grow more irritated with their attacks. He transmuted around them, taking out Edward's cannons, Hohenheim dashing forward in front of his son as he transmuted another wave of energy to try and take him out, only for Hohenheim to hold out his hands and keep it at bay again. Keep it coming with all you've got. Make him use his Philosopher's Stone, Hohenheim yelled out. He'll run out of energy. Yeah, and when will that be? Edward asked, seeing Father glaring at them, cool as ever from the other side of the room. I'm not sure, but we have to keep trying, Hohenheim replied. Amelia had to agree that it was a good point. Eventually, Father would burn out what energy he had left on his Philosopher's Stone, but it would be impossible for them to tell just how much energy he was losing with his transmutations. He had a stone that contained hundreds of thousands of souls, which was obviously strained after absorbing whatever power it was he called God. That much was clear from the bulging veins in his skin, but it wasn't a guarantee that it was going to be weak enough to use to their advantage. Their best hope to get rid of that power was to eliminate it by slowly chipping away, forcing him to transmute with it, to heal and regenerate with it. But she couldn't help thinking it would be like trying to carve a paperweight from a 2-ton boulder. It would take hard work and a lot of time that they might not have. Here, take this. Izumi knelt down to a pipe, Amelia watching as she transmuted it into the air, forcing it up and dropping down on top of Father. He managed to block it with his own power, causing it to fly away and hit the wall, activating a series of gears and chains that opened up the floor to a steaming source of hot magma in a massive container. All the while Amelia, Edward, Izumi, and Alphonse all transmuted the area around them, firing off their attacks to Father to force him to use his stone. Their combined effort made it easier than if they had done it alone, but he still stood there as stoic as ever, even as the molten vat started to rise up from the floor nearby, prompting the action of a homunculus that had remained on the sidelines, getting his second wind after his plan had initially failed. Greed snagged a massive copper I-beam, tucking it under his arm as he dashed towards Father with it. The sweet memories. He snarled out with a wicked smile. That's exactly the tub I took a bath in. Now it's your turn, Daddy. He swung the metal beam towards Father's head, watching as it was split in half with a transmutation that left the metal glowing from how quickly and harshly it had been broken apart, knocking Greed back with the force of it. Get out of the way, Greed, Edward shouted, bringing his hands to the floor. his transmutation traveling all the way over to the vat of magma, his distance reached considerably longer now that the barrier was gone, making a hand to grab and tilt the molten bucket over, reminding Amelia a little bit of a water park in hell as the lava poured out of it right on top of Father and where he stood, the reaction burning around the floor and making a massive steam cloud. A wave of heat filling the room now that it was exposed and spreading out over the remains of his throne. They watched as the magma bubbled. Enough of it poured over him that it would have killed any other man, a beat of silence passing them by as they waited to see if that had been enough damage. Once the beat had passed, the magma was pushed away by Father's own work, the man standing tall, and they watched as he transmuted it to become a heated tower underneath him, pushing him up higher and higher above their heads, clearly meaning to go up to the surface to continue his work, done with them. That bastard, he's going to try to make another philosopher's stone. Hohenheim cursed. Without another word, he did the same as Father, transmuting a tower to carry him up higher and higher, Greed starting to crawl up the pipes to do the same, both of them not letting this fight end here. Well, we're not just gonna let him win, Amelia declared, looking over at Alphonse, who hesitated, glancing over at Izumi and May, who still seemed to be recovering from all the attacks she had sustained. Go after him, Izumi ordered, looking down at May. How are you feeling? I'm just fine, May haughtily replied, crossing her arms with a proud smirk. I can handle myself. I'm a princess of Xing, this is far from my first battle. Main character syndrome never had a better example. Amelia muttered to herself, a little amused, but also glad to see that May's determination was still ever present. Brother! Al's alarmed shout got her attention. Amelia, looking over to see Pride, was still with them, his hands occupied with covering up the right side of his face, his shadows out, and one of them wrapped around Edward's flesh arm, trying to pull him towards him with Edward pulling back, having no intention of getting near the homunculus. Ed, Amelia cried out. You two go on ahead. Seems our friend here still wants me to stick around. Edward said, glaring at Pride, who was glaring right back at him. Though his shadows weren't as massive or as far-reaching as they had been in Kanama, obviously weakened from his fight with Colonel Mustang, he was still plenty dangerous. She could see him holding his hand over one half of his face, the half that she had seen the transmutation marks on, where she could see his regeneration wasn't working as well as it used to. It was a hopeful sign, and Pride looked exhausted, but she wasn't so sure. Like hell, I'm just gonna leave you to fight that thing alone, she said, clapping her hands to transmute the ground, creating another weapon for herself. Concrete didn't make for the best swords, but having a solid stone-like bat in her hands felt powerful enough. She came over to Edward's side, swinging the bat down on the shadows, and watched as Pride's tendril recoiled, the small homunculus glaring at them fiercely with his good eye. Come on, Al, let's go. Izumi's voice could be heard speaking to Alphonse as the two prepared for their trip to follow Hohenheim and get back up to the surface. Don't let that thing beat you, Ed. Right, Edward called back, though he kept his attention on Pride, glancing at Amelia for a moment. You sure you want to do this? I can't let you have all the glory, can I? She jokingly replied, getting a smirk out of Edward as they looked back at Pride as he scowled at the sight of them. Damn you, Greed. Have you forgotten that you're one of the homunculi? Where's your honor? Pride growled out, his issue seemingly not with the two of them, but with the betrayal of Greed and his attack on Father in the middle of everything. So he should just be a good boy like you and do everything his father tells him, is that it? Edward asked, earning a small scowl from Pride. Do you need to ask such a ridiculous question? It's only natural that we should want to obey our father, no matter the order. Pride said, another shadow shooting out and wrapping around Amelia's bat, wrenching it out of her hands and throwing it away, another shooting out towards her, and she lifted up her arm to block it, feeling him yanking on her to try and pull her closer. She dug her feet in to fight him, Edward coming to help her, but another came out towards him. As she looked at his shadows, she noticed they weren't quite as strong as before, still just as dangerous, but she could see them breaking apart slightly as she kept up the tension. Mustang had really done a number on him. Only natural? Are you kidding? Amelia asked as she still struggled against his hold. I thought you were smarter than that, Pride. It's like you don't even try to think for yourself. Pride's eyes narrowed and he lifted her up, Edward with her, and threw the two onto the ground again, the pair feeling their skins scraping as they hit the floor but still able to move and fight. She struggled as she felt more tendrils reaching out and grabbing her limbs and pinning them in place, lifting her head as she still spoke. You hold yourself above all of your homunculus siblings. How can you allow yourself to be used like a farm animal? Do you think becoming broken for your father will make him care about you more? She could see that she struck a nerve with that last statement, Pride's eyes widening for a half-second before glaring at her. Why should I care if father doesn't? I am not a puny weakling like you are. He removed his hand from his face, showing the transmutation's marks all along the eye he had been hiding behind it that had broken open to reveal the inside of his body, how it resembled the vortex of souls they had seen, showing he was just as much of a walking philosopher's stone as father was. I am one of the homunculi. What do you know, human? She watched as he covered the injured eye with his shadows, the ones holding her wrapping around her and throwing her high into the air. She flailed as she was nearly 20 feet off the ground, watching as she was quickly moving closer to a pile of rubble. Thinking quickly, she transmuted the air in time before it reached the rubble itself, turning the stone remnants of concrete into a much softer surface that exploded upon landing. It helped to break her fall, but it didn't make the landing painless. She felt something catch on her leg, the way the pain shot up through her body from her calf to her skull through her spine and made her fall face first onto the floor. Fuck! I have to do something about that, she muttered, only to stop when she heard Edward screaming in pain. She lifted her head up from the softened pile of concrete to see Pride's shadows seemingly trying to pierce through Edward's skin and slide underneath it. This container won't last much longer, but still, Pride began as he hopped down closer to Edward. Like my father is, you are of Hohenheim's bloodline, so we're virtually brothers. Which means, Edward Elric, I can use your container. Your body belongs to me. Ed, the pain moving through her leg was immense, and she struggled to stand. Pride had flung her far enough away that she couldn't reach them quickly, her limbs shaking as she pushed herself to stand up and find her way out of the pile she had landed in, though it was getting harder to stand on that injured leg. She could see the shadows on Pride's face exploding out for a moment before retreating, Pride covering up the opening with his hands again, staggering his steps back as something seemed wrong. She managed to push herself out of the pile of rubble only to fall forward on her stomach and knock the wind out of her body for a few seconds. Why are you interfering? Pride's voice cried out. She looked up to see him still holding onto that injured eye as he tried to cover whatever was happening to him. Kimberly, why? She looked up as he said Kimberly's name, a little shocked that he was crying out for him. Why Kimberly? Was he here? She didn't see him, but the more she looked at Pride and how he held that injury, she noticed something else. Transmutation marks were forming along his skin, and she realized that he was starting to come undone. The injuries he endured at the hands of Colonel Mustang had left him standing on his last legs, and now it seemed like his body wasn't going to last long at all. Something inside of him was distracting him, long enough for Edward to grab at the shadows that were trying to force their way into his skin and rip them out. Once his hands were free, he brought them together for a transmutation, Amelia forcing herself to stand as Edward grabbed onto Selim's hand, the light from the transmutation sparking around them wildly for a few moments, seeing the small transmutation marks on his skin growing, his skin flaking off like paper until finally. Amelia watched with wide eyes as Pride's head seemed to explode into dust, his body following quickly after, watching his limbs disintegrate into dust and fall out of his clothes as they fell to the floor. She could hardly believe what she just saw. Did Edward really just kill him, just like that? She noticed his automail fist was closed, and he let out a sigh once it was over. The silence that hung over them was loud, and she struggled to break it, but she did as she started to limp over to him. Are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Edward said, opening his fist, and she could see he had something inside of it. She came over to his side, her eyes widening when she saw what looked like a baby or even a fetus inside of his hands. It was no bigger than a quarter, sucking on its hand with a mark on his forehead. What is that? Amelia asked, looking down at it. It's Pride's true form, Edward explained. I transmuted my soul into a philosopher's stone to find the real center of him inside of that tempest of souls that made up his body. Without the stone, this is all he is. Just a baby? She was a little surprised that he had become something so harmless, but there was a sense of relief now that she could see him. It wasn't like Edward to kill, but seeing him work a homunculus down to its helpless, true form, that was more like him. He still held onto his values of life, even now when the world was trying to recover from something as intense as Father's attempt at swallowing that which was called God. "He's not even. Is he okay?" she asked, reaching her finger up to touch him, but she stopped at the last second. She was a little afraid he might try to bite her, or worse, that she might break him apart somehow. "I think so, as long as he doesn't get hurt from here, he should be fine," Edward said, glancing around them. He looked around the remains of Father's lair, walking over to find his coat. "Hey, can you help me out here?" "Yeah," she limped over to him, Edward seemingly too focused on Selim to really see it at the moment, watching him try to fold his coat one-handed, reluctant to leave Selim on the ground to do it better. "Here, let me." She winced a little as she knelt down, helping him fold up his red coat into something a bit more pillow-shaped. Once that was done, Edward carefully placed Selim's tiny body onto it. "You think he'll be safe here? This place should be far enough from whatever's about to come. I doubt Father has anything down here that could turn the tides here, otherwise he would have grabbed it instead of just leaving," Edward said, sighing as he pushed himself up. "Once this is all over, I'm going to have to apologize to Mrs. Bradley." He looked over, his eyes widening at the sight of Amelia's leg. "Your leg?" She looked back at it, her eyes widening when she saw the state it was in. She had practically bled a waterfall over her pants from where they had been cut along her calf. The rest of her pant leg dyed red, and they hadn't even noticed in all the bedlam of the fight and the transmutation. "Oh wow, that looks a lot worse than it felt." She struggled to stand up as quickly as Edward, but she did manage, which only caused Edward to worry more. "Careful," he went to take her shoulders as she stood, and she laughed a bit. "Ed, I'm fine. I can still stand up, I'm not even dizzy," she said, smiling at him, touched by his concern even now. "I think we just need to wrap it up and then we can deal with it properly later." "I didn't even know it was this bad," Edward said, kneeling down beside her. She watched as he tore off the pant leg that had been cut completely, tearing it open to turn it into a makeshift tourniquet around her cut. She winced a little as she felt it getting close to the cut itself, feeling a stinging sensation as the fabric moved along the inside of her flesh. But once it was tied, it was done. "Have you been in a lot of pain?" "Not until just now, I'm okay. I can still fight," she reassured him, giving him a hand to help him up. When their eyes met, she could see he was still worried, wanting to tell her to just stop fighting and do something else. She squeezed his hand before he could get out the words to ask her to stay behind. "Hey, I'm okay. We need to do this." She looked directly into his golden eyes as she said it so gently, wanting him to know that she was well and she could handle what was coming next. Edward still looked worried, but he let it drop, nodding his head. She would be too stubborn to be talked out of it, and he could trust that she would know when her body wasn't going to do anything to help. "Okay," he let out a breath, squeezed her hand in return, looking back at where Selim sat curled up on his coat. "And you can wait right there, you foolish boy." He turned back to Amelia. "We need to hurry and catch up with the others." She nodded in agreement, Edward putting his hand around her waist to keep her close, helping her kneel down as he clapped his hand and transmuted the ground, the pair rising up as a tower formed under their feet that continued ever upward. They continued on towards the surface, looking up as she could see the light from the sun reaching down, showing that a hole had been blown from so deep underground all the way to the surface in Central Command. She could see the waning moon moving past it that made the sun look like a bite had been taken out of it. She could only look at it for a second, but there was a part of her that was glad to see the celestial event before it ended. Amelia expected their journey to continue, and as they came up past the first layer of the ceiling and into a new room, they could see that others had found their way underground. There were a great deal of people in the room where they had been before they were transmutatively teleported to Father's lair. She could see Darius, and the other chimeras were mostly all right aside from a very bloody-looking Jerso, feeling a bit of relief to see they had survived getting this far after they had been separated. Lieutenant Hawkeye was kneeling next to Colonel Mustang, holding a rag to his face that was stained with blood. She could see scars all across his face, and as it shifted slightly with him lifting his face at the sound of their continuing tower, that it had gone right through his eyes. It left a horrific scar that marred his face that he had touted as handsome before today, though the sight was quickly covered by Lieutenant Hawkeye again, who seemed more or less in good health if a bit scraped up. She looked around, her eyes widening as she saw on the other side of the hole they had made. There was not only Scar with 2 massive wounds on his shoulders, but Bradley on the floor, face pale and arms gone. Greed stood by Bradley's corpse, Lan Fan right nearby, and she had a brief, fleeting thought that Ling is probably glad to see her again from inside of Greed's body. There were a few soldiers in Briggs uniforms around them, and a familiar pair of siblings that Amelia recognized, seeing both their eyes widen at the sight of her. Teacher, it had been months since she had last talked to Major Armstrong, even longer since she had seen him in person, much less standing next to his injured and scraped-up general sister. The bulky, burly man looked just as statuesque as he was when she had left, shirtless and scraped up, but still his usual Armstrong self. What had happened to him in the time that they had been gone? What had he been dealing with on the promised day that had gotten him to look like this? She didn't really get the chance to answer her question, as Edward continued their trip up without stopping at all. Major Armstrong only looked at her with wide eyes as she passed them by, seeing that he wanted to say something to her, his mouth opening to say what she could only guess was her name before they passed by to the next floor. A part of her wanted to ask Edward to slow down, to let her say something to him, but dealing with father before he tried to make another philosopher's stone out of anyone he could reach was more important. She could feel Edward gently squeezing her side as they kept climbing higher and higher, as if telling her that she would have that time later. She looked skyward as they kept going, thinking she was prepared for what they would see when they reached the surface. But nothing could have prepared her for the sight they came across. Hohenheim, Izumi, Alphonse, and May all stood before father, and between them and him was a gathering of strange-looking people. All of them naked, all of them somehow wrong. The best way Amelia could describe it was an uncanny valley feeling. They were meant to look human, but somehow weren't. It reminded her of a horror movie, how they staggered forward on their legs, their skin looking twisted, as if they were bodies inside of skin-sewn bags with little more than a skeletal structure and some flesh to hold them up. She could see their skin falling off of their body, like chunks of clay off of a metal skeleton. There was no blood, only skin. There were so many. Teenagers, adults, she could even see a baby at Izumi's feet, reaching for her and trying to find comfort. Their skin almost seemed to be melting off, as if they were put together in a rush and were falling apart for the faulty work. She was horrified by what she saw and couldn't look away from it. But Edward looked behind the small crowd of poorly made people and saw father looking at their horror with a smug smirk, watching as transmutative light started to spark around him, and he realized he was going to do something big. "Get down," he shouted, grabbing Amelia and jumping off of the platform he had made for them in time for them to see the massive blast of light. A powerful, destructive bomb made from the air alone in father's alchemy shooting out around them, the world going white as her ears couldn't stop ringing, all before they ever touched the ground. As Amelia and Edward disappeared above them, Major Armstrong ran to the edge of the opening they had found. According to Mustang and Hawkeye, they had all been battling some of the central forces, including the two homunculi known as Wrath and Pride before they arrived. In that time, Scar had managed to subdue and kill Fura Bradley, and Mustang had seemingly chased away Pride after dealing deadly, fiery blows over and over again until the smaller homunculus blinded him by cutting through his eyes. The Chimeras had helped where they could, but ultimately after one of them was seriously injured by Pride they had stepped back. They had been unable to get deeper underground, where they knew Edward and Amelia had been taken, and they had just passed them by. So suddenly, Amelia looked like she was more or less fine, certainly having been through a lot that day, but he couldn't help worrying for his old student as she was brought into the middle of this intense battle. It was only a moment after she had gone from his sight to the surface that the ground suddenly shook, all of them watching as rubble fell from above, showing the power of the blast that had gone off above their heads. "Damn it!" Greed, the only homunculus they could think of as an ally, growled out a curse as he saw what was happening. He had only arrived a moment ago, climbing up from the lair underground and joining them, having happened upon Bradley's corpse and stayed there with the Zinji's warrior known as Lan Fan. "Greed," Darius called out to him, getting his attention, "you all right?" "I'm perfect," the homunculus sarcastically replied, looking around at the others. "Anyone here an alchemist that can give us a lift like that? I imagine you all could use someone who knows what's going on." "That's true, what the hell is happening?" Darius asked. "Oh, not much. The father of the homunculi is going berserk out there," Greed snapped back. "So let's go, we'll need anyone who can still fight." "I'll create a platform that will fit all of us," he promised, bringing his gloved hands together, watching the circles on them light up before he brought his fist to the ground, creating an elegant platform worth of the Armstrong alchemy that had been passed down for generations, a spiraling column beneath it to help them travel ever upwards. As Armstrong worked on this, Greed looked around at the others, his brow furrowing when he saw who all they had and whether or not they could fight. "You, the fat frog man, the pretty boy, and the woman, stay down here. You're injured." Jerso, Mustang, and General Armstrong all jumped when he called them out for their injuries. Jerso had been badly injured after Pride had cut him down from his hiding place. If he hadn't been a chimera, he was pretty sure he'd be dead. General Armstrong had been injured in her battle against Sloth, her right arm in a self-made sling to hold it in place until she could seek real medical attention. Mustang, of course, had a massive, fresh scar across his face that had taken away his vision, but Hawkeye stayed close to him regardless. She had emptied her ammunition trying to fight off Pride, making her more vulnerable than she would have liked. But Mustang had stopped every attempt Pride made to take her hostage with his flame alchemy until the homunculus lashed out and managed to get him when he was still burning. General Armstrong wouldn't stand for being called out for her weakness. Absolutely not. I still have forces who need me to lead them. Forget that, you're staying here, Greed argued back. This is no time for a pissing contest over who's in charge. Olivier growled out, I'm not taking orders from. General, she was cut off as Lieutenant Bliss got her attention, holding out the receiver for the radio to her. A message from headquarters, sir. She turned away from Greed to address it, picking up the receiver. Operations, it's me. What's happening? General, it's the Central Command Center. Officer Carly began, his voice carrying a note of horror as he said, half of it's been blown up. Blown up, Alex repeated the last two words, his heart sinking down into his stomach. Amelia had been up there when the blast went off. Was she safe? Had she survived it? We can't contact the North Gate. Officer Carly concluded his report, Olivier finding it difficult to say anything more. Half of the command center had been blown up. Where were her men? You see the power he has, Greed asked, getting their attention. What sort of monster is he? Major Armstrong asked, his voice low as he needed to learn about what exactly they were up against. He appears to be an ordinary man, however. Within him is a philosopher's stone powered by many thousands of people. Greed answered, you could say he's used its energy to claim the powers of God for himself. Armstrong's eyes widened at his description. Certainly what he suggested was possible in theory, but only in theory. To enact it would take an impossible amount of energy, but if his philosopher's stone was as powerful as he said. As alchemists, you understand the trouble this presents. All too well, Armstrong solemnly replied. Greed's gaze turned back to the general he had been arguing with. Any ordinary humans should leave now. It wasn't up for debate, and Olivier understood that they were facing the closest thing to a god they had ever known, and if she tried to face it alone, or even with her brother, she would most certainly die. Even still, my men are still fighting. I will not just abandon my forces. I have a duty as their commanding officer. She said, resolute that she couldn't leave the battlefield behind, and she would never leave in shame or the fear of defeat. That was not who she was, that was not what her men had sworn their loyalty to. She needed to be there to lead them to victory for as long as she could. Greed didn't say anything in response, only staring at her in her stubbornness as she refused him again. General, it's headquarters again, sir, Bliss said, handing her the radio once more. What is it? She asked, wondering what else might have happened in the time she took to argue with the homunculus. Don't worry about us, sir, Carly said on the other line. Have you forgotten who we are? We Briggs soldiers are trained to respond instantly as one force to any threat, even without you. She could hear the other soldiers in the background of the radio, trying to connect with other squads and get their status in the wake of the sudden attack, to see where their forces were and relaying commands on what to do. From what I hear, you've been injured, General. Please stay and wait where you are. Olivier pulled the receiver away from her ear. A part of her felt a little foolish and ashamed. These were her men, the ones she had trained to be the greatest soldiers, the best warriors Aimstress would have to offer against any threat, not just drachma. Of course, they would be able to continue fighting without her presence there. They had been doing so this entire time just on orders she had given hours ago. There was nothing left for her to say when they knew where the threat is. She didn't have to tell them to act. But she wouldn't be entirely left out of the fight if she couldn't fight in it herself, turning around to face her younger brother. "Listen up, Alex." "Yes," Alex jumped at her sudden growl directed at him. Olivier shoved the receiver to his chest. "Take the radio with you," she ordered, Alex's eyes widening as he looked at it, then back to his sister, and seeing that fierceness in her eyes, how it spoke of how she was putting her faith in him and would not allow him to disappoint her. Win at any cost. He didn't think that she would have thought of herself as an ordinary human for this, that she would demand to join them as they continued upwards, but instead she was placing her faith in him, something he believed she would have never done prior to her central transfer. To have her trust, it filled him with a sense of determination that was more than just the protective urge to look after his former student in the heat of the battle, but also to honor his sister and his family and the bond they still shared even after all of their differences had strained their relationship. She was still his sister, and she knew what he was capable of, and he would not disappoint her. "Well, of course," he replied with certainty, taking the radio and looking over to the operator who nodded, showing that he would be joining them to relay the information they would need. "Right, let's move, Hawkeye," Mustang said, feeling her take his hand to lead him to the platform, his face wrapped in a makeshift bandage to cover and protect the new scars across his face that she had put there herself. "Whoa, hold on, you two aren't in any shape to fight either," Greed protested. Mustang turned to him. "I am going to burn up that philosopher's stone of his. I'll need the lieutenant's help in order to do so." Greed could hardly believe how stubborn these humans were. Did they not understand they were going up against something on par with a god? And they were injured and 1 or 2 bad hits away from dying themselves, and they still wanted to fight. Darius could see on his face just how ready he was to tear a new verbal hole into them, but they didn't really have the time. He put his hand on Greed's shoulder. "Let it go now. Let's move." They had more important things to worry about. Before Greed could have a chance to even respond to their stubbornness and point out the obvious injury, Lan Fan came over to his side with her own determination showing in her eyes. "Right, I'm coming too. It is my job to protect the young lord." He couldn't hide the incredulousness he felt as she announced it. After they had lost Fu to Wrath back at the main gate, she still wanted to play bodyguard, knowing what it meant. He really didn't have much of a choice anymore. The stubborn humans, however ordinary they were going to join him in fighting off his maker. Thankfully, others had heeded his advice. Jerso decided not to join them on the platform, nor did Sig. A couple of Briggs soldiers stayed behind to work with General Armstrong, and the one that was holding General Edison hostage until this was all overstepped off with him as well. Not like he would do much good as he was anyway, and the soldiers needed to make sure he was alive long enough to face justice for what he did. As Sig and the others stayed behind and Major Armstrong and the others boarded his alchemical stone platform, he looked back at the Major. "Take care and keep them safe, friend," he bid. Major Armstrong nodded, knowing that he was asking to take care of more than just their companions boarding his platform, but also to help his wife who was waiting at the surface. "Brace yourselves. Now we continue our rise to glory," he announced to the others, bringing his fists down to the stone platform and transmuting it upwards towards the surface, leaving behind his sister and the few who couldn't battle. Left behind in the wake of her brother's exit, General Armstrong took to taking a closer look at Bradley's corpse. His arms were both gone, his white shirt stained with his blood and the blood of his enemies he had fought all day undoubtedly. His hair had lightened from its usual dark color to a light gray, with transmutation marks shown all around his skin. She was positive that if she touched him with enough force, his body might cave in on itself. It was somewhat satisfying to see such a powerful, arrogant man lying dead before her. "So this is where you met your end." She turned to look over at Scar, who had been far too injured to even consider joining Alex and the others, seeing one of the central soldiers tending to his wounds. "And was it you that killed him?" "When he arrived here, he was already badly injured," Scar answered. "If it hadn't been for those wounds, I might have lost." Olivier remembered what had been reported to her earlier, that in the fight with Captain Buccaneer where he lost his life, that he had been able to inflict a mortal wound on Bradley. She imagined that, had he not been a homunculus, he might have killed him then, so at least the ride down to hell wouldn't have been done alone. Instead, because of those wounds Buccaneer inflicted on him, Bradley had indeed died, weakened as he fought against the Ishvalan known as Scar, a brutal murderer and powerful warrior in his own right. She looked back at Bradley's corpse, kneeling down beside it as she looked at his face, the remains of the once great Fura of Amstress, dead at the hands of an Ishvalan warrior and her captain. In a quiet voice that no one but the two of them would be able to hear, she spoke. "Like I always told you, Bradley. Briggs' men are as tough as they come." In the wake of the explosion, Amelia had blacked out. She wasn't sure if she had lost consciousness or for how long, but she awoke to the smell of smoke. She could feel her body clinging to her exhaustion. They had been running around since last night. She wanted to sleep, but she couldn't allow herself to rest just yet. Her body still resisted it, and she had to fight against that sensation to open her eyes. She looked up to see the sky above her, hazy with the smoke in the aftermath of the blast. She tried to lift up her head, but she felt a sharp pain going through her neck down her spine to her legs that prevented her from getting up right away. She rolled over onto her stomach after a moment, taking a breath and pushing herself up onto her hands and knees. Her limbs felt weak, like jelly. She was being pushed to her limits and she knew it, but she had to keep going. The fight wasn't over yet. She looked around, seeing Edward not too far from where she was, watching as he moved his automail arm. It had sustained some damage in the blast, having lost a lot of its plating, but she could see him moving his fingers. She really had to give it to Winry. She was a hell of a mechanic if she could make automail work, even in that condition. She made her way over to him as he started to push himself up, their eyes meeting, and she could see the relief in his face that she was all right. She could see he was bleeding from new scratches on his face, and her forehead stung a bit too, telling her that she had her own scars to deal with later. As he tried to roll over, he noticed there was another body not too far from them, his eyes widening when he saw she wasn't moving. "Teacher." Edward crawled over to Izumi, who lay crumpled on the ground, Amelia doing the same behind Edward. "Teacher, say something." Izumi's brow furrowed, a small groan coming out of her. Amelia had to wonder if she had been fighting that same battle of exhaustion that she had a moment ago. It was hard not to give in to the temptation of sleep when you were so worn out already. Izumi's body shook as she struggled to push herself up. "I'm alive," she said in a weak voice, opening her eye to look at her pupil, "because of Mr. Hohenheim. He got to me at the last second." Amelia and Edward both looked. They hadn't seen him because of the heavy smoke around them, but now that it was clearing, they could both see Hohenheim only a few feet from Izumi, arms outstretched, on his knees, blocking her from the blast that had been aimed their way. Amelia looked around to see that there was an outline from where the blast had avoided Izumi, and subsequently the two of them as well. She followed it on behind her, looking with wide eyes as she realized that half of Central Command was gone. It had been cleanly cut from the blast, creating a dome-shaped opening in so many floors and a massive hole through the wall. It was completely eradicated. If Hohenheim hadn't managed to block that blast with enough range for the three of them, would they even be alive right now? "Hohenheim?" Edward's voice calling out to his father got her attention again, looking back to see the man slowly coming back from the brink of blacking out. "Hey, snap out of it. Let's—" Edward cut himself off, seeing father standing up behind Hohenheim's body, his voice stopping in his throat as the monster himself had come over. He still resembled the man he had made himself to be after taking on that which he called God, though veins bulged along his skin as he tried to keep it together. His expression was still as stoic as ever, though. He raised his arm, bringing it down and knocking Hohenheim away, the man tumbling as he was too weak to stand or to fight back. "Hohenheim?" Edward called out to him, seeing how his father struggled to get up after that hit. Not that father planned to wait for him to get up to move forward with what he wanted. "You're first," he said, before lifting that same hand again, and red transmutative light shot up from his hand, and Amelia felt it hitting her as it did Edward and Izumi. She gasped for breath as she felt like something was stealing the breath from her body. Her hands went to her throat to try and rid herself of the thing that was choking her, but there was nothing there. "Stop it, leave them alone," Hohenheim cried out. She couldn't gasp, she couldn't exhale. Father was taking the very breath from her body, another attempt to make a philosopher's stone undoubtedly. She didn't have the strength to run away. She didn't have the strength to even try to move. Fear gripped her as she was so sure she could feel the icy grip of death's hand closing around her throat. Then a shot rang out, and she was suddenly able to breathe again, taking in heaving gulps of it as she looked up and saw father was on the ground. Had someone shot him? In a matter of moments, she heard the sound of thundering footsteps, looking up and seeing white Briggs uniforms surrounding them in the courtyard. The Briggs soldiers were moving out, coming to help them. One of them had shot Father and knocked him down long enough for them to make an escape. She looked over at Edward, seeing how he was heaving for breath same as she was, knowing they needed to get out and get away from Father before this got any worse, and not just them. They had to get Izumi and Hohenheim out too. She pushed herself to stand with a grunt, hearing orders ringing out from the Briggs soldiers as Edward reached for Izumi. Your target is the man with the long blonde hair. Make sure you don't shoot Full Metal by mistake. Right, a chorus of voices rang out, accepting their orders. Blue squad, hurry. White squad, you cover the west wing. Roger, the soldiers all called back. Amelia ran up to Hohenheim, the older man looking up at her, barely conscious as she reached for his arm to pull him up and bring it around her shoulders. Come on, Mr. Hohenheim? She grunted as she tried to pull him up, but he couldn't stand. His full weight was on her and she was struggling to lift him. Need a hand? She looked up, seeing a Briggs soldier she didn't recognize coming to her aid, taking Hohenheim's other arm to help lift him up. Yeah, thanks, she said, the two of them starting to run and leaving behind Father as he started to stand up after being shot down to the ground. Seeing that the soldiers around them had plenty of mortar launchers lined up around the outside of the courtyard they were in, giving them plenty of room to fire without being hit themselves, with Father right in the middle. They caught up with Edward and Izumi, Edward helping his teacher to run with her arm over his shoulder. Suddenly, the call rang out, fire, and was followed by the sound of mortars all shooting up high into the air, all to come crashing back down on top of Father. Amelia glanced back, seeing the man standing stoically just before they hit him, the explosion creating a huge cloud of dust and smoke that blocked her view. She yelped as she felt the shockwave of the explosions hitting them, surrounding them in that same smoke as she ran alongside Edward. Hey, Full Metal, are you okay? The soldier she was with asked. It's bad, he didn't even flinch, Edward replied. The soldier, shocked, looked back behind them seriously. Father watched as they ran, waving his hand widely, and another shockwave came after them, creating another long line of explosions behind them, nearly knocking Amelia over, but she still managed to keep running until they could get Hohenheim and Izumi somewhere safer. Don't give the bastard a chance to hit back. She heard the order ring out, followed by a chorus of gunfire, machine guns, rifles, handguns, rocket launchers, mortar launchers, bazookas, all firing at Father. She knew the bullets weren't touching him, likely getting disintegrated in that alchemical force field he had made for himself, but if they could just keep going, keep burning up his stone, they'd get him eventually. Now they had a whole army to work with, all the Briggs soldiers here to help. They might be able to finish him off. Once they were safely at the edge of the courtyard, back behind the line of Briggs soldiers, Amelia let Hohenheim down gently as everyone kept firing everything they had at Father. She looked back to see him still standing there, stoic and indifferent as ever in the face of the barrage of attacks he was receiving. Even though it was undoubtedly working at using up his stone, it might not be enough to take him out quickly. They would still need something more, but she doubted these soldiers had more than mortar launchers and bazookas available at taking him out. Right, if you're sure, sir. She heard one man speaking through the radio as they looked back at Father, watching as he called out, "Take cover, men, now!" And the others all retreated as a new attack came out. Amelia cried out at the sudden wave of heat that came from the fiery explosion that burned around the courtyard. She brought her arms up to block it from her face, almost feeling like she was right next to an oven as she felt the flames burning, distinctly reminded of how she had felt this once before already. When the flames died down, she looked up to see Mustang standing with his ignition gloves pointed out, Hawkeye beside him, and Major Armstrong flanking his other side, fists raised and ready for battle. So did I hit him? Mustang asked. You were off just a little bit, adjust it to 12 o'clock, Hawkeye replied. Mustang held out his gloved hand. I can't tell how much to throttle the flames. You don't have to throttle them. Range 50, no, 53. Hawkeye said, seamlessly giving him what he needed to attack again. All right. Mustang snapped his fingers, flames shooting forward towards Father in a clear line, burning up around him, and Amelia's eyes widened as she saw the massive tower of fire it created around him. It would no doubt do a lot of damage, even more than the mortars and rockets, not that it stopped Father from fighting back. Father managed to hold out his hand, catching the flames in his palm, concentrating them, and then firing them back. "Incoming attack, Colonel, dead ahead," Hawkeye said. Before the flames could hit them, Armstrong stepped forward. "Leave it to me." He pounded his hands down on the ground, a slab rising up and protecting them as the flames shot out around their bodies harmlessly. "Good work, Major," Mustang praised him. "Of course," Armstrong replied with his usual proud and theatrical flair. "Fire now, keep firing." Orders rang out as mortars kept shooting into the air. Armstrong came out from around the protective wall he had made. "Don't give him any opportunity to fight back. Make him use his Philosopher's Stone." He called out to the others as he ran forward, his fists hitting the falling rubble in the air to turn them into sharp projectiles, all firing straight at Father. Lan Fan and Zampano jumped high into the air, Zampano firing his quills at Father as Lan Fan took a grenade and threw it at him. Darius took a broken chunk of the courtyard itself, a massive boulder easily half his size, and threw it at Father. The explosions and stones and projectiles all disintegrated in his alchemical force field, bullets and quills disintegrating as well. Everyone was keeping their distance so the brig soldiers could still safely fire their mortars and rockets without hitting any allies. It was a constant stream of attacks from all sides as he stood there, unmoving, glaring. Amelia and Edward glanced at one another, nodding as they knew they still had to keep going. All of these people were fighting, they couldn't stop now and let that effort all go to waste. Izumi seemed to share the sentiment, using her alchemy to create a massively tall wall around Father, curving around him and making the perfect setting for Mustang to work, as Amelia ran towards Major Armstrong and Edward ran along the opposite wall to find a better place to attack. "Now he's toast." Mustang snapped his fingers again, the flames shooting forward and hitting Father directly, the walls keeping the flames from going too far, concentrating them around Father and making sure that it would be easier to burn him. The explosion shot out, destroying the wall into rubble and sending out a massive, heat-ridden shockwave over the courtyard. But thankfully, the embers all stayed close to Father and no one else was burned. And yet, even in the aftermath of such a devastating attack, Father still stood there, glaring and stoic as he endured their endless attacks. "No effect at all," Major Armstrong gasped as he saw it and ordered out to the others. "We have to find a way through his defenses." "Come in, we need more ammo." Another soldier's voice could be heard, and Amelia began to grow a bit nervous. They would still be limited in their military attacks, and they had limited ammunition. They could only go for so long with bullets and rockets. What a futile battle, Father said as he looked around at all the soldiers and sacrifices and nameless alchemists he never cared for. "You poor, helpless humans can't hope to lay so much as a finger on me." And in the smoke from the explosions and grenades, a familiar face darted out with a wide, toothy grin that spoke of just how eager he was to lay into Father. "Maybe humans aren't able, but what about a homunculus?" Greed cried out as he drove his fist through Father's face, grinning widely as he was the first out of everyone to land a real, solid hit, feeling the way his face crumpled under his fist in a way that made him feel oh so satisfied to finally hit him so hard after all these years. Though it was only for a moment, as he soon realized he couldn't pull his fist away, and that Father had trapped him in his skull, looking up at him with a smile of his own. "Wonderful, you're just in time, Greed. What a dutiful son you are," he praised. "As it happens, I could use another Philosopher's Stone. I'll be taking yours." Greed couldn't yank his hand away, the legs that had been in the air now against Father's chest, trying to pull his hand back as red veins sprouted along his shield-covered arm, seeing his red Philosopher's Stone running through them towards Father as he began to absorb it. Greed began to cry out in anguished screams, one hand on his trapped arm, struggling to pull away as he stayed in place. "Ah, ag." And then he stopped, grinning at Father. "Good acting, right?" Father's smile quickly fell from his face at the question. "You can't take my stone from me without dropping your own barrier. Stupid fool, I bet you never thought your godly powers could be taken away, did you?" As he said it, the red in the veins turned to silver, showing that Greed was reversing the process and taking Father's stone with him instead. "But you were wrong, they will be mine now." As he said it, he could feel something wrong, and he realized that the hole Father had made to hold his hand in place was beginning to close. planning to cut off his hand and drop him. Amelia ran out, shouting out to him, "Greed?" Her hands transmuting a bat out of the stone, growling out a war cry as she got close enough to swing it at him, only for the bat to be met with a wall of transmuted stone that pushed her back. Edward was right behind her, using his automail fists to try and land a punch, and another wall came up. Amelia was flung back, landing in a pair of arms that easily caught her. She looked up, smiling widely when she saw a familiar face looking down at her. "Are you all right?" Major Armstrong asked. "I'm fine," she said, getting up, feeling a new wave of energy coursing through her body. Now that they were all here, they could do this. She raised up her fists in that old boxing position he had shown her long ago when she was his student. "Come on, let's show that old bastard how an Armstrong does it." The Major grinned, the two of them rushing into battle as the others all started to join in. With greed still trapped in Father's face, it was harder for him to concentrate and produce that force field, so they could attack much more closely now. They had to take advantage of that break in his defenses. She grabbed some stones to use, throwing them up into the air and watching as the Major landed an expert 1-2 punch that shot them both forward as projectiles, Izumi transmuting from a distance. Both of their attacks were blocked by transmuted walls that crumbled away, but that didn't stop them from charging in. Amelia and the Major ran alongside one another, fists raised and in perfect sync aimed for Father, who barely managed to sidestep them in time. He created another wall, tall enough to keep a distance between them, not that it mattered to Izumi, who scaled it in a second, sliding down the wall and transmuting a pair of blades for each hand, taking them and slicing them at Father. Again, he barely managed to dodge it with greed still trapped in his head, spinning the two of them around as he blocked Izumi's blows with transmuted air that pushed back her swords every time it got too close to him. Amelia could see him struggling to maintain concentration on what he was doing as they all began to bombard him. Edward came at him from one side, Armstrong from another, Amelia coming for his back, all of them ready and raring to go and ready to take down this man, as it seemed they finally had him in a corner. Father let out a bellowing cry as another transmutation pushed them all away, a massive blast that pushed greed out of his head and flung them all back several feet. The blast was enough to destroy Edward's automail arm, but even still he landed on his feet, skidding along the stone ground, letting his automail remain in pieces on the ground before he went charging back and towards Father. "Don't give up now." He tried to rally the others, leaping at him and trying to kick him, only to be met with that alchemical force field. Izumi charged right back in, trying to nail him with her elbow, but she still met that same force field. Armstrong was right at the edge of it, his gloved fists pounding with the proper pugilist stance as he shot out one punch after another. Amelia joining in and throwing her own hits right alongside her teacher, feeling them bouncing off of the force field. It almost felt like magnetism was somehow forcing her hand back. But she kept going, still determined to make her fist meet his face and hit him as hard as she could for all the trouble he's given them. It was only a moment longer as they kept attacking that Edward leapt into the air to kick him again, but his leg never met the force field. Instead, it was met with a stiff, trembling arm from Father blocking him from hitting him at all. Amelia's eyes widened. He didn't use alchemy to stop them, it was working. He had used too much of his stone to keep fighting back with it. Father pushed Edward back, the boy tumbling along the ground, Amelia rushing over to him and helping him to stand as they looked at Father. His head was in his hands, and they could see a black smoke seeping out of his mouth, red transmutative light sparking all around him as he was hunched over as if he was in pain, gripping at his blonde hair like it was his only lifeline. He was shouting out in pain, his eyes bulging, his body moving in ways he clearly didn't want as he tried to contain himself. "He's losing control," Hohenheim shouted to them. "He can't keep the power of God he claims to have in check anymore." Amelia felt her fists clenching, seeing Father's body jerking around as he struggled to maintain the power he had with what he had left. They were winning, they were really winning. They were so close to taking him down she could practically taste it. Even still, watching Father struggle, she could see the transmutations still sparking around him. As he cried out, she could see the gray-layered iris that had been hiding behind the door he had opened less than an hour ago. It was the power of God, trying to reach out for more energy that he couldn't give it. On some level, it was satisfying to know that victory was within reach, But it was also horrifying to watch a man slowly be consumed by the power he chose to take, literally. He fell down to his hands and knees in front of them, and she watched as a massive transmutation began to go off, an explosion that pushed them out, destroying the ground of the courtyard, pushing them all back high into the air. Amelia felt her legs flailing, crying out as she tried to reach for something, find the ground before it found her, but she couldn't get her footing. She did land, feeling a sharp pain in her leg, collapsing onto the ground and feeling something else suddenly drop onto her. The pain was so sharp, so immense, and vibrated through her body so violently that she blacked out, losing consciousness on the courtyard ground. She had no idea how long she was out, but when she woke up, she could hear the sound of familiar voices crying out, "Edward, get out, now!" Hohenheim's distressed voice pulled her out of the fog of unconsciousness. "Brother, get out of there, brother!" Alphonse's voice shocked her into the waking world, hearing the terror in his words. She lifted her head, seeing Father staggeringly approaching Edward as he sat back against the wall, but he wasn't running. Why wasn't he getting out of there? "Stop, damn it! Stew up!" She could see him struggling to move, her eyes widening when she realized why. Edward had gotten caught up in the rubble, his flesh arm going straight through a steel rod in a piece of broken concrete, and it had pinned him in place. If he had his automail arm, he could just transmute his way out, but it was gone. "Stop this! Stop it! My brother, let him." "Edward," she tried to get up, fear rushing through her as she realized he was stuck, but she felt a sharp, shooting, deep pain through her body and she cried out. Something heavy was on her, something was keeping her from moving and pinning her legs down. She looked back, her eyes widening in horrified shock at what she saw. With how the explosion had thrown her, she was caught too. Her leg had gone through another steel rod, and the other was trapped under the same piece of concrete. She could see the blood flowing out of her leg like water, and she suddenly felt like she was going to be sick. The pain was immense, and it was filling her head. She was losing too much blood, she was so dizzy. She still tried to pull away, feeling her arms weakening as she tried to pull herself away from the block that had to weigh several hundred pounds. She couldn't move, and she couldn't concentrate. All she could do was look at Edward as her vision threatened to fade again, seeing the blackness at the edge of her eyes threatening to throw her into unconsciousness again. She could feel hot tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched Edward, helplessly pinned to the ground as she heard Alphonse desperately screaming at Father. "God, no, please!" She reached out her hand, feeling immense pain shooting through her body every time she tried to move. She could feel her body resisting her, telling her to stop, to stay put. She was losing too much blood. She was in too much pain, she retched as her body tried to force her to stop. She couldn't do anything. Her hands shook, her body hurt so much, but Edward, she couldn't lose him. He couldn't die. Not now, she had to do something. But her mind couldn't concentrate, tears of pain and desperate fear spilling out from her eyes and blinding her. She could only make out their silhouettes, still trying to move towards him, but her body retched again, vomiting out what little there was to force her to stop. She couldn't do anything. She was useless now. "No, please." She couldn't think of anything else. She didn't hear anything else as it happened around her. She didn't hear how Alphonse's body creaked and tore from how he tried to move, or that he was dangerously close to breaking the seal that kept his soul bonded to the armor. "May, I need a favor." Back then, Ed was willing to sacrifice his right arm in order to bring my soul back, so shouldn't the reverse be possible? Alphonse asked the young Zinji's girl, whose eyes widened at his request. "Alphonse, what are you saying?" May asked, afraid of his answer. "All you have to do is clear a path. Can you do that?" he asked her. "But if you do this, do you know what will happen?" May didn't want to lose him, not after everything. Would he even be able to come back? "There's no time. Please, May, you're the only one. It has to be you." Alphonse pleaded with her, and May hesitated for a moment. She could infer what was going to happen and was very afraid of what it meant for Alphonse and for herself, but he was right, there was no time. "A stone," Father called out as he reached for Edward, his eyes burning with rage. "You vile human, give it to me." "Edward," Amelia cried out, her hands trembling as she still tried and failed to move. "Your energy," Father's voice still rang out with his demands. And suddenly the sound of metal hitting stone. Father paused as he saw the kunai there, aimed right beside Edward on the concrete wall he had landed against in the space where his automail had been. Amelia blinked as she realized things had become silent, seeing them as her vision cleared. They were May's kunai, weren't they? She turned her head, seeing her kneeling, tears streaming down her face as her body shook beside Alphonse's armor, kunai surrounding him in a circle as he began to raise his hands. Wait, Amelia couldn't believe what she was seeing. The alchemy around him and the one around Edward. He didn't mean to swap his soul out for Edward's arm again, did he? What are you doing? Edward asked, his voice shaking as he realized what Alphonse was doing. No, don't, please. Keep moving, brother, Alphonse said before he clapped his hands together and brought them down to his armor, the white transmutative light sparking around him. Al nuo, Edward cried out, begging his brother, but it was too late. As Alphonse's hands fell to the ground, Amelia looked back at Edward and saw his right arm had been restored to flesh and blood. Alphonse was gone. He had sacrificed himself so that Edward could have his arm back and fight again. She could hardly believe it, seeing Edward's arm restored. It was thin, and the scars from his automail were still there all along his shoulder, the port having been pushed apart in the transmutation and off of his body. Edward's face was an expression of horror as he stared at his restored arm, though that very quickly turned to rage, screaming out in heavy anguish that Amelia knew was from deep in his core. Al, you dumbass. Even Father was shocked by the sound of his voice, watching as Edward brought his hands together and pushed it down onto the ground, the transmutative light sparking around him as a pillar of concrete shot up and knocked Father back into the air, sending him flying away, giving Edward time to grab the steel rod in his pinned arm and yank it out with a strength that Amelia had never seen from him before. As Father lifted his head, Edward didn't give him a moment to recuperate as he clapped for another transmutation, sending a barrage of stone fists at Father, knocking him around and back down again as he was hit over and over and over again. Ed refused to let up, taking out his rage on the monster that caused all of this, transmuting a massive spear, crying out in fury as he threw it forward. Father crying out in pain as it hit him, taking out a chunk of his face, including his right eye, a stream of blackness shooting out of him like blood as he groaned in pain, his body trying to regenerate it back. Everyone around them watched in a kind of stunned silence as it continued. It's working. One soldier spoke in awe as he watched Edward unleash the anger he had reserved for the monster that took away his precious younger brother. Nice, Ed, just keep going, Armstrong praised him. Go kid, Zampano shouted out. Elric, Darius's voice joined him, and suddenly a flood of cheers erupted in support of Edward as he laid relentless attacks into Father's body. The chimeras were cheering, the soldiers all rallying and calling out for Edward to fight hard, hearing the voices of Hohenheim joining the chorus, Hawkeye, Izumi, May, Mustang. Amelia could hear it, and as she remained still enough to realize what was happening, her mind became clear enough that she remembered her own alchemical skills. She clapped her hands, reaching back for the block of concrete that kept her pinned, watching it break apart enough to release her now bruised and probably broken leg, and get her other leg out of the stone, though she left the steel rod in it. She didn't need to bleed out more than she had already, and she screamed out as she let her voice join the others. Go Edward, she screamed out as loud as she could, fuck him up. She hoped he could hear her, watching as he lay in a hard punch to Father's face as the homunculus attempted to do the same, only to be knocked back on his ass onto the ground. Edward stomped up to him, fist clenched in barely held fury. Get up, you novice, he snarled out. I'm about to show you how outclassed you really are. This fight you lose. Father didn't get up right away, laying down on the ground, Edward panting as he looked at him, and he just lay there. After a moment of silence, cheers began to erupt from the crowd around him, Edward's anger dissipating for a moment as he heard the cries of joy, thinking that he had won the fight when Father wouldn't stand. He looked around, his eyes falling on Amelia and how she was struggling just to sit up with her legs as damaged as they were. She was still bleeding, but she smiled at him nonetheless. She was okay, she would be okay. A broken leg could be mended, the hole in her calf could be stitched up, but as Father lay on the ground, she couldn't help a sense of unease, even as everyone cheered. Had he actually been defeated, with Edward's bare hands? It didn't seem all that likely, considering everything that had happened. What guarantee did they have of victory if he was unconscious? And suddenly, they all felt a pulse of energy running through the ground. Amelia watched in horror as Father cried out, his body shifting, his stomach inflating like a balloon as the familiar colors of that gray iris behind the gate showed in his mouth. The power of God that he had within him was trying to leave. It couldn't be contained in his form as it was now. With a powerful transmutation, she watched as father forced it back down with his hands, his stomach pushing down to its normal size, energy and wind whooshing around them and making it clear this fight was not yet over. She watched as the winds were powerful enough to make a Briggs soldier fall off of his feet and fall back, only to be caught by Greed as he rushed over. "Pull yourself together, damn it," he said to the soldier, holding him by the scruff of his uniform. "Stay on your feet, moron." Sorry?" The soldier let out a sheepish apology for having been swept up by the wind. Greed glanced over at Amelia, less than 10 feet from her now. She was fine where she was, aside from some debris flying that hit her, but she was immovable with both of her legs taken out as they were. "A stone," father's voice cried out, deep, desperate, and refusing to stop, even now as he cried out for what he wanted most. She looked back to see among the transmutation and the energy that recklessly flowed around his body, father had pushed himself into standing once more. Philosopher's Stone. Amelia watched as father shot past Edward straight to Greed, watching as his hand went right into his abdomen and sunk in deeper, her eyes widening in shock as she saw how his arm shook. Greed's eyes widening from the sudden attack, his hands shaking as he reached for father's arm as it sunk deeper into his abdomen. He cried out in pain, trying to pull father's arm away from him, but he couldn't. "Give me your stone, Greed. Be a good son." "Greed," Amelia shouted out in shock. She glanced back at her legs. She couldn't stand, she couldn't fight father off, but she could still transmute. She looked up at Greed, who was struggling, his eye twitching, glancing over at her, but his vision wouldn't settle. She didn't know it at the time. The intense conflict going on inside of him between him and Ling that was trying to keep him inside of his body. How Greed would lie to him to get him to let go so that he could be reclaimed without damaging Ling's soul or his body. He grinned at her in his usual toothy way, despite the pain he was in, and she could see how father's skin was turning a deeper shade of gray and how it was spreading. "Come on, princess," Greed shouted at her, and she nodded, taking the initiative. She brought her hands together for a transmutation, watching as the energy shot forward to the ground below them, the concrete shooting up in a sharp, pointed rectangle that cut father's arm away from Greed's body. Though, as she watched father's hand disintegrate, a look of horror came over his face, and Amelia realized very suddenly that Ling had full control of his body again, because Greed had indeed been absorbed by father. "Greed, no," Ling cried out, his hands reaching for the disintegrating dust of father's hand. "Greed," Edward called out, running over to them, wanting to help, but there was nothing to be done now. Amelia looked back at father, watching as his body started to change color completely, his skin looking like ash and resembling it, seeing cracks forming along his skin that made it look like he was barely holding it together. "How could you? Greed?" Father cursed into the air, watching as the ashy gray continued to spread over his body. Ling fell to his knees, his body unharmed despite the massive hole in his shirt from where father's hand had been. He, Edward, and Amelia all watched as the Ouroboros symbol on his hand, the sign that Greed was a part of him, began to disintegrate as well. Greed was really back inside of father's body, with his stone gone too. "Muahaha, I finally got away from that annoying brat." Greed's voice could be heard from inside of father, who was hunched over in seeming pain as his body changed in front of them, his voice coming from inside of father's throat, showing he was still managing to retain his identity, even when he was returned to father's body. "Why, Greed, why would you betray your own father?" Father howled out in seeming anguish as his body trembled and cracked. "I've always had a rebellious streak, Pops. Don't act so surprised." Greed's voice responded, and as father's mouth moved, she could just barely see Greed's face inside the back of his throat. In a way, it was horrifying to see her friend trapped in his body, and in another, it was comforting to see he was still alive. "I've reversed the ultimate shield you gave me and transformed your body into the most fragile carbon there is." He still sounded like himself, snarky and clever, and she was amazed he would even think to reverse his shield on father's body. "You crafty devil." Father reached his one remaining hand into his mouth, and Amelia watched as that visage she had seen in his throat was slowly pulled out. It didn't resemble the face of the Greed she had known at all, but rather the face that had been shown when he revealed his full shield. She had only seen it once, but she knew that father wasn't going to just take his treachery lying down. She had to think that Greed knew that too. His ashy hands gripped at the remains of the homunculus as he started to bite down on the part that still connected him to his body. Begone, fool! Return to nothing! He bit down, and they watched as Greed's small face began to float away in the air, taking some of Father's weakened hand with him, the fingers crumbling away as they could barely stand to be moved. Greed! Ling cried out for him, and Amelia watched as the homunculus turned to them, Edward and Ling standing up behind her. She watched as his face changed from the expression of pain that came from being separated to a smile. She felt tears rolling down her cheeks as she watched his face disappearing into the air, turning to dust like all the other homunculi had. It only lasted a few seconds, seeing that grin on his face as he looked at them, as if he was happy to make his sacrifice for them, as if he was finally satisfied and had everything he'd ever wanted. And then he was gone, nothing but dust in the wind that flew away from them with Father left behind. Ed's rage came back in full swing, shouting out in anger as he charged at Father again, fist raised. Father tried to block him with his broken arms, but it was no good. Edward's fist went right through his chest, creating a hole. It wasn't hard, with Father's body coming undone at the slightest movement. Punching through him would have been the same as punching through a collection of sand. Father stepped back, looking down at the new wound his new body had received, and only a second later it seemed to burst. Amelia jumped as they watched souls, the remains of Greed's philosopher's stone, pouring out of his body en masse. She could hear the wailing cries of the greedy Xerxians that had made up their friend, all of them flying away into the air, freed from that opening in his body. She listened as their wailing cries began to fade, and she hoped they had somehow found a way to move on to whatever came next to a soul that was separated from its physical body, whatever came after life. But for now they knew they had done enough. That was all the power Father had left, and it had just run away from him. There was nothing he could do now. He had no more power than a single human with his body. My stone? Father's voice came out weak and trembling, overlapping, as if another voice was melding with his own. His original voice meeting with the one that he had in his new human-appearing body, his face an expression of horror, one that Amelia couldn't deny some satisfaction in seeing. "You destroyed my stone?" he gasped, and Amelia watched as small, black tendrils began to reach out from within the hole that Edward had punched through him. The dark hands that waited behind the gate, reaching out around him into the air, starting to reach and gasp for his fragile body, even as he tried to step away from them. What? This can't. What is this? Amelia realized what was happening at the same time Edward did, his shocked expression changing to a glare. "Go back to where you were born," he spat out. "Go back to nothing, homunculus." He repeated the words that he had said when he had cut off Greed, thinking it fitting that he was getting a taste of his own medicine. They watched as the grasping hands tightened their grip, starting to pull on his body, pulling it in on itself, wrapping up his legs, his arms, his head, pulling them into the entry hole on his chest, a portal made by an alchemist to rid the world of this homunculus. He struggled against them, but it was no use. The power that was pulling him in was much stronger than anything he retained now. She watched as the once flowing tendrils became taut like rope, pulling him in deeper on himself as he grunted and tried to pull away uselessly until he could no longer stand. He fell on his back, and everyone watched as he was pulled in more and more, his body beginning to shrink before their eyes as he was taken back to the nothing from which he came, compressing more and more of it into that hole. "But why?" he cried out. "I just wanted to understand this world's knowledge. I wanted to experience it. Free, I just wanted to be free." He tried to reach out again, vaguely in Hohenheim's direction as he pleadingly cried out, "Free to know." Before the last of him was pulled in, his head pushed down into the remains of his body. Amelia watching with the others as he vanished before their eyes, the gate reclaiming him and leaving them all in silence. At last, it was finally over. She let out a heavy sigh in relief, and suddenly felt lightheaded as the world began to shift. "Amelia!" Ling rushed to catch her before she hit the ground. She looked up at him, seeing Edward and Ling's worried faces when she opened her eyes again. There was a very palpable pain in Edward's face at the thought of losing one more person after all the loss he had experienced already. "I'm okay," she said in a soft voice, reaching her hand out for Edward's, who quickly took it and helped her straighten up again. "I was just really dizzy for a second there." She reached one hand up to her head. "I might have lost a little too much blood." Edward's gaze moved down her body, seeing how much damage she had taken in this fight. Your legs. At Edward's mention of it, she looked down at them. One leg was slowly developing a bruise, the other still had a piece of steel wire through it to try and stop her from bleeding out. I probably need a hospital, Amelia said with a small laugh. Edward reached down for her, and before she could say anything, he was embracing her, holding her tighter than she'd ever felt him do. She wrapped her arms around him, feeling him burying his face into her shoulder. I'm fine, I promise, I just need a doctor. She whispered to reassure him. She felt him nodding, saying nothing. She looked over at Ling, the young prince looking back at her, and the pair smiled at each other. Hey, Prince of Xing. Good to see you again. Good to see you too, Princess, Ling said, affectionately calling her by Greed's nickname. She felt tears welling up in her eyes, her lip trembling a little. Despite her initial issues with Greed, he had carved a place for himself inside of her heart, and knowing he was gone hurt her deeply. She could see it was the same for Ling, the grief in his eyes at knowing the homunculus he had willingly accepted into his body for months was now gone, with no hope of ever returning. Amelia, a deep voice caught their attention as Major Armstrong came over. Edward lifted his head as the Major kneeled down, reaching for Amelia's injured leg as he carefully ripped off part of his uniform pants to put near the open wound. Let me help you stop the bleeding. She watched as the circle on his gloves lit up, the fabric alchemically wrapping around her and the steel support wire inside of her, keeping it wrapped tight. She felt a little relief, though she couldn't deny she didn't enjoy the sensation of the steel resting inside of her body. She winced a little as she felt it tightening and felt that lightheaded sensation again. She imagined when she had landed, the steel must have either landed right, next to, or gone straight through the bones in her leg. She hoped it wouldn't be too difficult of a fix for a doctor. Once her leg was wrapped up and Edward was more assured that she was okay and here with them, his attention went over to the remains of Alphonse's armor, lying on the ground not too far from them. He looked back at Amelia, and she could see the deep pain there. His brother was gone. The last family he had in this world was no longer there, having sacrificed himself to help him. She nodded wordlessly to his question, and he got up to go to it. Amelia looked up at the Major, Ling following behind Edward as he left. Teacher? Armstrong looked down at her. Do you think you could carry me over to Alphonse? He nodded, reaching under her body carefully, picking her up as gently as he could as he brought her over to where Alphonse lay. The armor lay on the ground, lifeless and nearly destroyed. The Major carefully put her down on the ground next to where Edward was kneeling at the remains of his brother's borrowed body. She put her hand on his shoulder and let it rub over his back, feeling the way his shoulders shook at her touch. She could feel a lump growing in her throat as she looked at him. Alphonse's legs were gone. They had likely been destroyed in that first explosive attack made by Father on the surface. His armor was in tatters everywhere else, cracking and crumbling and falling apart. She felt tears flowing from her eyes as she saw the crack inside that was so close to the blood seal Edward had made, a hairline crack that spoke of just how fragile his body had been and how close he was to dying already. She felt her lip trembling, and where there had once been cheers of joy and victory in the wake of Father's defeat, there was now silence in respect for those who had been lost. She wasn't sure what to do or say. She had never experienced a loss like this before, and tears flowed freely from her eyes even as she tried to hold it together for Edward. She lost a friend, but Edward had lost his little brother, the person he arguably loved more than anyone in the world. They had been through everything together and had stood by each other's side through the worst moments in each other's lives. Alphonse loyally staying with Edward even when he no longer had a body of his own, and his brother lacked a leg to stand on. The pain he felt must have been so much greater than her own, but that didn't mean she couldn't feel the heavy weight of grief hanging on her shoulders, how it clung to her body and reminded her of the emptiness she felt inside knowing that she had lost such a sweet friend and kind soul. She said nothing, tears spilling from her eyes as she looked down at the armor that lay lifeless. On the other side of his armor, May was sobbing. She was a mess, trembling as she looked up at Edward, barely holding it together enough to say, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She held her head in her hands, sobbing into it. Zio May was beside her, trying to comfort her as best she could. "It's not your fault, May," Edward said gently. "It was Al's decision." The words didn't do anything to ease May's tears, and Amelia only felt the weight in his words. Alphonse chose to do this, and they wanted to honor that, but at the same time. If Alphonse's soul was gone, it had to have returned to his body, hiding somewhere in the portal of truth if he had performed that transmutation to allow himself to give Edward's arm back to him. They could find a way to bring him back. "Ed, I've got the toll for him." Ling's voice caught their attention, everyone looking over to Ling Lan Fan standing behind him as he held up a small, corked bottle with a familiar red liquid inside. "Take it, it's a philosopher's stone. Use it to bring him back." Amelia's eyes widened and she looked back at Edward, only to see his face contorting into a pained expression, his hands clenched into fists, raising them up only to push them down into the ground. He didn't punch it, but it was as close as he could get without actually doing so. His hands shook with how hard his grip was, his voice shaking as he spoke through gritted teeth. "I can't. As much as I want to, I can't. I promised Al we'd never use a philosopher's stone." Amelia's hand went to his shoulder again to try and soothe him, but he didn't stop. He felt so helpless and useless. How was he supposed to get Alphonse back without a stone? It was the easiest solution, and Edward was undoubtedly tempted to break his promise, but he wouldn't. He knew it would mean too much to Alphonse to come back using the power of other people's souls. It wouldn't feel right to him. He had said it himself that if it meant other people getting hurt, he didn't want his body back. He had to respect those wishes, no matter how much he wished he could just use it and be done with it. There has to be a way to get him back. He thought to himself, there's gotta be. Think, damn it, think it through, just keep thinking. Edward, at the sound of his name, Edward lifted his head to see Hohenheim had made his way over to them, carried on Izumi's shoulder as he addressed his son. "Use my life for the toll. Use me to save Alphonse." Amelia's eyes widened at his offer, wanting to sacrifice himself to save his son. "I've got just enough life left." Though given their history, she expected the anger that came through in Edward's voice as he scowled and glared at his father, saying, "No way, I could never do that, you dumbass. This doesn't have anything to do with you, it's our own damn fault. I won't use another human life to get Al back, and I don't care whose it is. Why should you sacrifice your life for our mistake?" "Because I'm his father, and that's the only thing that matters." Hohenheim's words cut through clearly, Edward's anger silenced for a moment as Hohenheim continued to speak. "You don't know how much you boys mean to me, and I just want you to be happy. And I do bear some responsibility for this. This might not have happened if I'd just been there for you." Admitting his fault made it harder for him to speak, saying that he had a role in the tragedy of his sons' lives, that they might not have gone through all of this if he had just been able to be the father he wanted to be for them. His lower lip trembled as he struggled to hold everything together, admitting that Alphonse's loss now was his fault because of how he left them. Taking a deep, shaking breath in before he spoke again, he pleaded with Edward, "I'm sorry, Ed. I've lived long enough. Just give me this chance to act like a father for once in my life." Amelia looked back at Edward, knowing that after everything that had happened in their tumultuous relationship, hearing him finally saying these things, apologizing for leaving them, saying that this was all because of him, some part of him had to want to hear that after all this time. To hear his father acknowledge the pain he'd caused them by leaving, the pain he'd caused their entire family, to apologize for it, and ask for forgiveness in the form of being a willing sacrifice. It had to be something Edward deeply wanted to hear, and she watched as Edward's lip quivered, struggling not to start bawling as he heard his father say something he'd been waiting to hear longer than he'd known. He closed his eyes as his body shook, and he shouted out in a broken voice, "Shut up, you rotten father. You say something that dumb again, and I'll knock you out." He couldn't stop the tears that fell from his eyes as he looked up at his father, his body shaking as they rolled down his cheeks. Seeing his son brought to tears nearly did the same to Hohenheim, seeing the pain he was feeling in his vulnerability as he looked at his father, acknowledging that relationship they had now in the wake of the loss of his brother. He gulped back his own pain as he spoke softly, "I'm sorry, forgive me." Edward scrubbed at his eyes, getting rid of the tears in them. He looked back at Alphonse's armor with a determined glare, refusing to give up now. He knew the answer was close, he just had to think of it. Now think. Come on, you're the youngest state alchemist in history, damn it. You've even passed through your own portal of truth so you can transmute with your bare hands. There's gotta be some way. There has to be. Edward looked to Alphonse's armor, his eyes wandering around the crowd that had gathered around them, seeing Hawkeye and Mustang standing side by side. The colonel's face wrapped in bandages from Pride's attack that had taken out his eyes, remembering the things they had each said to him once before. Back in Hawkeye's apartment, How she had spoken about how there were a lot of people waiting for him and Alphonse to get their bodies back. When he first enlisted in the state alchemist program, how Mustang had told him that if they believed the possibility for their restoration existed, then they should do whatever it takes to see it done. Exactly, I can't give up. There has to be some way. I know it, I know there is. He looked back at Alphonse, trying to think of the potential solution, looking down at his hands as his fists clenched, feeling his nails digging into his palms, and he stopped. He looked down at his palms, both of them flesh and blood once again. He opened his hands, looking at them both, realizing this was the result of his brother's sacrifice, the willingness he had to restore Edward. Even though he had scolded him for it 100 times to think of sacrificing more of his body to try and restore Al's, it was clear that Alphonse would have easily done the same if he didn't think it would have hurt Edward in the process. He only made this choice because if he hadn't, Edward would have died undoubtedly. His expression softened as he looked at them. He didn't even care about having his arm and leg restored, but Alphonse did. They both wanted to get their bodies back to normal, and this was the first step in doing so. He looked around the crowd that had gathered around them, his eyes falling to the many people that had joined them in this journey. There were so many soldiers from Briggs that shared in their sorrow. He could see Darius and Zampano were the same way, looking on them with the same feelings of regret that there was nothing they could do to remedy this. Ling and Lan Fan looking on with their feelings of powerlessness, that they couldn't use the Philosopher's Stone they had. He could see Major Armstrong standing near them, as he always had, tears streaming down his face in that almost comically elegant way that they had always done. 2 perfect streams that rippled down his chiseled cheeks. He could see Izumi still supporting a sorrowful Hohenheim that wanted nothing more than for his son's happiness. They had made so many friends in this journey, all of them supporting them, all of them wanting to help however they could, but he didn't know how they could possibly help him pay the toll without costing them their lives too. He felt a soft hand on his shoulder, his gaze turning to Amelia. He could see the red in her eyes, having wiped away her tears to try and give him what support she could. What an insane venture she had been taken on, coming to this country as the result of a freak transmutation, getting caught up in their story, showing him so many parts of himself that he didn't like, but at the same time finding her own determination, seeing her compassion that she had once been so embarrassed of, that fire that kept him on his toes when they were sparring. He had found so many things about her to love. He hadn't been sure of when exactly he had started liking her, but he knew that by the time she had confessed, he had been head over heels for months and months. He just hadn't been sure of her own feelings, and he didn't want to push to make things strange between them, not that he could have ever found the words to express himself like she did. And here she was, beside him still even after she had unknowingly been taken on this journey, and loved him all the same. He reached up for her hand with his flesh one, taking it from his shoulder and intertwining their fingers together. He could see her eyes welling with tears at just the gesture of it, struggling to hold it together as she suffered the same loss that he did. He gripped her hand tightly but gently, looking down at their joined hands. A part of him was grateful things had turned out the way they did, that she was here with him now. He didn't know what kind of person he would be if he didn't have her support. His mind flashed back to the memories he had with her, their time traveling together through the Amestrian countryside as fugitives, that moment they had spent together on the old island, where he had learned to survive alone, and how she held his automale hand when she thought he was asleep, how they had shared stories together in the prison cells at Briggs, that moment they had spent staying up talking when they first arrived in Briggs, how she had embraced him so tightly when he returned from Gluttony's stomach, and all their adventures together. Even if she claimed she was never supposed to be here, he was glad that she was and that he was able to know her at all. His mind flashed back to the memory of her describing her dream of going through the portal of truth, and his eyes widened as he remembered something crucial. Her friend Katie, she had sacrificed her body and soul in exchange for a gateway that Amelia used to get to Amstress. Suddenly, the weight from his shoulders lifted and his eyes brightened. Amelia looked at him curiously, wondering why he was suddenly smiling, seeing the cautious beginnings of hope in her eyes as she wondered if he had thought of something to bring Alphonse back to them. He brought her joined hand to his lips, kissing the back of it gently, as if thanking her for giving her the information he needed. "Alphonse," May sobbed, getting his attention. "Oh, Al, Poor Alphonse. His expression softened. Poor May was in shambles over Alphonse's loss. He never realized how deeply she cared for his brother. He curled his fingers into fists again, determined and knowing what to do now, pushing himself to stand up as he let go of Amelia's hand. "May, stand back a little," he said, the young girl lifting up her head to look at him, her tears stopping for a moment when she saw Edward's reassuring smile he gave her before he stepped over to another place within that crater made from one of Father's destructive transmutations, finding a lone piece of metal and picking it up to use it as he started drawing lines in the ground, beginning to create a rough-looking transmutation circle. Everyone around him watched in silence, Amelia looking over the markings as she tried to make out what they meant, the symbolism in the circles, and how they connected within each other, though she couldn't see very well from where she sat beside the remains of Alphonse's armor. After a few long minutes, the circle was slowly completed, and Ling recognized it once it was finished. It's a human transmutation circle," he gasped. Amelia's eyes widened as he announced what it was, watching Edward tossing aside the piece of metal he had used to draw it, her heart racing fearfully for what it could mean. She remembered how he mentioned he had used human transmutation to go through the portal of truth to get out of the fake portal in Gluttony's stomach, but why was he doing it now? "I'll be back in a few minutes," Edward announced. "Ed," Amelia called out to him, concerned about his plan, and he just looked at her with a reassuring smile, seemingly certain of what he was doing. "This is my last transmutation. Stand back and enjoy the show," Edward said, bringing his hands together, activating the circle with a bright light as he brought them down to the ground. Amelia winced at the sight of it, hearing the cries of their friends calling out to him. "Stop, Ed," Ling shouted. "Elric," Zampano and Darius shouted at the same time. "No, Edward Elric," Armstrong cried out. "Ed, what are you doing?" Amelia shouted out, worried that he planned to give himself up in Alphonse's place. Even if he had his flesh arm back, he still didn't have a full body. And what was to stop Alphonse from doing the same thing once he was back in the world? Those brothers wouldn't just continue a cycle of endless sacrifices for each other, would they? Soon enough, the light faded and Edward was gone. She looked over at Ling. What just happened? Ed just transmuted himself. "Maybe that's what he did before to get us through the portal," Ling said, "but he didn't have a stone or anything for the toll, right?" "No, I don't think so." Amelia only grew more worried. Pulling out a soul was already a tall order on its own, but to pull out Alphonse's soul and body. She stared at the transmutation circle, only growing more anxious as nothing else seemed to change or happen. What could he give? Edward wouldn't sacrifice his life if he knew that's not what Al wanted, right? So what could he give in exchange for him? Why was he so sure? What did he know that she didn't? She wished she could get closer to the circle to look at it, get an idea of what he was planning. Maybe it was in the transmutation itself. Not that she could find out with two bad legs. She felt her hands clenching as she looked at the circle, glancing over when she saw a red-eyed May coming by her side. Do you really think he can bring back Alphonse?" May asked, sniffling a little as she looked over at Amelia. She didn't really know how to answer her, looking back at the circle itself. "I mean, if anyone can figure out how, it's him," she said. She still had faith in him, but not knowing the mechanics of it only made her worry. "I just wish I knew what he was thinking." "Amelia," a hand came to her back. Looking up, she saw the Major looking down at her. "I think we might need to discuss what all has happened since you and I separated." He looked back at the circle with a furrowed brow, for Edward Elric to willingly perform human transmutation on himself. "He should know how to put himself back together, I think," Amelia said, her hands shaking a little as she gripped at the hem of her shirt. "I mean, the last time he did this, he made use of Envy's Philosopher's Stone to cover up what he didn't know, but he doesn't have a stone this time, so I don't know." She felt the Major's hands moving over her body to pick her up. "Wah, what are you doing?" "Well, I don't imagine just sitting and waiting for him to make a return when he might not is." "He will," she interrupted the Major immediately, the man jumping back. "If anyone knows how to do the most insane transmutations, it's Ed. He'll come back, he said he would." She looked back at the circle, feeling that unease growing with every passing second. Suddenly, the circle began to light up again, and everyone watched as Edward started to transmute back into where he had been, with something else attached to him. Amelia's eyes watched everything, realizing that Edward was carrying a very thin, nearly skeletal naked body with him that had long blonde hair. As the transmutative light started to fade, the body started to collapse, and Edward quickly caught it. "Whoa, gotcha." He was careful with it, Amelia's eyes widening as she realized what was happening. "Hey, can I get a little help over here?" Edward called out, and 3 Briggs soldiers immediately came over, helping Edward carry the person out of the way towards the ground. "Who is this?" one asked. "It's my brother, be careful with him. It's been a long time since he's been in a real body," Edward said, coming back over to Amelia's side and smiling at her, seeing how she looked like she was about to cry again. That's Al," she asked, seeing the soldiers carrying him into the grass. "That's really his body." "You wanna come see?" Edward asked, not even waiting for the answer he knew would be yes, before he bent down to help her up, the Major standing up with them as Edward picked her up bridal style. Amelia couldn't help blushing a little bit as he started to carry her over to Alphonse. Are you sure I'm not too heavy?" she asked, feeling Edward's new flesh right arm shaking a little as he carried her. "Nah, you're fine." She could feel his grip slipping and he stopped walking, well, at least for my left arm. Before anything else was said, the Major came to take her from his arms and hold her safely, a proud smile on his face. "Fear not, Edward Elric. While your new arm will need some time to adjust to gaining muscle again, I will be able to help Amelia Seymour in your stead," he said, walking her over to Alphonse with Edward tailing right alongside him. Mustang and Hawkeye were already there, along with Darius, Zampano, Ling, Hohenheim, and Izumi, Mustang offering his coat to Alphonse to help cover him up, May tailing behind them. "I am glad to see that you're still alive and well, Amelia," he said softly to a student as they came over to Alphonse. "I'm glad to see you made it out okay too." Amelia smiled up at him, happy to see him again, especially now that everything seemed to be finally reaching that happy ending the story of the Full Metal Alchemist had promised. She was brought to sit beside Alphonse, being careful of her injured legs as Edward and Hohenheim came near him, seeing that he was still unconscious. "Is he going to be okay?" Amelia asked as she looked at him, wondering if he needed urgent care first. "He's probably going to need a hospital," one soldier said. "I don't think I've ever seen someone so malnourished." "Yeah, probably," Edward said, smiling ear to ear as he looked at his younger brother in the grass. "We'll probably need an ambulance or something." "I think all of us might," Amelia said, letting out a small chuckle, looking down at Alphonse. His cheeks were caved in, but he looked so peaceful. She imagined once he was back to a healthy weight, his cheeks would probably be a bit rounder. He would undoubtedly be a handsome boy once he got a proper haircut. The long hair he had now was full of split ends and maybe some mats. She watched as he slowly started to open his eyes, blinking as he came back into the world. "Hey, he's waking up," Zampano happily announced when he saw it. "How are you feeling? You okay?" Darius asked. Zampano and Darius. Alphonse looked over at them, his voice a little weak but clearly happy to see them. He looked around at those around him, seeing the smiling faces of everyone else who had come along for this journey. "You're all here." His eyes fell on one person, and Amelia got to watch with a strange joy how his eyes lit up. "Dad." "Hey, welcome back." Hohenheim reached out his hand with a smile, Edward helping Alphonse to sit up so he could reach out and take it, his hand clasping in Hohenheim's palm. "Home at last." He closed his eyes, his thin hand wrapped up easily in Hohenheim's grasp, seeming to focus on something he was feeling. "It's so warm." Amelia started crying again out of the pure joy of seeing him like this. She wasn't sure that they could restore Alphonse's body, but to see him here, moving, breathing, feeling the warmth of another person's touch, she felt her tears spilling out of her eyes so easily, though she was quick to wipe them away. "Alphonse?" A whimpering voice caught their attention, and all watched as May ran forward to Alphonse, sobbing as she wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his chest. "Alphonse." "May?" He looked down at her with wide eyes as she embraced him with tears streaming down her face. "I was so scared," she said between sobs. Alphonse's expression softened as he looked down at her, bringing one of his hands to her back. "I bet, sorry, it was wrong of me to put you through that," he said softly, comforting her. "It's okay now, thank you." She still sniffled and sobbed a little, but she pulled away from him as she wiped her eyes. As she stood up, she briefly brought her lips to his cheek for a peck that left him blushing a little bit as she stepped back. "I'm really glad you're okay," she said, her cheeks a bit red as she smiled at him, Alphonse smiling back at her. "Wait, let me get a closer look," Amelia said, getting his attention. She shifted a little closer on the ground, being careful of her injured legs as she got closer to his side, Alphonse smiling at her all the while. Once she was able to, she reached out and cupped his face, beaming at him. "Look at you, back in the flesh." She felt tears in the corner of her eyes as she looked at him. "God, you're so skinny, but look at you. Here, you're really here." Alphonse laughed as she seemed so excited that he was there with them. "This is the first time I actually get to touch you." "I know," Alphonse laughed still, pure joy radiating from them both as Amelia cupped his face in her hands. She leaned over, pulling him close enough to plant a kiss on his cheek, Alphonse laughing all the while, and Edward beaming as he watched the two interact. "Oh!" Alphonse reached up for her hands, bringing them down as he asked with a mischievous smile. "So I hear you and brother are dating now, right?" Ed's face burst into a bright red, and Amelia's cheeks did too. "Oh, yeah, kinda," she sheepishly answered. "Kinda?" Alphonse looked over at Edward, who looked back at his younger brother with wide eyes. "What are you doing that makes her think it's kinda a relationship, brother?" "Wah's nothing," Edward blurted out. "Since when was this a development?" Armstrong asked. Amelia looked up at the wide-eyed Major. It's been a few weeks now, I guess. It's pretty recent," she said, a little embarrassed to be put in the spotlight like this. "Not that it didn't stop you two from making eyes at each other when you thought the other wasn't looking for months on end," Darius said teasingly, making Amelia and Edward blush more. "Oh, shut up, gorilla," Edward snapped, the group around them laughing at the exchange, including Alphonse. Amelia looked over at Edward, the pair eventually joining in the laughter as everything seemed to finally fall into place. It was a sense of peace they hadn't known in a long time, not since they started this journey to fight against the homunculi and everything else, but it was a welcome feeling. It was all over, they had finally won. Over the next hour, everyone had their wounds and injuries tended to while sending for medical help over radios for ambulances and the like. But obviously, in the middle of an attempted coup, hospitals were bound to be busy and overrun with patients from Central Command, Briggs, and whoever else might need help, including all the people who were still underground like Olivier, Gerso, and Scar. Colonel Mustang was sent off pretty quickly, given his high ranking and severe eye wounds, along with everything else he had endured while they had been fighting off pride and wrath. A team was put together to go and escort the general and everyone else back up to the surface to make sure they were all okay and accounted for. The Briggs soldiers were an efficient team, constantly speaking to each other over the radio to make sure everyone was informed of what was happening. Amelia's legs were put into makeshift splints. Edward's injuries were all patched up, and the Major insisted on being the one to take them to the hospital to make sure they got the proper care they needed. As everyone began to dissipate and separate as they worked on the chaotic and long process of recovering after such an intense battle, they all swapped stories of what they had experienced on that day. Amelia had been sitting, waiting for the Major to bring the car around as Edward and Alphonse walked over to where she was. On the way there, they stumbled across May, who still seemed to be shedding a few tears. "May." "Oh, Alphonse." May lifted her head to look up at him as Edward helped him walk to the edge of the courtyard that led out to the road where the Major would pick them up. "Are you okay?" he asked. May turned her head away with a smile, wiping at her eyes. "Yes, I'm fine." "Hey, Princess Chang." Ling's voice caught their attention as he started to walk towards their little group, May coming to stand up with a determined, angry expression on her face. "Ling Yao." As she growled out his name, Amelia realized she had forgotten about their competition, that Ling and May were both competing for the Xinji's throne, not that the potential for a fight seemed to bother Ling much. "Hey, come on, quit looking at me like you want to kill me, all right?" Ling said as he came up to her, kneeling down to get to her eye level as she glared at him. "You're about as stupid as I am," he sighed, "getting mixed up with this country's problems. And you didn't even end up with a philosopher's stone." May's lower lip quivered, trying to hold back her own emotions until Ling pulled out the philosopher's stone he had been carrying in his pocket, May's outburst suddenly turning to shock as Ling addressed her seriously. "You know what this means. My clan won." May didn't say anything, more because she was trying to hold back the tears that kept falling and couldn't find it in her to speak at the same time. Ling said nothing to her as he went to put the stone back in his pocket. As far as your clan goes, the Yao family will protect yours at all costs. Once again, the tears stopped as he revealed his plan to her, that he wanted to make sure her clan survived and continued on like his own, shocking him and everyone else listening. He only smiled as he saw her face. I accepted a homunculus as a friend now, didn't I? If I did that, then I can accept the Changs and all of the other families too. Amelia smiled a little as she heard his plan. It sounded like he wanted to undo the competition portion of the Xinji's succession, which sounded like a good step for him to take now that he was going to become emperor. But as he revealed this and Mei realized not only would her family be safe, but all of the other families in Xing, she started to cry again with streams of tears pouring down her cheeks. Whoa, careful with the waterworks there. You're gonna drown yourself. Ling amusedly said, patting her head as he joked, I didn't think I'd have to start protecting you this quickly. Trying to accept and protect everyone is just. It's too greedy. Mei cried, Ling's eyes widening as she said it. Amelia couldn't help laughing a little at her description. It was a fairly ambitious and greedy idea to think that he could just change everything that they had been raised on, not that she was going to tell him it was a bad idea. Ling pulled his hand back from her head and sighed, reaching for the back of his own. Ah, I guess he rubbed off on me after all. Alphonse and Edward exchanged grins as they heard this news, finding Ling's new ambitions to be a fairly funny moment for everything. He pushed himself to stand on his feet again. All right then, time to go home. You're leaving? Edward asked. Yeah, we need to get home so we can bury Fu, Ling answered. Ed nodded, holding up his hand and turning it into a fist as he pointed it to Ling. See you later, he said. Ling smiled and mimicked the gesture, bringing his to knock against Edward's. Yeah, count on it, he replied. He turned around, he and Lan Fan making their way to the road, pausing as he looked back at Mei. You want to make your way home, Princess Chang? Mei jumped, but she followed behind him, Ling smiling at her. I'll need someone to tell me a few stories to pass the time on the way home. Lan Fan's not great at conversation. The warrior in question said nothing as she walked alongside Ling, Mei following him. As they came up to where Amelia was sitting at the edge of the road, he paused, looking down at her. Seeing as my status as emperor is guaranteed, I can give you a pretty comfy life back in Xing, he said, smiling at her, holding out his hand. Last chance to be my queen, what do you say? Amelia laughed, knowing he was just joking around to say goodbye. Nah, I think I'll have to pass. If you want a proper Amstrian marriage, you might need to marry an actual citizen. Technically, I'm an illegal immigrant. Ling laughed a little as he pulled his hand back. Fair enough, I'll catch you next time I'm in the country then, he said. For sure, you can buy me lunch with all that emperor money. You still owe us for eating all of our rations, she teased. Deal, he replied, waving goodbye as he, Lan Fan, and Mei all departed, Edward bringing Alphonse up to sit next to Amelia. Here, you think you can take him to the hospital with you? Edward asked as he sat Alphonse down beside her. You're not coming, Amelia asked. I have to take care of Selim before I go, and these guys still need help getting patched up, Edward said, and Amelia nodded. They're going to bring Mrs. Bradley by to help take care of her husband's body, so I think that might be the best time too, you know. Amelia nodded again, her lips pressing together slightly. Ed, I know you don't like killing people, but are you sure letting him live is a good idea? She asked worriedly. I mean, this is pride we're talking about. The most powerful homunculus. We were only able to beat him because Colonel Mustang burned the shit out of him before he came to our level. I know, Edward said, but this is a chance for him to start over. He's not even a baby right now, you know? Besides, I'll be sure to tell everyone about it. They'll keep an eye on him, but he's still her son. Amelia couldn't really argue with that. Mrs. Bradley had always seemed genuinely kind, even if her family was made up of homunculi that couldn't care less about her. She didn't deserve to have her son taken away. And maybe Selim could change as he grew because of her parenting. All right, we'll keep a bed warm for you at the hospital, she said. Edward smiled and went to go and help the others just as the Major's car pulled up to pick up the pair of them. He came out, coming to pick up Amelia, and carefully put her in the backseat so her feet could be elevated while they drove, opening the passenger seat for Alphonse. Where is Edward Elric? He asked as he closed the door and came around to the driver's side. Ed's going to take care of something with the underground team, and then he'll come by, Amelia said. The Major looked a little concerned. He'll be fine. He has the lightest injuries out of the three of us. I'll be sure to come back for him, then, Armstrong said, starting up the car and driving down to the hospital with the two of them. As they drove, Amelia looked over at Alphonse. So, tell me more about what happened. We heard a little bit about stuff with Marco while you were traveling together. They had spent the last hour talking about what they had been doing since the promised day started, and they got separated, Alphonse happily chatting with her, turning his head to speak with her as the Major kept driving. So much stuff happened, it was kind of crazy. Alphonse began, so right after I separated from you guys in Briggs, I started whiting out in the snow because that was when my body started calling out to me. I ended up crossing the mountain, but I kept passing out at different spots until the blizzard finally stopped and everyone came out and found me trapped in the snow. As Alphonse began to tell her all that had happened in the time they had separated, Amelia listened happily, watching the expressions on Alphonse's face, marveling at how he actually had a face now. She didn't have to guess from just looking at his armor. It felt so good to have him back in her company again, glancing over at the Major occasionally to see him smiling as he listened to the pair of them talking about their different experiences in the time that they had been gone, driving the car off as they came to the end of such an eventful, promising day. Hours after everything had occurred, Major Armstrong was cleared to leave with his injuries from the hospital after admitting himself, Alphonse, and Amelia. Edward was admitted not too long after. He had made sure to pick him up after witnessing the exchange of the remains of the homunculus known as Selim to Mrs. Bradley. He was glad to see that Amelia was doing well, despite everything that had happened. He had worried about her all this time while she had been gone. He had only received that one phone call from her while she traveled. The rest was information attained through their network, but even then, it was sparse communication. Seeing her alive, even if she was in need of medical attention, was a great relief to him. Once everything had been settled, and he had been given pain medication to take as his ribs healed from his battle with sloth, he began to seek out one individual to whom he wanted to give his personal gratitude. He found Hohenheim at Central Command, standing in the spot where the homunculus known as Father had been defeated by his own hubris. He didn't think he was aware that he could hear him as he spoke to himself. You were born of my blood, dwarf in the flask homunculus. In the end, you and I were still as one. He took in a slow breath, and I'm Mr. Hohenheim. Major Armstrong made sure to announce himself as he approached the man, who turned to face him. He still looked injured, seeing transmutation marks along his skin, but otherwise he seemed fine. I personally saw to it that your sons were admitted to the hospital. Hohenheim let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, I'm grateful for your help. Nonsense, I am the one who is truly grateful. Hohenheim looked up at him, shocked. We're all in debt to the efforts of Edward and Alphonse. Without those boys' relentless courage, this nation would be no more. Thank you very much. He gave a nod out of respect to him, expressing his deep gratitude for helping to bring those two boys into the world, the boys that ended up helping to save it from what might have been something much, much worse than a homunculus that swallowed God. There was a moment of pause from Hohenheim, and as Major Armstrong lifted his head, he could see that Hohenheim's lip was trembling, his hands shaking as he tried not to let his emotions overwhelm him from such a show of gratitude for his children. Thank you, he said softly before turning to leave, tears streaming down his cheeks as he left to somewhere else. The Major didn't know that he would have been one of the last people to speak to Hohenheim, or that he would treasure his expressions of gratitude so greatly, but as he saw the back of the man who had helped to bring the Elric brothers into the world, he hoped that he would find whatever peace and happiness he may need in the coming future. Chapter 44. Amelia awoke slowly as she came out from under the anesthetic at the hospital. She could faintly hear the sound of a heart monitor as she slowly started to gain her senses back. The anesthetic was a bit heavy, so first her vision was blurry, but she could feel the softness of a bed underneath her. She focused on the sound of the heart monitor as her eyes slowly blinked open, the image starting to clear as she looked up at the tiled, white ceiling of her hospital room. She took in a deep breath as she started to come back, looking around her hospital room. It was empty, there wasn't much in there with her. She reached up to rub at her eyes, feeling something pulling on her skin and seeing an IV attached to her forearm. "Oh, yeah," she said. She was a little surprised. No one was here to see her when she woke up. She would have expected the major to have brought in a bouquet of 100 roses or something cheesy like that, or at the very least Ed would be there, but maybe he was with Alphonse. This was his first time with a body again after all, and with how thin he was, the treatment he would have to undergo to get back to a healthy weight and working muscles would probably be intense and last for weeks. But Ed was probably thrilled to look him in the eyes for the first time in 3 years. Maybe he was even able to get him some actual food to eat for the first time, if the hospital would allow it. As she stretched out her arms, she felt the urge to stretch out her legs and did so, only to pause as something felt a bit strange. She looked down at her legs under the blanket, slowly wiggling both of her toes as she looked at them. She didn't have a cast on, had she not broken at least one of her legs. She pulled up the blankets to look down at her legs and saw that they were fine, maybe a little thin, but fine. No bandages, no stitches, no bruising, no sign that they had been hurt at all. Her brow furrowed suspiciously, and then her ears caught the attention of the heart monitor again. She looked over at it, her eyes widening as she realized it was a digital monitor. Looking down at her chest, she could see that there were a few wires connecting her to the machine, keeping track of her heart rate. There was no way that Amstress, a country set in the early 1900s, had technology enough to create a digital heart monitor. What is going on? She looked around the room, her heart racing anxiously as the machine picked it up. She hated hearing it and started to rip the wires off of her chest one by one. It hurt a little, and the machine started to flatline, but she didn't care. She needed answers. None of this made sense. She swung her legs over the bed, feeling the cold tile floor beneath her bare feet. She barely took 2 steps before she lost the strength in her legs and collapsed. She barely had time to catch herself before her face hit the floor. She tried to push herself up, but her arms shook so terribly, grunting with the effort as she tried to sit up again. What the fuck is happening? She was freaking out. How was any of this possible? Where was Ed? Where was Al? Where was Major Armstrong? Where was her family? She heard footsteps rushing down the hall to her room, seeing a nurse in scrubs coming through her door, shouting back to the others, "She's awake!" before she rushed over to her. "Here, sweetheart, let me help you up." Amelia led her, clinging to her arms as she was pulled to her feet. "Good grief, we thought we had a code blue when the monitor went off like that." The woman laughed, smiling at Amelia as she helped her to sit on the bed as another person in scrubs came into the room. "Where am I?" she asked the woman, who was taller, curvier, her skin the color of warm walnut with amber brown eyes, her curly hair pulled back into a bun on her head. "You're in UC Davis Medical Center," she answered, and Amelia felt a chill go down her spine. That was in Sacramento, but there was no way she could be in California right now. "You've been in a coma for about 4 or 5 months now. Do you remember what happened?" "No," she answered, so confused. "What happened? Where were Edward and Alphonse?" She had been in a coma for 5 months. "It was an accident. You suffered a head injury. Your parents brought you here after transferring you from the county hospital," she explained. "I'm Dr. Stevens. I've been making sure you're taken care of." As she spoke to Amelia, a young man in scrubs came up to her, taking her pulse and starting to perform tests. "I'm sure you must have a lot of questions. Your mother is on her way to help get you home. We told her that you would be waking up soon, and from what I heard, she's very happy about it." "Am my mom?" Amelia felt the color draining from her face. "But, no, what about Edward? She couldn't understand what was happening. Where was everybody? We had that big fight, and we were all recovering, and I thought." "It's all right," Dr. Stevens reassured her, her voice warm and soothing as she reached out for her. "You're safe." She put her hand on Amelia's shoulder. "I know you must have a lot of questions, but right now I just need to make sure you're okay, so just take a deep breath with me, all right?" She took in a deep inhale, and Amelia mimicked her. She let out a long exhale, and Amelia did the same. They repeated this a few times until Amelia felt like her heart had slowed down. "Very good, you did great, Amelia." She felt the doctor's hand rubbing her shoulder as the young man in scrubs stepped away. "All right, now are you able to see everything okay?" She pulled out a pen light from her pocket. "Can you follow the light for me with your eyes?" Amelia nodded, watching as she moved the light back and forth before she put it away. "Do you have any headaches? Any lightheadedness?" "I don't think so." "All right, good, that's good." The doctor lifted her head as the nurse came back with a wheelchair. "Here, Your muscles have atrophied a little bit from being asleep for so long, so we'll put you in this chair for now, okay? Amelia nodded numbly, still questioning so many things as she let the doctor help her into the chair. You're probably going to need a bit of physical therapy to get everything back to normal again, but I promise that time will just fly by. Amelia nodded again, not saying anything. The doctor noticed it, putting her hand on her shoulder. Hey, look at me, sweetheart. Amelia looked up at the older woman, seeing her warm smile. You're okay. I know you're a little confused, but the good news is you're fine. Yeah, Amelia didn't really know what to say. What had happened? Why was she here? She still had no idea, but she knew that if she started babbling about aimstress and alchemy in Sacramento, no one would believe her. Hell, she wouldn't believe herself. What did she do? How did that all just happen to her? She remembered feeling that intense pain from the fight. She remembered so many things. How was she back in California? The doctor could see she was lost in her own thoughts and nodded to the nearby nurse to keep an eye on her until they could be sure she wasn't a danger to herself or others. Coma patients didn't usually try to walk out of a hospital right after waking up, so seeing her do it wasn't exactly a safe sign. I have to go take care of a few things. I'll let your mother know you're awake. She should already be on her way. Amelia didn't say anything. Reaching for the wheels of her chair, she started to roll it over to the window in her room, looking out and seeing a courtyard next to a parking lot filled with Fords, Toyotas. She even saw a Kia Soul in the parking lot. It was so very different from the town cars and roadsters she had seen back in Aimstress. She could see patients milling about with doctors, all the patients in gowns or pajamas, and all the doctors in scrubs or scrubs with white coats. I'm really here. She murmured to herself, how? She sat back in her chair, her mind a muddled mess. The last thing she remembered was being carried into the hospital by Major Armstrong alongside Alphonse, who was rolled in on a cot. She was brought to a room where a doctor examined her leg and got an X-ray, determining that her leg was broken and that her other leg would need surgery and stitches. She remembered being put under the anesthetic and then, she was here all of a sudden. How? Why? She didn't remember doing anything different. She certainly didn't perform any transmutations. Hey, you're quick. She just woke up a few minutes ago. Really? She heard the nurse talking to someone else just outside her room, seeing a hauntingly familiar face walk into the room. Kate strolled in, her short brown hair framing her freckled face, green eyes lighting up to see her, looking the same as she ever had. Hey, she happily greeted Amelia, though her smile faltered as she looked at her a little longer. Whoa, what's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. She joked. Katie? Amelia couldn't believe what she was seeing, her friend coming over to her. How are you? What happened? I've been coming to see you like every day, she said, coming to sit on her bed to talk with her, Amelia noticing she was carrying a small book under her arm. I kind of feel really terrible about what happened. I wasn't sure you could hear me when I apologized, so I've just kinda been here. They say people can still hear you in comas, so I've just been coming by and talking with you, reading to you a little. What happened to me? She asked. I'm so confused, Katie. Well, Katie's expression shifted to something more aligned with guilt. You remember how we were gonna go for ice cream after I came by? Vaguely, it was just at the back of her mind. Wasn't that why they had been leaving her house? Were they going to get ice cream? We were in the garage, and I thought I'd try drawing a transmutation circle on the floor. Amelia just barely remembered that. And then, after you came to wipe it off, you slipped on some of the ink and hit your head. After that, you just went down, and I kind of panicked when you didn't wake up right away. She spoke about the rest quickly, clearly embarrassed as she tried to play it off. Then I freaked out super bad. Your mom called 911. They got you admitted to the hospital for a concussion, but when you didn't wake up, the doctors realized you were in a coma, and your mom totally flipped out. She had this massive meltdown on TV. It went viral. I actually have a clip on my phone if you want to see it, she asked, reaching into her hoodie jacket to pull out her smartphone. Amelia didn't say anything, looking up at it, a part of her still denying all of this was happening. How did she get here? She remembered the transmutation circle had worked. When she didn't answer right away, Katie slowly pocketed her phone again. Or not. I guess it probably seems a little rude, sorry, she said sheepishly. But a few people turned your mom into a meme, so I thought you'd get a kick out of it since you're always talking about how dramatic she is. Katie, Amelia pointed to the book in her hand. What is that? Oh, this? She pulled up the book to show her the cover, Amelia feeling a chill go down her spine as she saw what it was. It was a drawn picture of Edward Elric, and the title Full Metal Alchemist underneath it. I've been reading this to you for like the last 3 months after I ran out of stuff to talk about. She turned it back towards herself, opening the pages and flipping through them. I like to think I did a pretty good job of it. Reading graphic novels in a way that makes people understand what's going on without seeing it visually is pretty hard, but I think I'm pretty darn awesome at it. She smiled proudly, closing the book and holding it to her chest. I wasn't really sure what kind of books you liked to read, so that's just what I picked. It wasn't bad, was it? Do you even remember it? I think I dreamed about it, Amelia said, feeling a deep weight in her stomach as she began to put the pieces together. I dreamed that I was with Edward and Alphonse on their adventures. What? Katie gasped, eyes lighting up brightly in a way that made Amelia jump back. Are you for real? That's so awesome. Oh my gosh, you have to tell me everything. What was it like? Did you just go through the whole journey as I read it to you? Did you fill in the blanks when I wasn't here? I don't know, Amelia snapped. It's a dream, I forgot a lot of it already. That was a terrible lie. She remembered so much. But that's so cool, Katie gushed, and Amelia started to feel that anxiety growing. God, it's like you lived out a fan fiction. You're so lucky, Amelia. I would kill to dream about going on adventures with Edward and Alphonse. Did you get to do alchemy in the dream? Was it fun? Oh, did you see any of the homunculi too? As Katie continued to ask endless questions about what she experienced, expressing her jealousy at having such a dream, Amelia brought a hand to her head as she started to realize the reality she had been living for the last few months had all just been a dream. None of it was real. She never met the Armstrong family, or fell in love with Edward, or traveled with Greed. It had all just been a vivid dream fueled by her friend describing the comic pages to her. She still wanted to deny it, to say that none of this that she was experiencing was real, but how would that make sense? She was starting to accept the reality around her, that this was the truth and she was never an alchemist, it was all just a dream she'd had. Amelia. Huh? She lifted her head to look at Katie, not realizing she'd stopped asking questions. Are you okay? You look kind of pale. She was concerned and backed off a little. I mean, you just came out of a coma, you must feel super weird right now. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't be firing off all these questions at you. No, it's fine, Amelia said, turning her chair to face her more closely. I do feel really weird. It felt really real and it's just jarring to be awake again, I guess. I've heard about that, they say people in comas have these super vivid dreams. Katie said, either that or like fully lucid. Yeah, it was really crazy. Amelia said, like, none of this really feels real right now, it's a little scary. Oh Jesus, I bet. Katie laughed. I mean, I can't say I'd blame you. I would want to live in Amstress too after making friends with the Elric brothers. Amelia let out a small laugh, starting to relax a bit with Katie here. So, what all's happened since I've been gone? Amelia asked. Oh, let me get the list, hold on. She reached for her phone again. So, unfortunately, they announced the presidential election and Trump won, which, I don't even know how, the guy's so nasty, so you got that to look forward to in January. Let's see. There's also a ton of new stuff for Pokemon Go that's really exciting. Oh, and Nintendo's getting a new console, which is super cool. They're calling it the Switch, and it looks super awesome. It's like you can take your console with you. Like you don't have to just keep it on your TV anymore. It's super awesome, and I'm totally getting one when they come out in March. She opened up her phone to scroll down the list of things she wrote, Amelia wheeling her chair a little closer to see it was a bulleted list in her notes app. In more local news, like I said earlier, your mom went viral online for this huge meltdown she had on live TV about you. People made her into this super emotional meme, and your mom is like, kind of into it. I mean, she's not thrilled that people see her as like this wailing crazy lady, but she's got like an Etsy store full of merch she's selling that she's kind of proud of. Let's see. Anna and Henry left the piano classes to focus on more actual school stuff, so we're not going to see them anymore. Mrs. DeMayo's daughter had a baby, and she's been showing off all the pictures, so I'm sure you'll get to see that when you come back to class. Let's see what else. I think I've heard enough, Amelia said, Katie looking over at her as she said to stop. I can probably catch up on everything else at home. Yeah, I'm sure you've got friends that'll be super happy to see you when you go back home, Katie said, pocketing her phone again. Did anyone else come to visit me? Amelia asked. Your mom did, for like the first couple of weeks. I haven't really seen her since though. Katie answered, glancing out the window before looking back at her. I'm sure she'll be here soon though. Yeah, anyone else come by? Amelia asked. Any of my tutors or my dad? No, not really. Katie shook her head. I asked about your dad, but your mom just kept saying he was really busy, and it's not like him taking off work would make you wake up so. Amelia let out a small hum in response to that. It would be like him not to break the routine of work just because she wasn't well, but she would have thought he would have at least come to see her once. Oh, but Mrs. DeMayo got this card signed by the piano class. Katie reached over to the little nightstand beside her IV, showing her the card that had a cute picture of a cat on the front with a big band-aid on its head and the front saying, "We know you're hurting." And opening it, she saw the message of, "We hope you get well soon," and the signatures of her classmates and her teacher all scribbled in. Katie's signature had a message attached, "I hope you can hear me when I come see you. I miss you." But there were no other messages. Though it should have made her feel happy to see that she even got a card, having only Katie here when she woke up felt incredibly lonely. I would get bored talking sometimes, so I doodled on the back too. She glanced up at Katie as she mentioned it, closing the card to look at the back and smiling at all the pictures she saw. Poorly drawn transmutation circles. A cute picture of what must have been a doodle version of Alphonse in his armor. A terribly drawn Winry with her wrench, and lots of other doodles like flowers and scribbly tornadoes that one did whenever they were bored. You're quite the artist. You ever think about selling your stuff? Amelia asked playfully. Oh, come on, it's just doodles, Katie giggled. Even though it was a much lonelier wake-up than she was expecting, Amelia was glad that Katie was there with her. She didn't know how she had gotten so sucked up into her own dream that she had thought all of it was real. Had it really been 3 months of dreams? It felt like there was so much more she had experienced, the feelings of being with friends like she had always wanted, having a boyfriend, going on a massive adventure that was equal parts terrifying and thrilling. But Katie made things feel a little bit less lonely. She put the card aside on the bed as she looked up at her friend. Katie, She wanted to apologize for being so rude and dismissive with her. The feelings of regret that she had for leaving her in the gate were still there. She wanted to try and rectify it with her now that she thought it wasn't real. But her words were interrupted as she heard the click of heels that stopped just outside her door. Oh, thank God you're awake. Amelia turned to see a far too familiar face at the door. Her mother stood, dressed in a red blazer and matching, conservative skirt. Her dyed blonde hair was expertly blown out, looking very fresh, with red lipstick being the biggest draw on her fair-skinned face. She came over to Amelia, wrapping her in her arms and holding her tight. Oh, I was so worried about you, my baby. She kissed her cheek, and Amelia felt her skin crawl. She looked to Katie for help, but only saw a dumbfounded look on her face as she watched her mother act like this with her. Don't worry, I've gone ahead and taken care of everything. I'm going to take you home, my precious darling. She pulled away from Amelia with a smile, but Amelia couldn't find it in her to return it as she looked up at her mother. Now that her face was closer, she could see the evidence of her age that she tried so hard to hide. The crow's feet in the corners of her eyes, the laugh lines around her mouth, the beginnings of a drooping turkey neck that she covered with a gold chain necklace that was decorated with beautiful 3-carat diamonds. It was one of her favorites to show off. She remembered that much. Hi, Mom, she greeted her, and before she could say another word, her mother was grabbing the handles of her chair and wheeling her back away from Katie. Wah, hey. Now don't worry, it's all right. I took care of everything. Her mother reassured her in the least assuring way possible for Amelia. She wasn't letting her get a word in edgewise as she carted her out of the room before she could even say goodbye to Katie, rolling down the long hallways that stretched out before her. Mom, I wanted to at least say goodbye to my friend. Amelia looked up at her with a frown as she continued to walk her down the hall, hearing the clicks of her heeled shoes the entire time as it hit the tiled floor. Darling, you can see her anytime. Right now, we have some people waiting for you, she said, stopping the chair and coming around in front of her, pulling a hair comb out of the front chest pocket on her red blazer, reaching up and starting to brush out her hair. It's a good thing you don't move much in a coma, or you'd have so many mats I'd have to get out. Mom, Amelia whined as her mother started brushing her hair, moving her head away from her. I can comb my own hair. I know, but you never get it styled right. Just be still, she told her, reaching up to hold her head in place as she started to brush her hair. Amelia fought the urge to punch her as she endured her mother combing her hair against her will. She hadn't changed at all in however long she'd been out, taking control of everything, saying she knew best, and not letting her say anything to the contrary, even when she had repeatedly made it clear how much she hated it when her mother would touch her hair. She felt like there was nothing else she could focus on but the discomfort, her eyes shutting tight as she gripped the sides of the chair. And we're done. She opened her eyes, realizing she was eye level with her mother, and she glanced back down at the wheelchair that was suddenly gone. When did she stand up? All right, let's get going. We have to make our reception in a timely manner, her mother said, turning to face an elevator that wasn't there before. Or had Amelia just not noticed it? She watched as she pushed the button, looking over at her mother. What reception? She asked. The local news, of course, her mother said. I've been keeping them updated on your condition. The doctor said you were getting close to waking up, so I made sure to call the local stations and let them know that they'll be able to see you going home. I'm working on getting some interviews lined up too. She reached over and tucked her hair behind her ear, Amelia moving her head out of her reach, nearly losing her balance in the process. Oh, careful now. Her mother grabbed her and then helped her back into her wheelchair. She glanced down at it, blinking as she wondered when it had come back, or maybe she just hadn't seen it. Honestly, you need to watch your step, Amelia. Her mother stepped around behind her and wheeled her into the elevator, pushing the button down to the ground floor. The ride was short, and when the doors opened, Amelia was met with the flashing lights of cameras, bringing one hand up to her face to block the blinding light from her eyes as her mother wheeled her out of the elevator and outside the hospital into the parking lot. The elevator had taken them directly to the exit outside. She didn't even know elevators did that in hospitals. I'm so sorry, she's still recovering. Amelia can't answer questions at this time, her mother said to the cameras as she wheeled her over to her SUV in a record amount of time, helping her get into the passenger seat and buckling her in before she closed the door, turning to face the cameras. Amelia frowned on the other side of the tinted windows, watching as her mother made her own announcement to the press that had followed them from the elevator to the car, unable to hear what she was saying. But she could guess it was about her condition, how she was going to go home to her loving family and rest. Of course, as much as she probably was going to go home and rest, she didn't know that being alone with her mother and whatever live-in nurse she hired was considered a loving family. She felt the happiness she'd felt with Kate fading away into a sensation that was familiar enough to her, but one she hadn't felt in a very long time, a kind of tired frustration that hated so much of what was happening around her, but knowing that there was little she could do to change her outcome. She listened as her mother spoke and answered questions for a few more minutes, hearing the words, interview, and speaking about it soon in the quiet of the car while she was just outside of it, eating up the attention she was getting. She could feel that frustration building into anger the longer she waited, hearing her talk and knowing she was just loving how everyone was looking at her, listening to her, giving her the spotlight she always craved in her socialite lifestyle. Finally, she got fed up with it, opening the door to speak to her. Mom, I'm feeling kind of dizzy, can we please go home? She asked, lying that she wasn't feeling well to get her to act. She looked back at her, eyes wide, and said, Oh, of course, darling. She turned back to the people with phones recording her, smiling, We're going to have to leave now. The last thing I want to say is thank you to all of the amazing people who have reached out to me online. Having your support means the world to me and has gotten me and my husband through this difficult time. Thank you. She turned to leave, and the press began to disperse as her mother came around and got in the driver's seat. She made her way out of the parking lot and started to take a road that looked like every other road she had ever seen in Sacramento. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, darling, she said as they drove. Do you want some water? I have some in the cup holder. I'm not thirsty, Amelia replied dryly, her brow furrowing as she refused to look at her mother, watching the greenery of the landscape moving by them, passing by businesses whose names she couldn't read on the signs as they went down the road and houses she didn't recognize. She looked back at her mother, feeling that frustration burning up in her chest. So, I heard you became a meme. Oh yes, her mother replied, rolling her eyes. It was so ridiculous, but people on the internet just make everything funny somehow. It's such a serious matter, and I needed to find people to help support me through such a hard time. She looked over at her for a moment, her brown eyes meeting Amelia's. I didn't know what to do while you were in there, darling. Please stop calling me darling, Amelia said tersely. But it's my special nickname for you, because you're my little darling, she said, reaching over to pat her arm a few times, meaning it to be a positive connection, but it only made Amelia's skin bristle as if her mother had turned into Michael Scott. Just like Wendy, remember? That was your favorite story growing up. Peter Pan, she looked over at her mother. Yes, you just adored Wendy, remember? She smiled. You'd always talk about how you'd fly far, far away from home to go to Neverland. Amelia was quiet, having vague memories of watching the old Disney movie of the same name. It was something her mother would bring up every time she tried to tell her how much she didn't want to be called darling, like she did. Why did she have to talk about her childhood as if she was a part of it? She never put on movies for her. That was always her nannies that tried to entertain her and keep her happy and healthy while her mother went off to parties or threw them herself, until she was old enough to walk and talk and play with the other rich people's awful children, with all of their nannies keeping an eye on them at the same time. Mom, I hate that nickname. Just call me by my name, please. There was a beat of silence as they kept driving, Amelia looking out the window to see the greenery had shifted to smaller, older buildings that reminded her of Amstress, and she felt her heart ache a little as she remembered how none of that was real. All of it felt so real, but it had just been an extremely vivid dream. It felt awful to think of it that way. All of it was just her dreams, everything she'd ever wanted but never actually had. Maybe that's why it all felt so nice. All those moments with Edward and Alphonse, the moments she had with the Armstrong family, with the sisters, and the Major himself. It was all a dream that was going exactly how it needed to in order to captivate her, satisfy her deepest subconscious desires. I don't see why you're so upset about a nickname, but all right, if it means that much to you, I'll stop. Her mother said softly, continuing to drive down the street. When we get home, we'll talk schedules, as the doctor said you're going to need some physical therapy for your atrophied muscles so you can start getting them back to normal. She said going back to piano lessons would be good for you, so you'll head back next Monday, okay? Amelia didn't respond, her brow furrowing as she listened to her mother dictate her near future to her. And when we get a schedule down, we'll be able to put in some time for an interview. The local news is wanting to get an update on you, so we'll get you to them in the middle of recovery. I'll help prep you for their questions whenever they send them along. Won't it be fun? She smiled at Amelia, who wasn't even looking at her as she stared out at the old buildings, watching the landscape shift to a more rural one that reminded her of Resemble, even seeing a fenced-in bull like she had seen the last time she was there. Amelia, are you listening to me? Why are you only a good mom when other people are watching? The question tumbled out of her lips as she looked up at her mother, not even feeling the car moving as she held eye contact with her mother. Her mother had a stoic expression as she looked back at her daughter, the expression shifting to concern after a moment. I can't believe you'd say such a thing, Amelia. She put a hand to her chest, as if her words had wounded her. I am a wonderful mother regardless of if people are watching me or not. I've fed you, I've clothed you, I've put a roof over your head, I've given you the best tutors to teach you in ways that no school ever could, and teaching you real lessons that you'll need for the real world. I don't need a camera to prove that I love you. It sure as hell feels like it. Amelia, don't swear at your mother. I'll swear all I fucking like. You were never around when I really needed you. Every time I reached out to you, you would just push me off to Dad or whatever nanny you hired that year because God forbid you keep around one of those people that actually knows how to parent. She was unleashing every frustration she'd ever had at her. I know you only fired them every year because you saw I loved them more than I loved you. Now that is not true, her mother said, glaring at her sharply. You did not love them more than you loved me, and I didn't fire them for that. Well, I did. They treated me better than you. You know how many girls would kill to have a mother like me? Her mother snapped back. A mother who worries for them enough to seek outside help online? I have a whole following now. I'm making money from them that went straight into your care. You think anyone but me cares about you this way? Your father doesn't. He's off in London right now. He's nowhere near here. Meanwhile, I'm right here. I'm taking care of you despite you being an ungrateful little creature. She wanted to curse her out, but Amelia knew she was holding back. I sent out for help from the entire world. I got you a social following, so maybe you can actually make some friends instead of just being a sad little recluse up in your room all the time. Maybe I wouldn't be a recluse if you actually sent me to school. Amelia snapped. I could have friends, I could have a life there. Your tutors are better than anything those teachers could tell you on a federal salary. Her mother dismissed it immediately. You don't know how good you have it. Now stop complaining and start acting like a good daughter. I'm tired of acting like a good daughter, she yelled. I'm tired of living with you and feeling like our entire relationship is this act put on so your friends don't judge you for being the piece of shit mother you are. She felt her eyes filling with tears as she shouted at her, feeling so many emotions welling up inside of her as she finally confronted her mother. I want an actual parent that cares about me. Not her image, not her looks, not how her friends talk to her, but someone that actually gives a shit about being a mom. Well, it's hard to be a good mother when I've got such a shit daughter, she snapped back. You act like you're so perfect all the time when we both know you're rotten inside. Amelia could feel her words cutting through her chest like a scythe. You are a selfish little shit brat that doesn't know how good she has it. I'm doing everything I can to make your life better, and all you do is shit all over it, talking about how my decisions are bad for you when I know better than you ignorant little twat. The only reason anyone even bothers to care about you now is because of me. I got people to care when I told them your story. I made them like you even though you are a fraud. This self-pitying little brat that would be nobody without me. I gave you everything. Everything except a mother's love, you bitch. You are nothing without me. You think you're better than us, but you're not. You're going around putting on the same acts we all are. You're the same fraud and liar I am, and when you become a mother, you will be exactly like me and have a daughter that hates you as much as you hate me now. I won't be anything like you, Amelia growled out. I'd sooner die than be like you. That can be arranged. Her mother grabbed her shirt, pulling her out of her seat with a strength she had never seen, yanking her out of the car, somehow throwing her up into the air outside of it, watching as the car drove away while she was tossed into a river. She could see the night sky through the water, just like that night at the Ishvalan camp when she had fallen in the river and nearly drowned. She reached for the surface, holding her breath, struggling to swim in the overwhelming current, but she couldn't reach the surface no matter how hard she tried. Her legs felt like they were glued stiff, she couldn't move them. Her hands wouldn't push against the power of the water. She tried so hard to move, but it felt like her body was slowly moving into a singular position with her arms at her sides and her legs stiff as she sunk deeper and deeper into the water. The watery image of the moon watching indifferently as she struggled with all her might to move and get to the air to breathe again. Amelia awoke with a heavy gasp, feeling a cold sweat on her skin, her vision blurred as she took deep breaths. She could make out the sound of voices, feeling hands on her arms as someone tried to talk to her, but she could only hear the sound of her own breathing. As one hand reached out to her face and she felt it touch her cheek, she jerked away from it, her eyes shutting tight as she feared more from her mother. As she kept taking in heaving breaths as she heard voices panicking around her. Amelia, it's all right. A sweet, song-like voice called to her worriedly. Alex, what did you do? Another deeper, feminine voice accused. I was only trying to help. A familiar baritone voice stammered out. It's okay, just keep breathing. Another soft voice called out to her, feeling a soft but large hand touching her shoulder, her palm resting on her back. Can you feel my heartbeat? Focus on it, it's all right. Just breathe. She slowly started to calm down, her eyes opening again as she started to have her vision clear, the blurry images becoming more cohesive. She realized she was surrounded by blonde heads of hair and one bald one. She blinked, looking around the room as she recognized the faces around her, still panting for breath as she started to realize she had been having a nightmare. She looked up at the person who was touching her shoulder, seeing a familiar face there that was smiling gently at her despite her stony, angular features. Am you? Amelia looked behind her, recognizing the tall man that looked at her with deep worry, teacher. She looked to the other side of the bed, seeing a sweet-faced Catherine with her brow creased in worry, and Strongen looking down at her with a similar anxiety. You're all here. She took a deep breath in and out, feeling her body relaxing again. It was just a dream. Her mother, the hospital, Katie, all of it had been a dream. You woke up so suddenly, you scared us, Catherine said with a small laugh, Amelia smiling and laughing a little too. Yeah, sorry, I just had a bad nightmare, she said, looking down at her body in the bed. She saw one of her legs was elevated off of the mattress, wearing a thick cast around it while the other was bandaged tightly around her calf. Her injuries were there, she had been through the fight, feeling a heavy relief filling her body as she reached one hand up to wipe her forehead clean of the cold sweat that was pinned to it. It was just a nightmare. She could still feel her heart racing, but it was beginning to slow as she realized she was safe, and everything was exactly like it should be. I hope your night terrors haven't been with you this whole time, Catherine said, her hand reaching out to Amelia's shoulder as Amu pulled away from her, though she didn't leave her spot beside her bed. Well, it's not really a night terror if she didn't scream, is it? Strongen asked. She just gasped awake as if she hadn't been breathing at all. I don't think I was, Amelia laughed a little. I thought I was drowning. Oh, Strongen's cheeks turned a bit red. Well, we probably should have woken you up sooner, but we were so busy making sure we got all the vases in. Amelia glanced over to her side, seeing a vase on the small table beside her bed that was stuffed to the brim with vibrant red roses that gave the room a sweet scent that she was able to breathe in. She felt a great sense of relief upon realizing the dream of waking up back home had only been a nightmare, but she felt an even warmer sensation as she looked around the bed, seeing the familiar Armstrong sisters alongside her teacher all huddled around her bed for when she woke up. This felt right. This felt better. But how are you feeling? I can't believe you were involved in the coup attempt. How did you manage to stop the generals and their armies? Strongen, this really isn't the time. Amu chided her. She only just woke up. Well, I can't help wanting to know a little bit more. It's all anyone can talk about, and Alex won't tell us anything. Strongen complained, Amelia smiling a little bit as she looked up at the sisters. I want to know what happened. Amelia just woke up, Amu repeated firmly. Give her room to breathe and we can ask questions later. Amelia pushed herself to sit up, Amu and Catherine's hands instantly coming to her side to help her. I'm fine, she said, brushing them off as she looked around the room. Is it just you guys in here? Edward Elric was here before us, and he only stepped out for a moment, Alex answered, knowing who she was looking for. I'm sure he'll be back promptly. Amelia nodded, looking at her legs as she resituated herself so that she could be a bit more comfortable with her broken leg still elevated. Is this even really necessary? I broke a bone, it's not like I'm losing blood from it. She pointed to her other leg. I lost blood from this one, not that one. Yes, well, the doctor said your bone was mostly shattered rather than broken. Major Armstrong said, they spent quite a long time with you in surgery trying to repair it, but they did manage to fit the pieces back together. The healing will just take a bit longer than normal. How much longer? Amelia asked, trying to back up on her cot to pull her leg out of the sling it was in, only for Amu to silently stop her with a hand on her back. Well, had it been simply a fracture, it would have been 6 weeks, but your bone was shattered. So they believe it will be between 3 to 6 months. 6 months, in a cast? Amelia let out a long groan as she looked at her leg, her head leaning back as she bemoaned her injury. I mean, I'm glad I'm not dead, but that's going to suck. As she tried to back up again, she noticed something pulling on her wrist. Looking down, she saw a handcuff on it, seeing a chain attaching her to the side of the bed. She glanced at her other wrist and saw that it was free, thankfully, but she was chained to her bed. Major. She looked up at Armstrong, who looked back at her with a sympathetic frown. Unfortunately, you are still considered a felon, and you were an escaped fugitive for some months. He explained gently, and Amelia's expression fell as she realized she was right back where she was at the beginning, handcuffs every time she went outside. Oh, she said softly, letting herself lean back down to flop onto her cot, hearing it creaking underneath the return of her weight on the mattress. She glanced down at the handcuff, remembering the weeks she had spent in cuffs every time she left the Armstrong estate, the frustration of being made to stand out from a crowd, the constant reminder of how she had no control over her situation, how she risked so much just for brief feelings of freedom and independence when she didn't have them available. She looked back up at the Armstrong siblings, Alex looking at her sympathetically as he knew better than anyone just how much it weighed on her to be stuck in this position. The good news is that Amestrian prisons are not in a place to care for someone with injuries like yours, he began, trying to change her outlook on the situation. So you'll be staying in the hospital for the next few months until at least this leg heals. He said, pointing to her unbroken leg. "Once you're able to have enough strength to walk on it again, they'll likely change your custody into the local prison. So, I get to experience going from being bedridden to behind bars over the next few weeks. Awesome." Amelia sighed, clearly not pleased about it still. "Don't worry, we're speaking with our family attorney," Strongen reassured her. "We're fairly certain we can still work something out. You do have that pardon coming your way, after all." "Yeah, but that was when Fura Bradley was in charge and alive." Amelia reminded her that pardon could be taken back since he's dead now. She looked up at Armstrong. "Who's taking his place anyway?" "That has yet to be determined," he replied. "Normally, situations like this call for emergency elections. We likely won't have a new Fura in place for a few weeks, and most work around the military has been brought to a standstill for the time being." "There's not even a placeholder?" She was a bit shocked. They never prepared for something like this. Even when the leaders in my country got assassinated, we had vice presidents to take over in the interim. There was, but unfortunately General Edison was named as one of the primary voices behind the coup against the Fura, so that's why things have come to a standstill. "All the generals were arrested?" "No, only Generals Kremen and Edison," Armstrong said. "The other generals have claimed innocence, and there is no determining evidence that says otherwise." "Oh, come on, you and I both know that's a load of crap. They're just scapegoats. There were like 10 generals involved, all of the generals in Central Command." "Even still, there's nothing we can do to prove that," Armstrong replied in a stern tone of voice to remind her to let it go. "And it seems there is regret among them for following that path now that they're aware of just how fooled they had been. They just regret getting caught." Amelia frowned, crossing her arms around her chest, letting out a frustrated huff through her nose. She didn't believe for a second those generals really felt a sense of regret for being part of that plan. Maybe they were upset at being fooled into believing the lies and stories of immortality granted to them. But she imagined plenty of them were saying they were innocent in all of it just because they had their scapegoats, and there was nothing else to do. "Sounds like someone's in a bad mood." Amelia's head perked up at the sound of the familiar voice coming in, smiling when she saw his silhouette in the doorway, smiling playfully at her. "Should I come back?" "Ed," she beamed at him, and he smiled back as he made his way over to her bed, his head covered in bandages, as well as left arm patched up in a sling from where he had taken that metal rod through his muscles. He came over to her bedside, his paler, new fresh hand reaching for the railings at the side of her bed. "You look like you're doing better." "Yeah, they numbed me up real good. I can hardly feel this arm at all," he said, gesturing to his left arm. "And how's little Skinny over here?" she asked, reaching for his restored hand, wrinkling her nose a little. "Dude, you really need to cut your fingernails." They were very long and rough to look at, yellowed with the lack of care they experienced inside the gate. "Oh, if only I had a pair of nail clippers I could use," Edward sarcastically bemoaned as he gestured to his bandaged arm again as he looked down at her. "But it's fine. My muscles in there have atrophied a little, but the doctors say I can get it up to this guy's level in a few weeks with enough physical therapy." His fingers wrapped around her palm and held her hand. It was a welcome warmth for Amelia, seeing his automail arm restored to flesh and seeing him here with her again. She could feel her body relaxing more as his bony fingers touched along the skin of her palm, reassuring her that he was there, and this was real. "How's Al?" she asked. "He's fine and asleep right now," Edward said. "The doctors say he'll need a lot more physical therapy than me. He's really malnourished, but they say it's nothing too dangerous and he'll be fine in a few months. They won't let him eat solid food for a while yet, but he's excited to have that opportunity in a few weeks." "And sleeping well, I hope?" she asked. Edward nodded. "Yeah, he forgot how to fall asleep, so I had to instruct him on it. Once he relaxed, he went out like a light." Edward chuckled. She laughed with him, picturing the skinny Alphonse asking Edward how to fall asleep and how heartwarming it might have been to hear Edward try to instruct him on something that was so basic to the two of them as they had bodies that required rest. "I'm sure he's got a lot of sleep to catch up on," she said, her fingers moving around his hand, threading her fingers through his own and feeling him gripping her hand gently as they talked. "Oh, plenty, which is why I'm glad you're awake. I can talk with you and hang out in here for a while until he wakes up," Edward said. "So, how are you doing?" "Well, you know," She lifted up her hand to show the handcuff that kept her to the bed. "I'm managing." "Yeah, I saw that when you first came out," Edward said with a frown as he looked at it. "I'm gonna make sure that's not there for too long." "It's not like you don't have time. I can't go to jail with 2 busted legs, so I'll be here a while," she said, gesturing to the bandages wrapped around her legs, somehow a blessing and a curse to not use them. "Be glad you didn't lose them. That would be an even worse blessing curse," Edward replied with an amused smile as he looked at the bandages. "Yeah, but if I'd lost one then I could get an automail leg, we could match," she joked, seeing Edward let out a small huff of laughter through his nose as if he didn't want to laugh at it but couldn't help it. All the fun couples match each other. "I don't think that's the kind of matching we should be aiming for," Edward replied dryly, though still smiling. "We can have fun in other ways." "Sounds kinky," Amelia teased, immediately bursting into laughter as she saw Edward's face turning bright red and heard that sound in his throat like he was choking on his words again. "Shut up," he yelled through a cracking voice. "Don't say stuff like that out of nowhere. What's wrong with you?" Amelia was only cackling harder to see him so embarrassed, bringing her hands around her stomach as she could feel her muscles contorting almost painfully to laugh so hard. "Oh my, should we leave?" Strongen's voice reminded Amelia that they weren't alone, and apparently reminded Edward too as he flushed a darker red, seeing the way the Armstrong sisters were looking at them. Strongen looked endlessly amused, smiling wide enough that Amelia could see it, but not enough to show her teeth as she tried not to giggle. Amu was in a similar state to her identical sister, hiding her smile behind her hand delicately despite the fact that her hand was the size of Amelia's head. Catherine was blushing, also smiling, looking genuinely happy, but she also couldn't meet Amelia's eyes, feeling like watching them was somehow impolite when they were clearly involved. Amelia only felt shame at having forgotten that they weren't alone in her room, but when Edward came in, he had been her sole focus to the point that it felt like the others didn't exist. But seeing the way they were all trying to hide their giddy giggles, she couldn't help finding it all a bit funny still, while Edward just wanted to die of shame. "Just bury me, right now." He almost wished there would be a hole in the floor to swallow him. Amelia's giggling died down as she moved her hand from his grasp to reach out for his shoulder, gently rubbing the skin of his newly returned flesh arm to comfort him as he stood beside her still. "Sorry, it was just such an easy shot," she said, her laughter threatening to bubble up again, but she held it back when she saw how Edward was still embarrassed. Though he gave her a small smirk and turned his attention back on her as he took a deep breath through his nose. "Yeah, well, it's nice to hear you laughing again. Means you're even better than I thought you'd be," he said, leaning against the railing on her bed. Amelia's hand hadn't left his right arm, and she still gently squeezed at the muscles there. "God, I think I can feel the bone," she couldn't help commenting, looking up at him and saw him smiling at her still, his eyes softened from where they had been before. "How long do you think it'll be before it's even with your other arm?" Edward shrugged. "Who knows? I just want to get it to where I don't feel like a creaking door every time I grab something with it." "Well, hopefully it's not too long," she said, pulling her hand away, Edward's other hand reaching for her and holding it. "Yeah, probably not more than a few months, I'm sure," he said reassuringly. "Oh, Amelia." She looked up to see Major Armstrong had tears streaming down his face. "I'm so happy you were able to find such genuine love in Edward Elric. It's such a beautiful sight." Had this been the time before she and Edward had become fugitives, Amelia might have rolled her eyes and told him to stop crying, but instead she found it rather heartwarming that she could still work the Major into his usual theatrical waterworks. "Alex," Strongen took on a chastising tone as she pulled out a handkerchief from the collar of her dress, "you promised you got it all out in the car ride over here." He accepted his sister's handkerchief as he sniffled. "I was just so worried she would be miserable on the road." "Oh, believe me, I was," Amelia said with a groan. "I never want to go camping again. Ever. Put me in a hotel room anytime, but if I have to sleep on the grass again, I'm going to wake up and destroy the entire world." "What did you do?" Catherine asked, her eyes wide as she asked about it. "I mean, did you use alchemy to make a tent?" "I would if Edward would have taught me," she said, giving him a pointed look, and he frowned. "We were trying to be inconspicuous. Making a giant dome out of dirt with alchemy would have attracted too much attention. And bugs." he snidely replied, letting out another huff of laughter through his nose as she shuddered and gagged at the idea of being under a roof infested with insects. Besides, you learned plenty of survival skills, like how to make a shelter without alchemy. That'll save your hide more than anything else. Yeah, I'm never going camping again, so I don't care, she replied. Never, Edward asked, even if it was in Resemble. Why would we camp in Resemble? Remember what we talked about on the tracks, the stars, he reminded her. I think camping out at night could be a really good way to enjoy that. Oh, yeah, she remembered that night they were leaving Resemble to make their way to Kanama. It felt like an eternity ago after everything that happened with the promised day, but she remembered sitting beside Edward on a handcar, looking up at the stars through the pine trees that framed the tracks. The idea of going back to Resemble to camp out under the stars with him, cuddled up like that again, certainly had a lot of appeal. Well, yeah, I guess we can camp for that. Edward smugly grinned at her for making her change her mind, and she shot him a look, and he softened his expression, but not enough to wipe that smile off his face. What happened while you were gone? Catherine asked. We've been so horribly curious, Alex hasn't been able to tell us much. Yes, we'd love to hear your story of being a fugitive, Amu said, her eyes lighting up the same way they would when she talked about her favorite book series. She's still in the hospital bed. Strongen chastised her sisters. Give her some room to breathe, she only just woke up. Strongen, it's fine, I don't mind. Amelia replied, shifting a bit on the bed so she could sit up straighter. Okay, so, God, where do I even start? Start from when you decided to become Edward's student, Amu suggested, leaning in to make sure she could hear more with bright eyes and a prim but excited smile. No, that's too far back, Strongen said, also leaning in like her identical sister. Start from when you became a fugitive. I want to know how that happened. Also having that barely held excitement at the idea of being able to hear a juicy story. Oh, could you start from when you met Olivier? Catherine suggested. She mentioned she met you, but she didn't give many other details. The general's here. Amelia instantly stiffened at the mention of the eldest Armstrong sister. Oh yes, for a brief moment. She came to welcome us back from our journey out of the country. Strongen said, we just came back last night. And when we heard you were in the hospital with Alex, of course we came over as quickly as we could. It doesn't help that Olivier's filled up so many of the spare rooms in the mansion with her Briggs soldiers. Amu complained with a sigh. It's not that we mind having guests, but must they be her soldiers? It feels next to impossible to talk to them, they're so formal. I thought they were pretty nice, Catherine said quietly, wondering if she was being treated differently from her sisters. Amu's just upset she can't flirt with them properly, Strongen teased, making her sister blush. She still has to keep to certain social rules. Strongen, you stop that right now. I was not trying to flirt with them. Amu snapped back with an indignant flush on her cheeks. And you're one to talk, shamelessly flirting with that Frederick of yours. Now girls, Major Armstrong brought his hands up to try and get them to calm down as the two older sisters started to bicker. Amelia laughed a little, having missed the banter of the three sisters in all the time she had been gone. The triplet sisters argued back and forth with Alex trying to calm them down. She looked over at Edward, who was just gaping at the sight of them before he leaned in and whispered to Amelia, I honestly thought those two were what General Armstrong would look like. The idea of a super buff Olivier was a bit funny, snickering at the idea at first until she realized that would make her that much more intimidating to be a nearly 7-foot looming wall of muscle to match the walls of Briggs. I'm really glad she looks more like Catherine, she said, looking over at the smallest and youngest Armstrong sisters. Yeah, same, Edward said with a small sigh as he watched the family bicker. Edward left after a little while as it was clear that Amelia was barely going to get a word in edgewise to go and check on Alphonse. The Armstrong sisters stayed for a little while longer, going on tangents, updating her on everything that's happened since they were separated. Strongen was engaged, with a wedding date set for the autumn season. Amu had taken to writing her own book series. Catherine said she was just happy to be home after their vacation to find everyone safe and sound after hearing about the coup attempt. She found out pretty quickly they didn't have the whole story, and she didn't go into too much detail about it. There was no reason they needed to know how much more danger they had actually been in that day if they had come home a day sooner. Soon enough, though, the time came for lunch, and as Amelia couldn't leave her bed, they departed with Major Armstrong saying he'd bring her something delicious that would go beyond the hospital food they had. In the absence of their presence, her hospital room felt incredibly empty. She was reminded of that nightmare she had before she was woken up, glancing over to her side to make sure there still wasn't a heart monitor there. The dream had felt so real, felt like she really was back home, and all of this had been a dream. Maybe it was. Maybe she had somehow fallen asleep in the car with her mother and... She stopped that thought where it was, reaching for her arm and pinching it, letting out a quiet, ow, once she felt the sting of it. She was awake, definitely awake, and this was real. She leaned back in her bed in the quiet of her room. It was very wide and spacious, and she found herself feeling like it was too quiet somehow. And of course, as soon as she had that thought, she saw the door to her room opening and Edward pulling in a wheelchair with a grin. "You ready to go?" he asked as he brought it over to her bed. "Go where?" she asked, glancing at it and then up at him. "To go see Al. He's been asking how you're doing, and I'm getting tired of relaying health statuses between the two of you," he said as he maneuvered the chair so it would be easier for him to help her from the bed into the chair without too much struggle, considering her condition. "That's a nice thought, but I don't think I can exactly leave right now," she said, obnoxiously jingling the handcuffs that kept her hands from meeting. In response, Edward reached into his pocket to pull out a key. "I convinced the hospital security that you weren't going to run away on 2 broken legs, and I'd be supervising the visit anyway," he said as he brought it over to her handcuffs and unlocked each one. Amelia's hands instantly went to rub at her wrists, feeling a bit of relief now that they were free. "I don't know how these people can genuinely see you as a problem when you literally helped us save the country," he said, moving around her bed to help her move her legs with his hands. "I'm gonna need your help a little bit since righty's not much good." He held up his restored, thin right hand as he said it. "Yeah," she said, shifting as she tried her best to move her legs but didn't succeed in getting very far with them other than just on the side of the bed. Edward came around to her side and put her arm over his shoulders. "On 3. "Yeah, 1, 2, he grunted as he helped her stand up for a moment, pivoting her body so she could easily fall back into the wheelchair. "You all right?" "I think I hurt my butt a little," she said, wincing a bit as she readjusted herself from her clumsily fallen position, Edward helping to move her casts into the footrests so she wouldn't drag along the floor. "I'm good, though." "Good," he smiled, coming around the back of her chair and started to wheel her out of the room and down the hall. "I'm surprised you went and asked for the key," she said with an amused smile. "Little rebel that you are, I would have thought you would transmute the handcuffs off." Edward let out a small huff. "If I could, I would have done it the second I saw it." "If you could," she looked up at him, teasing him. Since when does Edward Elric, the notorious rebel alchemist, ever listen to the rules? He grinned as he continued to push her on. "I know, I'm such a detriment to my own reputation." He glanced around the hall, making sure no one was around to see before he leaned down to kiss the top of her head. "But sometimes you gotta go with the rules when you have no other choice." She laughed a little. "Right, okay," she said, looking around the hospital as they kept going, passing by many other rooms where some doors were open, most weren't. When she glanced into other rooms, she would see men recovering in beds. Some faces she vaguely recognized and realized that this hospital was likely filled with soldiers who fought and were injured during the promised day, either during the coup or during the fight with Father. She was surprised at how many people there were in the hospital that seemed to be recovering for one reason or another. Not having realized just how many people had been involved in everything that happened, or at least not realizing the scale of just how big what they did was to have put so many people aside from themselves into the hospital. It was a sobering thought as she looked at the different men in the rooms, some with bandages around their ears for blown eardrums, some with injured legs, others were more serious and lying back in bed. Slings and casts abounded on the men that they passed. "A lot of people got hurt yesterday, didn't they?" she asked in a soft voice. "Yeah," Edward said, his tone equally somber, still continuing to push her down the halls, "but better they ended up injured than dead. Colonel Mustang made a point of making sure to injure rather than kill. The injuries took them out of the battlefield, made it all the safer for them." I guess so, she replied, looking up as they turned a corner, the hallways opening up to a wide window that exposed a green courtyard outside filled with flowers, and Amelia poked her head closer to the window to look at it. She wanted to ask Edward if they could make a stop there before heading back to her room, but before she even had the chance, they were already making another turn into another room where she saw a familiar face. He was still so thin, dressed in a hospital gown as he sat on his bed, his matted blonde hair a bit more brushed through, and he smiled brighter than she'd ever seen anyone smile when she came in, the joy infectious enough to make a smile break out on her own face. Alphonse. Amelia, he shifted over to the side of the bed, exposing just how many IVs he had as he was careful to avoid mixing up the fluids and their many wires that were providing him with nutrition, but he didn't seem nearly as pale as he had yesterday, a sign of quick improvement. He was careful as he slipped out of bed enough to stand and meet her, wrapping his skinny arms around her in an awkward embrace as she sat in the wheelchair. It's so good to see you. Look at you, all comfy in your own bed. Amelia beamed as she wrapped her arms around his thin frame. Her grip was light, but she could still feel the poke of his vertebrae in his back and the feeling of his ribs that stuck out from under the gown he wore. He pulled back and smiled. Look at this mess of hair, she said, reaching up and mussing up his hair, the skinny boy laughing as he pulled out of reach. Who brushed it? Ed managed to find me a brush, he said, making his way back into bed, sitting over the side. Hopefully we can get some scissors on it soon too. It's really annoying. As he said it, he blew some of his hair out of his face to better see her, but he didn't lose his smile at all as he spoke, clearly thrilled to be experiencing all of this. It was only a moment after their greeting that Amelia realized they weren't alone in the hospital room. 4 burly men with bandages were also in the room with them, and she smiled as she recognized them. Darius Heinkel. She was so glad to see the chimeras they had traveled with, joined in company by Zampano and Gerso not too far away. How are you guys? She looked over Heinkel, who definitely seemed the worst of the 4 of them, though Gerso was a very close second. Is it bad? You gonna be okay? We're gonna be fine, Darius reassured her, coming up to where she sat in her chair as Zampano wordlessly came over to Alphonse to help him sit back in his bed, the back raised up to help keep him in a sitting position. No worse off than you anyway. We heal a bit faster than the average person, but not that much faster, Heinkel said as he gestured to his bandages on his arm and head. We should all make a full recovery. Okay, good, she said, a bit relieved. She looked back at Alphonse. And you're still so skinny, have you eaten anything yet? He shook his head. I'm strictly on fluids until further notice, he said as he pulled up his arm, showing 2 different IVs placed in it, with 2 more in his other arm. The doctor said my body is too malnourished to eat food. It would be too big a shock on my system. That sucks. She moved her chair around so she could be right up beside his bed, noting that he had quite a few more blankets with him on his bed than she did as she brought her arms up to rest on top of them, looking up at him. They won't let you eat anything. Well, they said if I do well with these fluids, I should be able to start drinking things soon, but they want to take things slow, he said. They warned me that food was going to be a gradual process. Boo, she frowned as she rested her chin on top of her arms. You go through all of that trouble and you can't even eat yet. You must be starving. Alphonse laughed. Ha 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 ha, it's because I'm starving that I can't eat. I know, but still, she replied, and Alphonse only laughed more. It was such a stark difference from what she had known him as. He had always been the 7-foot-tall suit of armor, massive and impossible to wrap her arms around for a hug he couldn't feel but appreciated anyway. Now here he was, not much taller than her, and she could have easily lifted him under her arm if she wanted with how thin he was. He was in bad shape with how horribly malnourished he was, barely little more than a skeleton, but it was such a pleasure to hear her friend laugh, really laugh. As it started to die down, she lifted her head up as she asked, So, you slept last night, right? Did you dream? I did, Alphonse's eyes lit up. It was so weird too, I forgot how weird dreams can be. Tell me, she said excitedly. Okay, so, I think I was trying to do this big performance with a cello, he said, laughing a little as he recalled the surreal situation. And I'd never played before, and I was nervous about it, so someone told me, oh, just play the flute instead. And I thought that was a better idea until I remembered I was still in that suit of armor, and I panicked again, but I felt bad for already agreeing. So I get out on the stage, and I'm able to play the flute perfectly, and it's this whole round of applause, but it's somewhere in the middle of the ocean and... He laughed. I think I forgot the rest, but I'm sure it was equally weird. Amelia laughed, but that must have been fun in its own right, wasn't it? Yeah, it really was. He still smiled brightly. How are your legs? The doctors say it'll be several months before I'm out of here, she said, sitting back in her wheelchair as she looked up at him. But hey, maybe I can convince them to move us into the same ward whenever most of the other folks get out. Then when you can walk without help, you can come and see me and tell me about your dreams. I'm sure they're wild after not sleeping for 3 years. Yeah, no kidding, Alphonse replied. All the while that the pair of them spoke to each other, Edward was quiet and smiling as he watched them interact. They continued to chat about their dreams together, animatedly talking with one another. His brother was back in his body, and he was incredibly weak, but he was recovering. He could feel the warmth of the blankets around him. He could feel Amelia's weight on the bed when she'd lean on it. He was sleeping and dreaming again. Alphonse noticed Edward's gaze on them, his expression incredibly soft, and he smiled at his older brother. So, Alphonse changed the subject. Mr. Heinkel told me that you and Ed are dating now. How did that happen? Amelia's eyes widened and she looked away from Alphonse. Oh yeah, well that's... It was just kinda. Edward wasn't really sure what to say either. It had been such a whirlwind when they confessed to one another, and Alphonse was clearly pleased to see them so flustered at the question. Oh, come on, you can tell me. He tried to encourage them. I kept waiting for you two to act on it, and it only happens when I can't see it. Wait, you knew, Amelia blurted out, Alphonse chuckling at her response. It was kind of obvious. He looked up at Edward. But I knew if I brought it up with you, you'd just get all huffy and say it wasn't like that. He looked back at Amelia, and I'm sure you would have done the same thing if I'd tried to bring it up before we left. I just wish I'd been there to see it. You two hardly ever talk about your feelings. Ah, Amelia had to admit he had a point, and that was a night she was happy to remember, but in the moment, it had been stress central. It was just as dramatic as you think it is, Heinkel said. If you want, we can tell the story. Please, Alphonse replied with a grin. No, Edward immediately stopped him. You don't have to tell him anything. Ah, but it was so cute, Darius teased with a smile. It was right after this battle we had. We were all there for it. Darius, Amelia called out his name in a plea to stop, but he continued. So we had just gotten through fighting these freaks up at an Ishvalan camp, where we met up with Dr. Marco before the promised day. He continued. And Amelia had gotten separated from the group. Darius, I can tell it myself, she said, reaching over to the gorilla man and smacking his arm with her hands, making the taller man laugh. Her hits were little more than fly swats to someone like him, but he understood the message. All right, he laughed, stepping back. Go on and tell him then. Tell him what? A new voice caught their attention, the group turning to see Lieutenant Breda standing in the door, with Sergeant Fury just beside him. Hey, Amelia smiled at her old card buddy. Long time no see. Hey, he greeted her with an equally friendly smile. I was wondering when I was gonna catch up with the little escapee. How are you doing? I got 2 busted legs, but at least they can't put me back in jail yet, she said with a laugh, moving her wheelchair to show the bandages on both of her legs. She looked over at Sergeant Fury, trying to remember his name. I think we met once before. I'm Kind Fury, Sergeant. He introduced himself. It's nice to see you again, Miss Amelia. Nice to see you too, she said. What brings you by? We came to meet Alphonse proper, Breda answered, grinning at Alphonse as he came around the other side of his hospital bed. How are you feeling now that you have a body again? He held out his hand for Alphonse to shake, his smaller hand coming up to be gently but heartily shook by the older man. Much better than I did before, Alphonse smiled up at him. Sergeant Fury came up next, the two sharing another proper handshake. You're so thin, what happened? He asked, more concerned than anything. It's kind of a long story, Alphonse answered, making it clear he wasn't planning on going into too much detail, but it's good to see you all. He pulled his hand back and Sergeant Fury nodded, smiling back. I think I'm going to shake more hands than I ever have in my life in the next few days. Amelia laughed with Bread and Fury. Everyone wants to come and meet you. You must feel like a little celebrity, she said to Alphonse. If this is what being a celebrity is, I think I'll be happy letting this be my only experience with fame," Alphonse said, sighing a bit as he lay back on the elevated mattress. "I got to speak with so many people yesterday, the doctors and a bunch of Briggs soldiers. Teacher came by too, and so did the major." "Is Miss Izumi doing okay?" Amelia asked, wondering about the condition of Edward and Alphonse's teacher. "She's fine," Edward assured her. "She's checking out as soon as possible. She hates being in a hospital for too long. When they realize she's missing most of her insides, they insist that she stays, and it turns into a whole thing." He grimaced as he described it, clearly remembering something from his childhood with her, Alphonse's expression mirroring it as they both knew the exact moment. Amelia could easily see Izumi in a hospital somewhere, some doctor insisting they stay for a longer time and then demanding to be discharged, maybe even throwing a bed to make her point about her physical well-being. She grimaced a little at the image. "Well, that's good at least," she said. "The major came by my room too, with all of his little sisters." "I'm sure that must have been nice," Alphonse said. "I know he was really worried about how long you were in surgery for your legs." "Is that when he came by?" Amelia asked, Alphonse nodding as an answer. "He was really happy to sit and talk with someone for a little while since you and Ed were getting treated, and so was Colonel Mustang and everyone else from his office. He said his sisters were worried sick about you. Even the general came by to see you." "What?" Amelia's eyes widened. "I don't remember that at all." She hadn't seen General Armstrong at all when she woke up from surgery. Alphonse looked as surprised as she was. "Brother mentioned seeing her, didn't you?" he asked Ed, who nodded. "Yeah, but only for a second. We passed in the hall when I was on my way to come check on you after your surgery, and she was coming out of your room," Edward said. "She never stopped walking, though. All she told me was good work, and then she left. I figured that meant you were awake, but you were still asleep when I came in. And the major and his sisters came in not too long after that." Amelia wasn't sure what to make of that. She had no memory at all of seeing General Armstrong or hearing anything from her when she was in recovery. Her mind was entirely focused on that dream she had. "Weird, I didn't think she would come by to see me," she said, a part of her mind wandering to try and see if her subconscious remembered anything, but nothing came to mind. Earlier that day, Olivier opened the door to the hospital room she had been looking for, closing the door behind her. Her brother hadn't made it yet, nor had any of her other sisters, giving her complete privacy with Amelia as she lay on her bed. She went up right to the girl's bedside, looking over her form. She had gotten an idea of how badly she was injured when she had passed by them underground and was heading up to the surface with the Full Metal Alchemist. She remembered how Alex had panicked as she left, seeing her mouthing the word teacher as she recognized him, how he had to be talked into waiting before rushing after his beloved former student. She could understand why he was so worried. Seeing her here now, in the wake of her healing with her legs bandaged carefully and her wounds cleaned and patched, she looked very small and vulnerable. She was reminded of when Catherine was born, how small her youngest sister was in her mother's arms as she introduced them. She had her own injuries dealt with, her shoulder no longer hurting after her fight with Sloth. She was arguably back in top condition in a matter of hours. Amelia's treatment would obviously take much longer. The woman looked down at the brunette girl, still blissfully asleep. In the time that she had returned home, her sisters kept in contact through letters while they were on vacation in their foreign country of Zing. Most of it had been mindless dribble, telling her of the food and the exotic locales and the monuments they had seen, but they also mentioned a few memories of Amelia. She had been introduced to Amelia back when they had their conversation in Briggs that one night. She had struck her as a younger version of herself, and how she fought her father for losing her place as the heir apparent after Alex was born. She originally went to Briggs to prove herself to her father, but ended up finding a great deal more there than just a simple, petty need for recognition. She had her soldiers, an elite team of perfect warriors that she had trained by her own hand. So she stayed there, abandoned her family until it suited her best to come back and get them out before the promised day occurred and risk their deaths. Still, her sisters would reach out to her despite her never sending them any letters or calling them, and she would find comfort in seeing her sisters' support of her independence. Their letters had given her an idea of Amelia as they spoke about her, introduced to her through their eyes. In those letters, she thought Amelia was just like them as they liked her and her piano playing so much. When she met her for the first time, in that first conversation, she saw more than just the pleasant music player her sisters had made her out to be, but rather a girl with conviction, fire burning as she defended her brother and his choices of cowardice, and called them kindness and compassion. She had taken well to living with her brother, and caught onto some of his spineless, wimpy ways, she thought. But she didn't seem to have his same weakness for fighting, at least not when it came to sharing words, something she could appreciate about the girl. "I heard you fought well on the surface," she said to her sleeping body. "Alex mentioned you were only stopped because your legs were trapped in rubble." She paused, looking down at the girl who was likely unaware of everything she was saying, taking a moment to try and think of how she wanted to word what she wanted to say to this girl that had her family enamored with her. "When I read my sister's letters about you, I thought you were like them. Another doll made up for the Armstrong family and its illustrious history, with none of the strength or determination of our long bloodline. You're hardly up to the standard we've set forth for ourselves, but..." She remembered how she stood up from her seat and argued with her, defending Alex's kindness as a sign of his personal strength in the aftermath of his cowardly dismissal from the Ishvalan War, the fire that burned in her eyes as she raised her voice and spoke from that core deep within herself. "You're close. As close as any stranger to our family could be." Amelia said nothing, still sleeping off the sedatives she had been given. "Well then, I'm not one to waste my time with idle commentary on what you did or didn't do. Rest well, heal quickly. I'm sure Alex will want to see you in my mansion again soon." And with that, she turned on her heel and left her room behind, leaving the door open and heading down the hall to make her way out. Coming from that direction, she saw the heavily bandaged Full Metal Alchemist, his automail arm restored to skinny and pale flesh. He jumped when he saw her walking down the hall and quickly saluted her. "Good work out there, Full Metal," she said as she passed him by, leaving Edward a little bewildered that she would praise him at all as he watched the general turn a corner and leave. "Yeah, trust me, I wasn't expecting to see her either, scared the shit out of me," Edward muttered. Amelia was still baffled the woman came to see her at all. She was certain she had left a foul impression in the woman's mouth after she argued with her in Briggs. What's she doing anyway? She's not in the hospital, is she? Nah, she was never admitted for an overnight stay, Edward said. She had some minor injuries but got patched up and headed home. The mansion's apparently got some room for some healing soldiers since the hospital can't house them all, mostly Briggs officers. Yeah, that makes sense. They definitely have the room to be a hospital for a while, Amelia said. How long is your recovery going to take? Did they give you an estimate? Fury asked, changing the subject to the kids in front of them. They gave me 6 months, Amelia replied, pointing to her bandaged legs. They said if I'm consistent, my muscles should be fine after a few weeks, Edward said, bending up his returned flesh arm. They said my care was something to monitor, Alphonse said. If I'm lucky, I should be out in a few months. They said I'll be able to eat food after a month if I respond well to the fluids. You can't eat, Breda asked, grimacing a bit, and here I was gonna offer to grab you something from the cafeteria. It's all right, Alphonse reassured him with a smile. It would be too much of a shock to my system. I just need to gain some weight. Well, when you do, let me know. I know a great sandwich place, Breda said with a grin, Alphonse smiling back. He turned his attention to Amelia. So, 6 months. 3 to 6 technically, she replied, and then I'm off to prison probably. I thought you had a pardon, Fury asked. That was when Fura Bradley was alive. I'm not so sure whoever comes into office next will be so flexible on trespassers, Amelia said, crossing her arms on the edge of Alphonse's bed and resting her chin on them as she looked up at the two men. I heard there's no placeholder until a new Fura is put in place, either. No, that was General Edison. Things are at a standstill at the moment, Breda said with a sigh. The generals are all having fits over his replacement, I'm sure. Is that how they pick a new one? Amelia asked. The highest-ranking generals all gather and discuss who should be promoted to the position and who would be best suited for the job, Fury explained. Edison likely would have been handling it, but without him to lead the discussion, I'm sure it's hard to find someone to organize everything. Amelia frowned. I'll bet all the generals up for that promotion to Fura are all the same ones that were in his cabinet. A good chunk of them, yeah, Breda said, but that's not usually how they choose. They either go based on seniority or who shows the most promise, but there's plenty of generals involved in those conversations that had nothing to do with Bradley's inner circle. Like who? Amelia asked. Well, General Armstrong would be one, Fury began, and I think, wasn't General Grumman in the running too? Anyone ranked brigadier general and higher is in the running, not that there are many left. Breda answered, and the Central Command generals know the public doesn't have much trust in them after that radio show we did. Radio show? Amelia asked. You didn't hear? Fury asked with a grin. We took over the public radio station, had them interview Mrs. Bradley while everything was going on. She told everyone about the coup and spread plenty of suspicion on the Central Command generals. Yeah, that's why we don't think General Armstrong will end up winning the nomination, Breda replied. We kind of put some of the blame on her in order to protect the colonel. Amelia, Edward, Alphonse, and all the chimeras collectively grimaced. Breda held up his hands defensively. Hey, we didn't want to do it either. Besides, Kremen and Edison were arrested as the main conspirators, and that's public information now. But that's going to tarnish her reputation around here, not that I think it'll matter much to her. I doubt she had any interest in being Fura anyway. That's probably true, Amelia said. I'm sure she's eager to get back to Briggs and do her usual job up there anyway. So that leaves, well, not too many generals. There are more than a few that had nothing to do with the promised day, but not too many that have seniority, Fury said. Except for Grumman, he's been in that position for years now. Breda said, there's plenty of suspicion around the Central Command generals. Trust me, it's not going to be easy for them to fight for that spot. It's a wonder if any of them will even want it now that they know they're not getting their promised immortality. Amelia just let out an unsatisfied hum in response, but Alphonse spoke up. Wasn't General Grumman working with us on the promised day? He asked. I remember Major Miles mentioned something about how they were working with him on some drills over near Eastern headquarters to help act as a distraction for Fura Bradley before they blew up his train. That's true, and while General Grumman has a lot of seniority, it's still up in the air as to whether or not he'll get the position. Breda answered, he's been around a while. He might prefer to retire before he becomes leader of the country. He's getting close to that age. This is all just sounding amazing right now, Amelia sarcastically said. I have so much hope for the future. Sorry, Fury smiled apologetically at her. I'm sure this isn't an easy subject to hear about, given your position. We can talk about something else. I'm really curious to hear about what you guys did in the days leading up to the promised day. Weren't you sent over to Southern headquarters? Alphonse asked, the group beginning a new conversation that helped lighten the mood a little more as everyone was happy to stay and talk with Alphonse now that he had a face to show his smile and a belly to help him laugh. Meanwhile, Edward's mind was brewing with potential ideas. The last thing he wanted to deal with was being separated from the people he loved most after they had just survived the worst day of their lives. Amelia helped save their nation, and she didn't deserve to go to prison. He was going to need to talk to Colonel Mustang. The day went on, and visiting Alphonse had been a lovely experience, meeting everyone and catching up with them, hearing the stories of what the Chimeras had done when they had separated, hearing about Colonel Mustang and his efforts to study up and repair the relationship between Amestrians and Ishvalans. It had all been a good time. Amelia eventually had to be taken back to her room, and she spent the rest of the day resting, eating, chatting with others who came out to find her, thrilled to see Maria Ross again, who had come to join in on visiting hours. It had been a good day, and when the sun began to set and the hospital began to darken, she realized soon enough that visiting hours had ended and people were going home, and it was about time for most to go to sleep. She lay in bed, wide awake, holding onto the golden rose book that Amu had brought for her. She had been trying to use it to stay awake, but she was almost finished with it, and as the night went on, she was finding it harder to keep her eyes open. After that dream of waking up in the hospital and being greeted by Katie and her mother and a digital monitor, she was afraid to go to sleep and wake up back there, find out all of this really had been a dream. She clutched the book a little tighter, trying to breathe deep and let go of that fear, but it was harder than she expected. The idea that she had to question her reality at all was terrifying, and something that kept her staring up at the ceiling in the dark lights of the hospital. She heard her door clicking, lifting her head up to see Edward coming into her room. "Oh good, you're awake," he said, closing the door behind him. "I was worried you were asleep already." "What are you doing here?" she asked, pushing herself to sit up. "I couldn't sleep," he answered as he came over to the side of her bed. She glanced over the bandages on his left arm, his right arm resting in a sling that he didn't have before. "Thought I'd come bother you instead." "Well, consider me bothered," Amelia joked. "How's Al?" "Sleeping soundly. I don't want to wake him up." Edward moved carefully to sit on the edge of her bed, looking down at her. "He's been deprived of sleep for so long, you know." "Yeah," she said softly, able to sympathize with how he felt. "He was so excited to tell me about his dream." "Yeah, he gave me the whole rundown when I saw him too," Edward said with a laugh, looking over at her. "How are you doing?" She shrugged. "Hospital beds are kinda stiff. It's hard to sleep in them, especially when I can't really sleep on my side like this," she said, gesturing to her legs as well as the handcuffs on both of her hands on opposite sides of the bed. "Well, let's see if we can't fix that," Edward said, grinning as he pulled out the key he had used on the cuffs earlier that day. "You kept that?" Amelia asked in a soft, incredulous whisper, grinning as she watched him unlock the cuffs. "You could get in big trouble for that, you know." What are they gonna do? Arrest me?" Edward shrugged as he unlocked both of her hands and let her have a little freedom to move. "Here, scoot over," he said, moving into her bed as she shifted to one side. It was a bit tight on space as he came to lay beside her on the bed. "What are you doing?" Amelia asked, giggling as she watched him work himself into the tight space. "This is a single-person bed, you weirdo." "Just make some room," Edward said with a chuckle as he stayed beside her, managing to work his way in so they both had a bit of room to lay on their sides, facing one another. "You can't really sleep either, right? What's the big deal?" "I was trying to sleep," she replied. "And not succeeding," he fired back. "Shut up." Edward laughed in response, her laughing a little with him. As the laughter trailed off, the pair of teenagers had a moment in the following silence together, looking at one another in the dark light of the hospital room, the only light being the peaks of moonlight coming through the curtains on her window. Even in this dim lighting, Amelia could see his golden irises that matched his hair so well. She reached up and gently brushed some of his long bangs out of his face so she could see him a bit better. "So you just came because you were bored and couldn't sleep?" "Yeah, well," Edward's hand that wasn't in a sling reaching for hers and gently threading her fingers through with his, something like that. She let out a hum, smiling as she gazed back into his eyes, seeing an invitation that he was offering her before she leaned in and pressed her lips gently against his. Their eyes closed as they enjoyed the closeness of each other, and Amelia found herself slowly relaxing against the bed as she shared this quiet moment with him. There was an inexplicable joy in just thinking of Edward coming to spend time with her, because he wanted to. The idea seemed to fill up her entire body, and she couldn't help smiling into the kisses before she pulled away and looked at him again. They were damaged, bandaged up and bruised, and had plenty of scars they could probably share together from the promised day. But they were both alive and together, and able to celebrate in this quiet piece of time. "So, what's with the sling?" she asked, looking over at Edward's skinny right arm as it still rested there. "It started to hurt after a while. The doctor said just to let it relax whenever that happened." Edward said, his better hand gently squeezing hers for a minute. "It's fine though, nothing I can't handle." "I'm sure." Amelia shifted a bit in bed to get a bit more comfortable, letting her free hand come up to look at his thinner one again, marveling at the new flesh and bone that was there in place of the automail she was so used to. She looked over his skin, seeing the small lines of his fingerprints on that hand, his nails that were once long and crooked and spoke of how long it had been since they had been tended to, were now cut and trimmed nicely. As she looked over his hand, Edward was simply looking at her, watching her face as she examined this restored part of his body. "Your nails look better now that they're cut," she said with a small laugh. "I know, they don't get caught on anything either," Edward said with an affectionate grin as he pulled his smaller hand back. "It's weird how much paler it is," she couldn't help commenting. "You wouldn't think being away from you that long would do that, but I guess it can." She looked up at his shoulder, seeing pieces of his automail port still poking through the skin. They really can't take that out, can they? Edward shook his head. No, with the way the transmutation worked, my body formed my arm around what was left of the port. He brought his other hand up to where his arm connected with his shoulder. It's not like I lost any bones or anything. Everything was still there when I got the automail surgery, but they can't remove the old port without amputating my arm again, and I think that's best left alone at this point. I guess. Do you think it'll bother you? She asked, her hand reaching up to his shoulder and gently feeling around it. Squeezing, she could feel some of the metal underneath his skin, but it seemed like his flesh rested right on top of it. Not any more than usual, I don't think, he said. Plus, my ports only got achy whenever it rained. I have no idea if that will still happen with all the flesh restored. And the whole port isn't in there. A lot of it came off before Al gave my arm back, and even more came off during the transmutation. It's probably just scraps left at this point. Amelia only let out a hum, pulling her hand away and looking back at his face, the two of them sharing her pillow as they spoke in the dark. Neither seemed to know what to say for a moment, but it wasn't an uncomfortable silence they sat in. Both were happy to see one another. Both were happy to be alive to see the outcome of all of their hard work. They still had some healing ahead of them, perhaps both physically and mentally. But for this moment, it seemed all was right with the world. After that pause, Amelia admitted, I'm kind of scared to fall asleep. Why? Edward asked, an amused smirk on his face. When I went under for surgery, I had this dream that I woke up in a hospital back home, she said, and Edward's smirk slowly fell away, and they told me I'd been in a coma for months. It was so real, too. I saw Katie, and I ended up going home with my mom and, God, it was awful. She looked at their joined hands again, her fingers squeezing his a little tighter. I don't want this to just be a dream. It's not, Edward reassured her. You know it's not. You don't know the difference between dreams and reality when you're asleep, but you do when you're awake. You know this is real, right? I know, she said, though she didn't sound certain, it got to me, you know. Edward released her hand, moving his arm around her waist and moving in a little closer to press a chaste kiss to her lips. Hey, you're okay. He spoke softly, his hand moving up from her waist to gently brush some of her brown hair away from her face. Is that why you can't sleep? She nodded. Would it help you feel better if I stayed with you? Edward's hand went back to holding hers. We can sleep like we did on the island together. Amelia wasn't sure what he was speaking of at first, until she remembered the island his teacher had dumped them on when they had made their way to Dublin, and she thought she had been sneaky by holding Edward's automail hand for a while until she felt tired enough to sleep. Her eyes widened, and she felt heat rushing to her cheeks as she looked up at him. You saw that? She asked. I thought you couldn't feel anything on your automail hand. I couldn't feel any sense of touch, but I can still feel my fingers move, Edward said, amused. Like if you had just put your hand on top of mine, I wouldn't have known any better. Plus, I was still kinda awake when you did it. You made me kind of nervous back then, and I was scared I wasn't going to be able to sleep next to you. He looked down at their joined hands, and then I felt you do that. I figured you would have only done it in your sleep, not on purpose. But it was nice. Even in the dim lighting from the window, Amelia could see just the hint of a blush on his cheeks, and she let out a long sigh. Cool, awesome, you saw me do something I thought you knew nothing about. I kind of want to die a little, she said, burying her face into her pillow, speaking through it. If you could just make sure I suffocate here, I'd appreciate it. Stop that, Edward laughed, watching as she moved her head back to face him, laying on the side of the pillow again. You're fine. Yeah, she sighed. I kind of wish you'd kept that to yourself, though. Sorry, I thought it would make you feel better. She gently rubbed her thumb over the side of his hand. Well, it's not like it makes me feel worse to know you liked me back then, too. Edward smiled. It makes me feel better to know you liked me, too. She looked up at him. When did you know? That I liked you, Amelia nodded. You tell me first. I asked you first. You want to know, you gotta tell me, Edward said with a grin. Fine, fine, Amelia sighed. So, you remember when we were in Briggs? In those ass-freezing cells? Yeah, I remember. So, it was when you were gone and talking to Kimberly and Al and I were stuck in the cells with the Chimera watching us. She began. We were playing the story game to pass the time and I don't remember how we got to talking about it, but we talked about how your story was supposed to have a happy ending. even though I had no idea what that was supposed to be, and we got to talking about love interests, and he mentioned Winry would probably be the love interest. Winry? Edward's eyes widened. Al said you had a crush on her for years, she said, and after he said that I got this feeling, and that's when I realized I kind of liked you. Her cheeks were a bit red to admit it to him. I mean, story-wise it makes sense, the childhood best friend who gave you a literal leg to stand on. You could be a pretty amazing couple. Edward laughed. What a joke, Winry, and I would never. How do you know? Amelia asked. She's never been interested in me like that. If I'm being honest, I think you're more her type than I am, he said. Amelia's eyes widened at the suggestion. Really? Edward nodded. I'm pretty sure she has a huge crush on Paninia. She's this pickpocket we met in Rush Valley. Winry really liked her automail legs, and I think they kind of just kept spending time together after that. Paninia kept coming into her workshop whenever we were there in Rush Valley with her, and Winry would give her so much attention. She messed up my arm a couple of times. Oh no, Amelia laughed. Did she fix it? Of course she fixed it, Edward scoffed. She's the best mechanic in the country. She can fix anything. Amelia smiled. But yeah, I don't think she'd want to marry a man if she could help it. Maybe I could meet Paninia sometime, Amelia said. I bet they make a cute couple. They're adorable, Edward joked. So what about you? She asked. Me? Paninia didn't exactly make a good first impression. No, I mean the original question, she said, poking his chest playfully. When did you realize you liked me? Oh, Edward quieted, his cheeks warming as he realized she wasn't going to let that go for a little while. Okay, so, he sighed, trying to think of how to put the words together. Do you remember after Gluttony swallowed me? How we all ended up in Father's lair? Yeah. Your face was the first one I saw, Edward said, and I remember I felt really happy and relieved to see you again. He shifted uncomfortably on the bed, but I don't think I figured it out until Fura Bradley threatened to put you in jail again. When I realized I could potentially lose you and you could get hurt. I don't know, but when I thought about it more, it just kind of hit me that I might really like you. Amelia smiled a little to herself. You figured it out a lot sooner than I did. Were you ever planning on telling me? Nah, Edward looked down at their joined hands. I didn't really think you'd be interested, what with how often we fought. Plus, I didn't want to deal with the feeling of you telling me you weren't interested. Makes sense, she said, looking up at him and feeling a welling of affection in her chest to know they both had feelings long before either had said anything. I didn't really say anything because I was convinced you were going to say no. What made you tell me? Edward asked. Heinkel and Darius convinced me to at least try, so I could go into our big battle with no regrets. They're surprisingly romantic, those two, she replied. Edward let out a hum in response, watching as Amelia yawned. We really should go to bed. I know, she sighed, closing her eyes as she stayed there with him for a moment, Edward slowly following suit. Ed. Yeah. How long do you think you'll be in the hospital? Probably not too long. They're just keeping me for observation tonight, but they said I can be discharged tomorrow. He opened his eyes briefly to look at her. I'll still come back if that's what you're worried about. It's not that, she said softly. I mean we only have so much time before I can get discharged and... She trailed off, her lips pressing together as she knew that being anxious about her impending sentence wasn't going to help anything. Sorry, never mind. You're not going to prison? Edward's firm tone made her open her eyes, seeing the serious expression on his face as he spoke to her. I'm going to make sure of it. His face softened. So just rest up for tonight, okay? I'm not going anywhere until you're asleep. Amelia let out a soft hum, closing her eyes again and trying to rest, but even as she tried to relax and focus on sleeping, she still saw flashes of her dream from before, her mind focusing on Katie, and she found it wouldn't really leave her thoughts. Katie would have done anything to be in her position, but she gave it up instead. She still didn't understand why. This was Katie's dream. Wouldn't it have made more sense to offer up Amelia in her place? She couldn't wrap her head around it, and wished she could ask her, but she had no idea how to get her out of the gate. Her eyes snapped open as she realized very quickly she was with someone who knew how. Hey, Ed. His eyes were closed, and clearly he had been about to sleep, his brow furrowing as he grunted out in a voice heavy with that desire to sleep. Yeah. How did you bring Al back from the gate? She asked. Edward sighed. Can't this wait until morning? He mumbled. Just tell me the toll, she said, certain she could figure out the finer details from that information. What did you pay to get him back without losing any parts of your own body? Did you have a stone? No, he mumbled, opening one eye to look at her in the darkness. I gave up my gate and got him back. You gave up your gate? She asked, more awake than ever now as she lifted her head off of the pillow to look at him. Wait, how? And how did you leave without it? Edward sighed as he realized this conversation wasn't going to end as quickly as he wanted, opening both eyes and looking at her as he spoke a bit more clearly. We all have our individual gates inside of us, right? He began to explain, Amelia nodding along. Those gates open up everything we could ever possibly know about alchemy. It's arguably everything we'll ever learn about alchemy in our lifetimes. Whether that knowledge is infinite or not, I have no idea, but it was enough. His eyes moved to the side as he recalled the memory of that moment, standing before the truth as it grinned widely at Edward's answer. But since I gave it up, I have no way of accessing that information again. So in return for getting Alphonse back, I gave up my ability to perform alchemy at all. It was my gate, and I could use it for the toll, but I don't know that it's a super common toll to pay given the end result. You can't do alchemy anymore, she asked, a little surprised. But alchemy is like your whole life. Yeah, and alchemy is also the reason all of this happened to begin with, Edward replied. If we hadn't gone so far into alchemy and our arrogance that we thought we could bring Mom back, I never would have had to put Alphonse through the last 3 years. It's not like it really changed anything, I just can't transmute anything anymore. So that's what you meant when you said it was your last one, she said, letting her head move back to rest on her pillow, still looking at him, and... How did you get out of there without a gate? I used Alphonse's as an exit, he said. We left together and we were able to come through the portal again. Amelia took a moment to think over what that meant for her and Katie. At the beginning, neither she nor Katie had a gate, so would it be possible to leave? If she tried to pay the same toll, would Katie and she be trapped in that void for eternity? Or until as long as their bodies could last without food and water? As she muddled over her thoughts, Edward took her silence as a sign that the conversation was over, but he could see in her expression that she was thinking hard about whatever was on her mind. Hey, she looked up at him, I don't know what you're thinking about, but it can wait until the morning. You need to get some rest. Yeah, but, she wanted to try and explain, I've been thinking about Katie all day. She's still in the gate. She needs to be pulled out, but I don't know how. I mean, if I gave up my gate like you did, would we be able to leave? Edward's brow furrowed and he frowned, not liking where this line of thinking was going. Hey, his voice was a bit firmer this time, don't go thinking over this stuff by yourself. We'll talk about this more in the morning, okay? His expression softened. Katie's not going anywhere and you need to rest. We'll talk alchemical theory after we've had some time to sleep on everything, okay? You can't think clearly without sleep anyway. He could see she was hesitant, but she could agree with him. She was pretty tired already, and her body was begging for a moment to rest. Amelia let out a consenting hum, closing her eyes as she slowly let her body relax and drift off, still feeling the warmth of Edward's flesh hand. A stark contrast to his cold automail she had once held before when trying to drift off to bed, but a very welcome feeling. He was here, alive and well, wanting to see her and comfort her. Just knowing he wanted to be there for her, that it was his choice to come find her in the night and see her, the idea gave her a good deal of happiness that made it easier to push away some of the anxieties, though her mind was still endlessly trying to solve the problem of Katie and bringing her out. Edward was always a determined soul. She had no doubt he would do everything in his power to make sure she didn't get arrested like she feared, or that her friend would be trapped in that void forever. That was the last thing on her mind as she let her mind wander into her subconscious, dreams slowly moving into her thoughts as she slept beside him. After spending the night in Amelia's room, the pair of teenagers were awoken by a nurse that told Edward this was highly inappropriate, and that they were just kids. You're too young for this kind of stuff. And after sitting through that chewing out, he made his way out to let Amelia eat her breakfast in peace before the day would begin again. But he didn't wander through the hospital. He had a specific destination in mind and made a beeline for that very room as he stewed on his thoughts. Amelia was right in that as soon as she was able to walk on her own, the military police would be bringing her into jail where she no longer required constant medical monitoring. He wasn't about to let that happen, though. She played as much of a role in saving the country as he did. He was sure he could convince the central bigwigs that she was deserving of being honored enough to be pardoned. The problem was he had no idea which bigwigs to convince. The military council was in complete disarray following the promised day, 2 generals arrested, a few more killed in the fighting. There weren't that many left, and he wasn't informed enough to know who would replace the Fura or who to talk to in regard to Amelia. Thankfully, however, he knew who did. And as he rounded the corner to his room, he glanced in to see Colonel Mustang sitting up cross-legged in bed, face completely bandaged and much cleaner than it was on the day of actual battle, Lieutenant Hawkeye sitting on the bed next to him with bandages around her neck, with the colonel speaking to Sergeant Fury as he took off a book from a small stack of them next to his chair. And this one is a history of Ishval, the land of timelessness, and I think it mainly covers the general history of Ishval. Good, that will work, Mustang replied, and the next one. Fury picked up another book, Exploring Ishvala and Ishvalan Culture. Let's start with that one then, he said, sitting up a bit straighter on his bed as Fury opened the book. What are you doing? Edward asked as he came in, Hawkeye and Fury turning their heads to see him, but Mustang didn't really move. I know that voice, he said, raising his voice slightly to speak up a little louder. Nice of you to stop by, Full Metal. Come to pay your respects to your elders. Sure, all the respect you deserve, Colonel. Edward sarcastically responded to him, seeing him grinning in response. What are you doing with a bunch of books on Ishval? We're doing a little research, see if we can't try to begin a campaign to return Ishval to the Ishvalans, Mustang replied as he slumped forward comfortably. Edward was a bit surprised to see it. Colonel Mustang usually sat up pretty straight when he saw him. It seemed with the loss of his eyes he wasn't too worried about keeping up appearances. As he came closer, he saw peaks of scars from underneath the bandages that had partly healed, as well as some stitching. Clearly, a lot of work had to be done to restore his face. He had to wonder if he still managed to keep his good looks after all of this, not that it would matter if he couldn't see. It's a small thing, but we have to at least try. Right? Edward mumbled, glancing over at Fury who still had the book open, meeting Edward's gaze curiously before he looked back at the colonel. Anyway, I had a question for you. Oh, what kind of question? Edward shifted uncomfortably. Well, it's more like a favor. Mustang smirked a little. I'm listening. Edward tried not to let his frustration show on his face at the colonel's smugness that was plainly there, remembering why he had come. It's about Amelia. She's still considered a fugitive after everything that happened, even though she was fighting on our side. And now, with the Fura gone, I think her pardon granted by Bradley's come into question. Mustang's smirk fell as he listened, taking Edward's concerns seriously. She doesn't deserve that. I need you to tell me who I need to talk to make sure she doesn't get sent to jail. They haven't arrested her already, Mustang asked. No, her legs were badly injured, and she can't walk right now. She'll be like that for another few weeks, but that's not exactly a lot of time to make a case to convince someone to let her go. Edward said, I mean, for fuck's sake, she helped me take out that father bastard. She deserves to be awarded a hero status or a medal or something. She shouldn't be rotting in a prison cell. Mustang's arms crossed in front of him, his hand coming up to his chin in thought. Well, her predicament isn't exactly an easy one. If she was a citizen of Amstress, you might have an easier time of it, but considering she doesn't have any papers and the place she claims to come from is a place none of us have ever heard of isn't exactly helpful. He paused, his finger stoking at his chin for a moment, but you're not wrong that her involvement in the promised day is public knowledge and can work in your favor. The question is just who you'll need to talk to. The General's Council is a complete mess right now. I know, Edward groaned, but you must have an idea of who would be able to take Bradley's place, right? Or at least who's making that placement. Mustang was quiet for a moment. Well, it's not quite that simple. The General's Council is well aware of the fact that a majority of public opinion is against them right now. Anyone they would place in Bradley's position that came from Central would immediately have their integrity questioned, leading to mistrust and potentially another, less organized coup d'etat, which is the last thing they want after we attempted it. His fingers stroked at his chin again, and Edward could swear he was almost furrowing his brows under his bandages, but quickly stopped. He guessed he was trying not to pull on his stitches on his face. Their best options would be any generals that were stationed outside of Central, especially if they were seen involved in the promised day and were thought to be helping the general public. So, who would that be? Edward asked. Mustang's hand lowered from his chin, his arms staying crossed. Well, one popular option might be General Armstrong. Edward immediately grimaced at the idea of General Armstrong becoming Fura Armstrong, ruling Central with an icy iron fist. But she would definitely be at a disadvantage, mainly because of Briggs' forces working against the Central forces in public eye, and the fact that she was blamed over the radio waves for the coup originally. Fury sheepishly shrunk in his chair at the mention of it. Breda frowned but had no other reaction. Not to mention she's a woman and we've never had a woman Fura before. The Amestrian people wouldn't be able to trust her as easily as they would another man, ideally someone of Fura Bradley's status and expertise. But again, there aren't many generals outside of Central that do carry that same kind of standing. He lifted his head slightly, except maybe General Grumman. Grumman, isn't he in charge of Eastern Command? Edward asked. He had remembered hearing the name a few times when he was working at that headquarters, though he had never met the man save maybe once when he was just starting as a state alchemist. He didn't remember much about him aside from the fact that he had a pretty big mustache and that he was pretty old. He is, and a pretty ideal candidate. Mustang uncrossed his arms, his hands going to rest on his thighs. If he's making a campaign for the position with the other generals, I imagine he would be almost guaranteed to have the spot. There will undoubtedly be a Central general or two trying to vie for the same position, but the remaining council would know that it would be best to place Grumman in charge if he made his desire for the spot known. Has he? Edward asked. Hard to say. We don't exactly get a lot of military gossip in a hospital. Mustang shrugged. He wouldn't necessarily be easy to convince. He can seem amiable when you're talking to him, but he can be stubborn when he wants to as well. You'd have your hands full trying to convince him that a non-citizen of Amstress found guilty by our law isn't one to throw in jail. It was trespassing, it's a victimless crime, Edward snapped, and she helped save everyone. I'm not going to argue with you about Amelia's position. I'm on your side here, Full Metal. Mustang said, holding up his hands in front of him, vaguely in Edward's direction, but still not directly looking at him. I'm just saying you shouldn't speak to him solely on your own. It would be a fool's errand to just walk into his office and demand a meeting trying to convince him, especially when you don't know how he operates. It's not like it's complicated, Edward gruffly asserted. It's more complicated than you think, Mustang dryly replied. I served directly under him the entire time I was stationed at East City, and he and I became pretty close. Let me talk to him, see if I can't plead Amelia's case. Seriously? Edward asked. I don't think you're exactly in a position to go to any meetings. I'm sure General Grumman wouldn't mind coming to pay his respects to an old subordinate. He turned his head slightly to speak more towards Hawkeye in her bed next to his, especially if there's lunch, right? She nodded in agreement. Wherever free food is served, he's bound to be there. Her voice sounded a bit hoarse from her injury, but otherwise she was still the same Lieutenant Hawkeye that Edward had always known, her sharp brown eyes moving to look into Edward's. Let the colonel handle this. The general would be more willing to listen to an old friend than a fresh face he barely knows. Edward scowled. He hadn't intended on asking for this much of a favor from Mustang, but they were making a lot of good points that he didn't want to admit. He sighed, turning back to Mustang. Okay, but I want to know about the meeting. I want to talk to him too. I'll be sure to send word as soon as we've got it set up, Mustang reassured him, but that will take a bit of time before I'm able to get to a phone and use it. Okay, but how long is Amelia going to have to wait? He asked. I'm probably getting discharged today, but she won't be out of here for another couple of months at least. That's not a lot of time to move papers. Soon, Mustang said in a firm voice. I understand this is an urgent matter, but you need to be patient, Full Metal. Edward scoffed, shoving his hands in the pockets of his scrubs and starting to march out. Fine, but you better tell me the same day you make that meeting, he said as he walked out of the hospital room, leaving the group as they were. Once he was gone, Mustang asked the room, I know you told me his arm was restored, but what about his leg? He still has his automail leg, Breda answered. I don't think he's bothering with the idea of restoring it now that his brother has his body back. You can hear it when he walks, Mustang commented. Each footstep carries a different weight to it. I never noticed that before. Guess your other senses are catching up to the loss of your sight. I didn't notice that at all, Breda chuckled. A few days later, Amelia sat in bed, practically tethered to the piece of furniture, scribbling out her thoughts on a notebook one of the Armstrong sisters had been kind enough to leave for her. She was trying to work out the alchemical theory behind equivalent exchange, enough that she might be able to find a way to bring Katie back without potentially getting them both stuck in that void. There was also the chance that, if she did it right, she would end up in Amstress still and take Katie with her. As much as Katie might have loved this world, she knew she had a good family waiting for her. Or, at least she assumed as much. She didn't remember a lot about what she had said about her family, but she knew they both had lives back home that they couldn't just abandon. Though the more she thought about it, the more appealing it was. There was a whole life she would leave behind in Amstress if she went back home to America. Friends, people she considered family, a boyfriend even, but if she went back home, she would lose all of that and go back to her mother, her life pretending to be someone else where her only social interaction was piano school. She hated the idea of returning to that routine, but she couldn't continue to stay on Katie's sacrifice. If she could perform the same transmutation Edward did, trading the gate she had for a body and soul that belonged to Katie, she could at least give her a life back and make things right again, but there was no guarantee there would be a portal to take them home, or a portal to bring them back to Amstress. Without any kind of insurance, like a convenient philosopher's stone, they would be stuck with whatever the truth decided for them, if it even controlled that realm. She thought writing out the potential ideas would help, but it was really just resulting in a very ink-heavy piece of paper that was just growing more frustrating as she realized how little she actually knew about alchemical theory and any practical application of it. With a grunt, she smacked the paper with her hand, her fingertips pulling and ripping it out of the notebook, crumpling it up with both hands, squeezing it tight, and turning it into a paper wad that would be impossible for anyone to unfold and read, angrily throwing it at the wall before going back to her notebook, scribbling angrily on the page just to get out her feelings, unaware of someone passing by her doorway. Now what did that poor paper do to you? She jumped at the unfamiliar voice, seeing an older gentleman in her doorway, his eyes on the wads of paper piled against her wall. Seems a bit of a mess. Do you expect the hospital staff to clean it up? Her first instinct was to be snarky, say that they had cleaned up worse from worse patients, but she noticed his uniform was a bit different than what she had seen on other soldiers. His shoulders were decorated with stars, indicating his rank. She had to guess he was some kind of general. She decided to hold back on the snark as she closed the scribbled page and looked up at the older man. I'm sorry, do I know you? She asked. No, I don't believe you do, he said, his gray mustache bending upwards as he gave her a friendly smile coming up to her bed, holding out his hand to her. But I've heard a good deal about you over the last couple of days, Ms. Seymour. She shook his hand, looking up at the man. He had graying hair, wearing a cap to hide the fact that his hair was thinning significantly. She could just barely see the place where the cap met his skin to show the hairline was almost perfectly aligned with the uniform hat. He was fairly old, maybe in his late 60s or early 70s if she had to guess. He was probably a little bit older than Fura Bradley. He had a pair of round spectacles over his eyes that were conveniently reflecting more than they were showing, so she couldn't quite make out his eyes. Well, you have me at a disadvantage here, she joked, watching his smile grow slightly. He wasn't one to shy away from lightening the mood, it seemed. I'm General Grumman. You and I collaborated together during the promised day, though in different locations. The name instantly rang a bell with her. Oh yeah, you were playing war games with the Briggs soldiers to keep Bradley occupied, she said, recalling that part of the plan. Sorry you guys didn't get that explosion to go differently. He shrugged. We did the best we could, but I hear you and your team of people finished the job for us, so thanks. He still smiled all the while. I heard you did quite a good deal yourself. He glanced at her legs in their casts, and took quite a beating. This is nothing. You should see the other guy, she said, leaning into the jovial nature the man seemed to have, which he took to quite well as he laughed in response to her joke. Ha ha ha, now that's the attitude we'd all like to have. He grinned widely, showing his teeth to the young woman. With all the talk I heard about you from Mustang, I was afraid you'd be too serious to chat with. Mustang, she was a bit surprised to hear the colonel's name in this. Is he why you're here? She got straight to the point. In a manner of speaking, yes. He said, you see, back before you became Edward's student, he served directly under Colonel Mustang at the Eastern Command Center, who served directly under me when I was stationed there. He and Edward reached out to me a few days ago to see about your pardon agreement with Fura Bradley. You can help with that, she asked, a little hopeful as she sat up a little straighter in bed. Potentially, nothing's been decided yet, he said, his smile dropping a bit as he became more serious. Your case was very unique, Ms. Seymour. You see, your parole and arrest may not have been initially handled by Bradley, but once you agreed to his pardon requirements, he took in all related paperwork to be under his strict supervision. He's only done this a few times with very few other prisoners, and that paperwork and any decisions around it will most likely be handled by the next Fura who comes into office. Yeah, I heard that's all kind of a mess. He let out a long, tired sigh. No kidding. It's all a bunch of grandstanding these days. Some of these generals are running around like chickens with their heads cut off, hardly befitting of soldiers of our rank. He shook his head. We've been trying to figure out his line of succession for days. We've only just managed to schedule a meeting to discuss it tomorrow. With the rest of the military at a complete standstill until a new Fura is placed, we'll likely decide on a candidate then, and that candidate will be the one to overlook everything regarding your pardon and relevant parole. She nodded, showing she was listening. Truthfully, I can't guarantee anything about your status. You're not an Amestrian citizen, and that does give us legal standing to try and deport you at the very least. She nodded again, feeling a little dread building up in the pit of her stomach. She watched as he reached up to stroke the end of his mustache, and yet, even though you have no ties to this country, you stepped up as part of the team of people to save it. He let his hand drop, so we do owe you something of a debt. It wouldn't exactly be advisable for the future Fura not to at least honor the agreement you made with him in some way, though things could potentially be altered. Altered, she asked. Technically, you were never sentenced. Only convicted, Grumman explained. The sentencing was meant to wait until after you went through the certification exam and potentially failed it, so that's been on the backlog, but we could potentially change it. He shrugged. Instead of a prison sentence or deportation, we could change it to something a bit more fitting of the crime. A hefty fine, perhaps, or community service. Her eyes widened, but that's hard to say without a Fura present in office to determine anything. Right, she said, and you could potentially see about that. Well, it wouldn't be a particularly urgent matter, he said. Truthfully, your agreement remains unchanged until that paperwork becomes relevant, which would likely be some time after construction efforts have been finished on Central Command. Not to mention the damage done to Central City itself. That has the potential to take months. Months where I would be monitored. Amelia was following along with his implications easily enough. Yes, he nodded, not hiding anything from her, but you would be under the monitorization of your teacher, which I imagine you would be quite comfortable with. If things go well, we could potentially see about instating your citizenship. He paused. Are you familiar with what happened to the criminal known as Scar following the events of the promised day? She shook her head. He's officially been taken into custody, under the direct supervision of Major Miles of Fort Briggs. It's similar to the agreement made to allow you to work under military supervision as an alchemist. The man known as Scar is currently working on some reconstruction efforts as part of his ongoing parole and custody. I don't see why something similar couldn't be worked out for you. He shrugged. And when it's over, who knows? You could potentially be granted citizenship so you wouldn't have to face deportation. Scar doesn't have to face this as he's technically recognized as a citizen of Amstress following Ishval's annexation. But like I said, we can alter things for you. Sure, assuming the new Fura will even want to handle the case. She replied, I don't suppose that means you have an idea of who the new Fura will be. Like I said, we're meeting tomorrow. I have no guarantee of anything at this point except this. Whoever becomes the new Fura, they will have to acknowledge the role you played in helping to save our country. That kind of heroism doesn't go unnoticed, and I'm sure more than a few arguments can be made to make sure things are kept relatively calm for you," he said, frowning a little, reaching up to rub his pinky finger into his ear. "The Full Metal Alchemist certainly made a point of advocating for you. I swear my ears are still ringing from hearing all the yelling." She couldn't help smiling a little at hearing about how passionate Edward was to see to her safety. "So you're saying that, at least for the time being, I have nothing to worry about." "Exactly that," he said with a smile, his hand dropping. "I'm surprised you came all the way here from Eastern Command just to tell me that." "Well, I was more just curious about this girl who is worth making such a fuss over with my subordinates. Now I can see why." He smiled again, his mustache curving at the edges, "So I can reassure you that I will personally see to it that you're not arrested the moment you're able to walk out of this hospital. You're certainly worth a little bit of paperwork." Amelia chuckled in response. "Thank you, sir," she replied. He reached up to adjust his cap. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to go and surprise Roy before I head back to Eastern Command. I wish you a speedy recovery, Ms. Seymour." "Thanks, you have a good day, General Grumman." She watched him walk out, leaning back against her bed as she looked down at the notebook she had been scribbling in. She opened it back up to the page she had been working on, pulling out the one that was covered in angry scribbles all over the paper. She put it aside, starting to work on her theory again. She could determine that the value of her gate was equivalent to a human body and soul, which was all she needed of Katie, or at least what she could get from the truth. The rest remained unknown, and she really didn't like that outcome, the fact that there was no way to determine how this would end. If she performed the transmutation, one of three things would happen. Either one, she would be able to take Katie out of the portal and into Amstress, effectively leaving her with no way back to the home they had always known. Two, she could be sent back home to America, where she and Katie had started this misadventure, and be effectively removed from Amstress, and how it continued on. Or three, they would both be trapped there, and they would have to create another exchange. The more she thought about it, the more she thought it might be better to pay the toll and just send Katie somewhere, wherever she wanted to go. She could sacrifice herself for a gate, if need be. She had given up so much just to let her go through this adventure with Edward and Alphonse. And while the thought of leaving them behind broke her heart, the idea of leaving Katie to martyr herself for that happiness was a guilt she didn't want to live with. She sighed to herself, closing the notebook and glancing out the window of her room, seeing the sunlight coming through and the bright blue sky outside. "I bet Alphonse would love to go outside today," she murmured aloud, glancing to the hallway as she decided to call out to the next nurse she saw to help her get into her wheelchair. She had taken to visiting him while he was there. The pair of them stuck together in this hospital made her feel less isolated during the longer days, and it was nice to have someone to talk to. It was still an adjustment, seeing his human face after becoming so familiar with his helmet that acted in its place when he was just bound to a suit of armor, but she was getting used to it the longer she was here. She would make the most of her time here before she tried to make her decision on what to do. At least when she could walk somewhat properly, she would put her plan into motion. Regardless of the unknown factors, Katie didn't deserve to spend eternity in that endless void. 5 months later, Amelia gripped Edward's hands tightly as she walked along the stone path underneath her feet. Her legs were shaking a little, and her balance was far from perfect. She held onto his good forearm tightly. It was the only thing steadying her as she walked with him into the hospital courtyard. His right arm had recovered significantly, but wasn't quite at the same level as his left arm. He walked with her slowly as they came towards the center of the courtyard that had the largest swathe of stone they could use to make a proper transmutation circle. Her legs hurt to put her weight on them. They weren't happy about being walked on again after months of being in casts and being wheeled around. She had only just begun her own physical therapy a week ago, and it had been raining like nothing else. Today was the first day the sun was out, and she wasn't going to miss her opportunity. "Are you sure you're okay?" Edward asked, obviously worried as she watched her struggle to take each step out of her wheelchair. "I'm fine," her words came out partly as a grunt and partly as a puff of air. It was taking more effort than she wanted to admit, but she couldn't let things end as they were now. "Just make sure we have enough room, okay?" Edward nodded solemnly, his lips turning into a fine line as he endured her iron grip as he helped her to the place she wanted to go. Finally, when he was sure they would have enough space, he stopped. "All right, I should be able to do it here." Amelia sighed in relief and released Edward's arm to crumple onto the floor. He reached to catch her, and he partially did, but she shook her head, indicating she was fine. He let her sit on the ground, sighing to himself as he pulled a stick of chalk out of his pocket. "You're sure this is what you want to do? Katie doesn't deserve to be left in there forever." Amelia insisted. "I need to get her out." She shrugged. "Besides, it's not like it would be any different for me. I couldn't do alchemy when we started, I'll just go back to that." Edward didn't look any more reassured, but he started to draw around the space where she sat. "Did you have to look up old references or—" "No need, I know this circle by heart," Edward said as he started to draw out each part around her on the stone. After 5 months, she had finally been able to take off her casts on her legs and walk properly. She had chosen to wait until she was able to move on her own, at least somewhat, before attempting the same transmutation Edward did on the promised day that saved Alphonse in an attempt to save Katie. She and Alphonse had spent a great deal of time together throughout the weeks. She was there when he was cleared for solid food after 3 weeks of a liquid diet and made his request for apple pie. His diet was carefully monitored those first 2 weeks, but soon he had an incredible appetite, and he was quickly gaining weight again. He was joined in physical therapy by Edward and herself, Edward working with him to try and help his right arm that had atrophied so much, and Amelia cheering them on while she waited for her turn to walk with them. Alphonse was now, 5 months later, getting close to walking on his own 2 legs again with the help of some crutches, and he announced he wanted to go back to resemble walking on his own legs again. That time was drawing nearer, and Amelia hoped she could be there to see it. Winry's face after the pair of them got their bodies back. She was sure it would be a wonderful moment, and she wanted to see the Rockbell girl finally have that moment that Amelia had the moment Alphonse returned to his body from the gate. He was no longer that skinny, walking skeleton, but a somewhat thin young man. His cheeks were still partly sunken in, and he had cut his long hair into something a bit more manageable, but there was a light in his eyes that grew brighter every day he was able to walk, talk, eat, or go outside and feel the drops of rain on his skin. Everyone was looking forward to hearing the story of how their reunion with the Rockbell family went. Amelia had announced her intentions of saving Katie only to Edward, and in order to convince him to help her. The human transmutation circle was one she didn't know well at all, and he was the only person he knew that she could ask for help with. They had spent the last few weeks talking about human transmutation in a way that she could do it on herself, secretly of course. She didn't say anything to the Armstrong family, who were her most frequent visitors, just because she knew they would be worried over her well-being to attempt it, though she did tell Alphonse. He warned her to be careful, and she reassured him she knew what she was doing. Amelia watched as Edward drew different parts of the circle around where she sat, being careful of her legs as she shifted them to follow along with each part, recognizing the symbology of each piece as he made it. "You don't have to, you know," he said after a quiet moment. She didn't respond, and he continued to speak, staring down at the bricked cobblestone around them. "Fura Grumman has pretty much assured it that you won't have to do anything once you're discharged. You don't even have to take the alchemy exam, you can just finish applying for citizenship and wait it out with us." "I could," she conceded, seeing Edward's eyes shoot up to look into her brown ones, "but the only reason I'm here is because of Katie. I can't just stay here for the rest of my life while she's stuck there. It's not fair. She deserves to have her own life." Edward frowned, but didn't argue with her. He was hardly one to talk. He was the one that contemplated giving up his entire body to bring his brother back into his own. He was glad Amelia was only giving up her gate like he had done, but that raised the question of where she would go once it was gone, if she would go anywhere at all. Amelia could see his brows furrowing as he stuffed down what he wanted to say, something completely unlike him. She didn't confront it, though. She didn't want to have their potential last conversation be an argument about her decision, especially considering they had 4 separate ones about it already. She watched him work in silence as he continued to draw out each connecting part of the circle. She heard a door closing, the pair looking up to see Alphonse making his way towards them in his wheelchair. He had been cleared for using crutches for short distances, but the walk from his room to the courtyard was apparently too long. Edward had paused in his work when he heard the sound, but when he saw who it was, he went right back to drawing it. "I thought you'd be out here," Alphonse said, coming up to the edge of the circle. His eyes wandered around the site of it, an unreadable expression on his face. Amelia felt partially guilty. She couldn't imagine it was a pleasant image to see considering his history with it. He looked up at her after a long moment and asked, "You're really doing this? You know there might not be a way out." "I know," she conceded with a small sigh, "but what else can I do? Katie's the only reason I'm even here at all. Plus, she'd be thrilled to meet you too." Alphonse smiled, though it wasn't the usual bright one she had become accustomed to seeing, but rather one that had a hint of sadness to it. They both knew there was a chance she might not come back to Amstress at all, considering where she came from originally. But with all the talks Ed had with her, and himself, the brothers could tell that she wasn't going to be convinced out of this, and they both knew they would be hypocrites to try. "Well, all right, let me at least give you a little something for luck." Alphonse put the brakes on his chair before he pushed himself to stand up. Amelia did the same to meet him as the pair stepped carefully around the markings of the transmutation circle as he came and gave her a hug that she was happy to return. Once he started gaining weight again, Alphonse became quite the hugger, and Amelia was happy for the gesture every time. His hugs were always warm, so she was glad to have them at every opportunity, especially as the summer weather was starting to change to a colder autumn. He pulled away and Amelia smiled at him. He smiled back. "All right, it's done," Edward said, standing up from where he was crouched down. Amelia stepped back from Alphonse to look over the completed circle, making her way back to the center as Edward and Alphonse stayed outside of it. "Remember, you're not taking anything out or adding anything. You're just breaking yourself down and rebuilding yourself exactly the way you were before, got it?" "I got it," she said, moving to sit on her knees as she looked at the circle, taking in all the details of Edward's work. He hadn't performed a transmutation since that day, but his experience with drawing circles hadn't changed. It was as close to perfection as they could get. She looked up at the brothers who stood by, Alphonse sitting in his chair and watching with an expression that looked worried, though it quickly shifted to a reassuring smile as he looked at her. Edward, on the other hand, was scowling. He wasn't looking at her, arms crossed, clearly unhappy with this choice of events. The pair hadn't been talking as much as they used to, and while she was grateful for Edward's support, it was clearly reluctantly given. "You know," she spoke up, getting his attention, "this might be the last time we see each other, depending on how this goes. If you've got something you want to say to me, now might be the time." Edward looked at her with an intense expression. She was challenging him to speak his mind, and he was never one to back down usually, but he was quiet for longer than she anticipated. He was standing there, and after a moment, she could hear the small choking sound in the back of his throat that told her he was trying to work up the courage to say what he wanted but wasn't quite ready yet, his cheeks reddening right along with it. Suddenly, he marched forward towards where she sat, kneeling down and bringing his right hand to the back of her head, pulling her in for a passionate kiss. She felt her breath leaving her as she felt his lips pressing up against hers. She could feel a real sense of desperation, heartbreak in it, but so much love too. She moved her lips against his, feeling that mixed sensation filling up her entire being as Edward's hand nearly clung to her hair, running his fingers through it as his other hand came to her side. Her hand came up to hold onto his forearm, feeling the muscles he had carefully built over the months to bring it back to a normal arm again. She could feel her body getting warmer, her other hand moving up to his chest, right above where his heart would be. She could feel it thundering away under her palm through his clothes. Her head tilted, and his did the same, hearing him take a sharp breath in through his nose as he pressed himself closer, his lips meeting hers with more of that firmness. Everything he was doing told her plainly, and clearly he didn't want her to go. When he finally pulled away, Amelia's eyes slowly opened and met with his. She could see the anxiety there, the fear that she wouldn't come back, the worry of what she would have to give up if her gait wasn't enough to get them both out of that realm. She brought her hand up from his chest to the back of his head, her fingers gently running over the ponytail he had for a moment as she brought her forehead to rest on his, looking into his eyes. "I'm gonna do everything I can to come back," she promised in a soft voice. "Not everything," Edward said, reaching for her hand as he stayed close to her, pulling it away from his head as his other hand came for the one that held his forearm, holding them both in his restored hands again. His fingers wrapped around her palms tightly, and she could see the anxiety shifting into resignation, a sadness, though that worry creased his brows as he looked at her. "You won't give her up again to try to come back. And I wouldn't want you to do that either." He trailed off, and she knew what he wanted to say, but I wish you didn't have to. But I wish you'd let me do it for you. Hanging there in the air. He didn't want her to walk around with that guilt on her shoulders all her life, burdening her. But that didn't mean he wasn't willing to shoulder her burden if he thought he could. Still, this wasn't his transmutation to make, and they wouldn't be able to stay in the courtyard saying goodbye forever. Someone would eventually come by and see what was happening. They had to move quickly. He sighed again, pulling back as he looked into her eyes again, glancing down at their joined hands as he slowly, reluctantly released them. She gave his hands a small, reassuring squeeze before they were free, smiling at him. She was optimistic. "No matter what, I'll be okay," she promised. She wanted him to believe that, even if she had no proof that it was going to be the truth. That worry still shone in his golden eyes, but he did relent, stepping back from the circle and letting her be. Alphonse, meanwhile, had wide eyes and red cheeks to see the pair of them like that. As Edward stepped over to him, he reached his hand out to his brother's shoulder, seeing how they relaxed slightly at his touch. Amelia looked down over the transmutation again, taking a deep breath in and out, potentially one of her last full breaths of Amestrian air. She clapped her hands, pressing them to her own body, watching as the circle lit up in response to her actions, feeling energy flowing so easily through her body, sparks flying around her. It had been so long since she transmuted, she forgot how exhilarating it felt. To have that energy climbing up through the ground into her body. She had never transmuted herself before, and it felt like that energy was building up more and more inside of her form. She could feel her eyes welling up, one tear slipping out as the light grew brighter and brighter, turning to get one last of the brothers that watched her. Both of them had anxious expressions, and she could see Edward taking in air, his mouth opening to say something to her, but the light engulfed her, blinding her, and suddenly she was no longer an Amestress. She opened her eyes to a familiar white void, blinking as she turned around to see what was behind her. Looking up, she saw two imposing doors made of a stone she couldn't discern. Carved into them were intricate patterns, angular and sharp, seeing words and symbols she had learned all throughout her alchemy education. It almost looked like a massive collection of constellations, as if the stars themselves had been encased in stone. "Hello," she turned around as she heard a voice, her heart jumping up into her throat as she saw who it was. It was Katie, but God, how thin she'd become. Her chestnut hair had grown out, it looked like a ratted mess, so many split ends. Her freckled face had grown pale to where she could barely make them out where they had once spattered across her face like paint. Her eyes and cheeks were sunken, and the clothes that she wore barely fit her body. Oh God, how long had she suffered like this? It was all she could do just to stand. In just a few months, nearly a year, she had become almost as thin as Alphonse had when Edward rescued him. Was this what happened to those souls who sacrificed themselves with no connection to someone else? It was like she was rotting before her eyes. But as she tilted her head slightly, a smile on her face that was very distinctly un-Katie-like, she could feel her feelings dying off as she steeled herself, realizing that this was not Katie. This was that figure, the outline, the person that wasn't quite a person that called itself God. "So, what have you come for?" she asked, her voice overlapping with that of the thing that said it was God. It was a strange sound to hear. "Come to rescue your friend, perhaps." "I have," Amelia put her hand to her gate behind her. "I want to reverse the transmutation she did. My gate for her body and soul." "Are you sure?" Not Katie asked, her brow twitching up as she looked so smug in a way that Amelia had never seen. "Do you know what will happen if you give it up?" "No, I don't," Amelia said, feeling her chest tightening to admit that she might be trapped here if she didn't do this right. "But Katie doesn't deserve to stay here, and she sure as hell doesn't need to look like that. I want her back." "Think carefully, you're sure?" she asked, holding up a bony finger as she spoke. "You might be stuck here for eternity if you don't have a way to leave." Amelia smirked. "Somehow, you don't strike me as the type to entertain houseguests for too long. I don't think you'd keep me here." "You sound sure of yourself," Not Katie replied. "What makes you think that?" "You're the one that calls yourself God. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know this. You're not human," she said, Not Katie's smile falling as she heard her speak. "You want us to learn a lesson. You want us to figure out what's important. You might be happy to punish us when we screw up, but I don't think you want us to be punished forever if it can be helped. I think you want to give us second chances, give us opportunities to change, to learn, and be better. I think you believe that's better than keeping someone stuck with you forever with no way out. How can I learn then? How can Katie? Two people might not seem like much in the face of the entire world, but you care, don't you? You care about humans, you want us to succeed. I don't know why, but I'm sure you won't keep me here if I can be better somewhere else, whether that's America, or Amstress, or some other world I have no idea about. Not Katie's neutral expression turned back to a smile, one that was a bit more sincere and not quite as smug as when she first arrived. You are indeed very good at reading people, Amelia. You'll never lose that skill, you know. Amelia grinned, glad to hear it confirm what she was saying. I know. She turned around, her hands pressing together before she pressed them against her gate, watching with a kind of sadness as the intricate constellation's pattern came undone in a growing storm of sparks and lightning. She watched as it came undone, turning around and seeing sparks fly around not Katie. She lifted up her hand, and Amelia watched as she deconstructed before her very eyes, her skin pulling apart like paper, and watched as it flew through the space between them, coming together beside her. Not Katie was deconstructed back into the figure that wasn't quite a person, and Katie was rebuilt before her eyes. When she stood up, blinking, turning her head and seeing Amelia. Amelia could feel tears filling her eyes, and Katie's did the same as she smiled, laughing. Amelia laughed with her, reaching her arms around the frail girl's body. Neither of them noticed how the figure that was known as the world, the universe, God, truth, all and one slowly disappeared from their reunion as the two girls embraced each other. You're okay, Amelia was sobbing as she held her friend. You're alive. You came back, I knew it, Katie said, laughing as she held onto her, the two clinging to one another in their emotional reunion. I was there. I was alone. I saw so much. Amelia lifted her head up to look at her, seeing more tears falling out of Katie's eyes as she blinked. I can't remember any of it, but there was so much, Amelia. It's okay, you can tell me later, she said, glancing around them, seeing nothing but a white void. Katie looked around with her as the pair saw nothing but that endless expanse. So, what happens now? Katie asked, still holding on to her, Amelia taking all of her weight as she could barely stand. Amelia kept holding her up, keeping her weight that had lightened so much in what felt like such a short time. I don't know, she admitted, hugging her friend. She felt tears spilling from her eyes, her voice breaking. Katie, I'm so sorry. I treated you so awful. It's okay, Katie reassured her. You didn't do anything wrong. Amelia hugged her tightly. I don't know what happens now, Katie, but I know we'll be together. I'm never going to let you be alone again. You're my only friend, Katie. She felt more tears spilling out as she buried her face into her bony shoulder. I should have said something. I should have told you how much it meant to me. I'm so sorry. She felt Katie's hands rubbing over her back as she sobbed into her clothes. She didn't say anything, the pair of them just crying together in the endless expanse that seemed to just surround them. What was so empty suddenly became so cramped around them, and Amelia's vision faded from seeing Katie to seeing nothing but white.